A better version of me. Book 2 of the Destiny Clark Saga. Written by Cindy Ray Hale. Text copyright 2019 by Cindy Ray Hale. Production copyright 2022 by Cindy Ray Hale. Author's note. This is a rewrite of the original series, The Destiny Trilogy, by Cindy Ray Hale. This book takes place during the events of second portion of Destiny, Book 1 of the Destiny Trilogy. Scenes and events have been changed and rearranged. I hope you love this version of the story even better than the original. But don't forget, the original story is always available for purchase at smarturl.it/destinybookone. For my sister Christy, who inspired much of this book. Chapter 1, Destiny. Hannah squealed. I can't believe we both made it. I couldn't believe it either. My head was still spinning from the shock of it all. I wish we could get our packets now, Hannah complained as we walked out of the room. How am I supposed to wait a week to see what Mr. Bird's putting together for my character? I didn't know anything about my character. I couldn't even remember who he'd said I was cast as. All I knew was that her name was French. I glanced over at Hannah. Don't you have the entire musical memorized anyway? Well, yeah. Then what do you need the packet for? I asked. It's not about learning the music. It's about the experience. We gathered our books and headed off to our next classes. After chemistry let out, Hannah caught up to me in the hall. What are you going to do when you're finally allowed to date after your birthday next week? I let out a sigh. Nothing. I had zero plans to date anyone. Are you doing anything fun to celebrate? She asked as we headed into the crowded hallway toward our lockers. Now that you're allowed to date, I could put a good word into Isaac for you. You know what? I'm just going to ignore that last comment. I clutched my arm. And not much. It's Wednesday, so I have church. Oh, Hannah said with a devious smile. So your boyfriend Preston will be there? I rolled my eyes at the mention of my fake boyfriend. Why was Hannah smiling like that? I followed her gaze over my shoulder to see Isaac walking with Aspen and Will. They were close enough to have heard Hannah's mention of my boyfriend. Great. Aspen and Will didn't talk to Michael much, but I hoped they wouldn't mention my boyfriend in front of him. Isaac gave us a wave, and I had to brace myself to keep from swooning at his picture-perfect smile. She turned to me after they'd passed. What will you guys be doing at church? I think there's a big barbecue and a water fight. Can I come? Hannah asked with raised brows. Are you sure your parents will be okay with that? I remembered her saying they'd turned the missionaries away once. Hannah tossed a hand in front of her like she was waving the idea away. Sure, they won't care. Okay, but no funny business, I said, shaking a stern finger at her. If you dare say a word to him, I would die hundreds of deaths if Preston ever found out about the fake boyfriend thing. I'm not going to tell him. Come on? Where's the trust? That night at dinner we had pork chops and mashed potatoes. I had just cut off my first piece of meat and had it halfway up to my mouth when Michael looked at me and said, Did you tell Mom and Dad our big news, yet? What's your big news, Destiny? Mom asked. Michael and I got cast as leads in the Primus musical. That's wonderful. Dad gave me an encouraging smile. It's especially impressive since you just got into Primus. His grayish blue eyes twinkled at me. I beamed. Dad was finally giving his blessing on something I cared a lot about. Mom tucked a short strand of dark hair behind her ear and wiped her mouth. What will you be singing? We're doing Les Miserables. I'm playing Jean Valjean, and Destiny is Eponine. My 13-year-old sister, Olivia, stared at me from across the table with narrowed eyes. What's so exciting? Brianna, my 8-year-old sister, asked with a mouth full of potatoes. Elijah, my 11-year-old brother, filled her in. They're singing in some dumb musical. Aren't you paying any attention? Guys, come on, if I'm playing the lead, could it possibly be dumb? Michael inquired with mock offense. Olivia's eyes were still narrowed. Who's playing the guy you're supposed to be in love with? I hid behind my napkin and focused on wiping my already clean mouth. Isaac Robinson is, Michael said. Wait. My character was supposed to be in love with Isaac's? I really needed to research this musical. Isn't he the headmaster's son? Dad asked with an edge to his voice. I gripped the edge of the table as I braced myself for his disapproval. Yes, sir, Michael answered. Who's playing Cosette? Olivia asked. Aspen Adams, Michael answered. His real girlfriend? What did she mean by real girlfriend? Olivia smirked. I can see her playing Cosette. I've heard her sing before. She sounds angelic. How'd she know more about this musical than I did? Was I really that out of the loop? Wasn't Isaac one of the leads in the musical Primus did last spring? Mom asked. Yep, Michael said. He's an amazing singer, Mom said. Olivia's eyes slid over to my face, and she smirked behind her palm. What was her deal? An uneasy feeling settled over my stomach. She knew something I didn't, and my gut told me it wasn't a good thing. Hannah came home from school with me on Wednesday. We had a small party. It wasn't much, just a cake with 16 candles and a few simple gifts. Mom and Dad got me a couple of sweaters and books, and Hannah got me a silver heart necklace that I immediately fell in love with. Mom drove us in the Suburban that night. The closer we got to the church, the more hyper Hannah became, and the more I worried about her blabbing something about my fake relationship with Preston. When Hannah and I crossed the parking lot to the pavilion behind the church, we spotted Preston setting up the badminton net with his dad. He faced away from us, his t-shirt stretched across his toned back as he crouched to hammer a stake into the ground. Hannah gave a low whistle. Not bad. I should come to church with you more often. I gave her a stern look. You promised no funny business. Funny business? Who even says that? I do. Preston's sister Megan was filling up water balloons at a spigot coming out of the ground. Hey Destiny, could you give me a hand? She asked through a curtain of light brown hair. Sure. I took the water balloon from her extended hand, twisted the tight rubber around my fingers into a knot, and added it to the pile in the white bucket. Megan looked up, and her green eyes lit up. Hannah? What are you doing here? It's so good to see you. She pulled her into a firm embrace. I came with Destiny. I go to school with her now. I knew they used to be in choir together at Acorn Creek High, the local public school, but I hadn't realized they knew each other so well. What are we doing with these? I tapped the side of my foot on the bucket. Water balloon badminton, Preston said from behind me. I took a balloon from Megan and tied it off. There should be a law against letting you near that many water balloons. Especially when it's October. A corner of his mouth lifted. It's just a little bit of cold water. I rolled my eyes. You're nuts. You're so scared you're shaking. I shook my hips at him. Bring it on. I can take you. Yeah, we'll see about that, he said, towering over me with his arms folded across his chest. I shrugged. It's not like I haven't taken you down before. Yes, but this is water balloons, not paintball, so it's different. Michael, Preston, and I played paintball on my family's land every year, and more than once, I'd kicked his trash. I guess we'll have to see about that, I said. I guess we will, he said. But after we eat. I'm starving. You? Hungry again? Imagine that. I tied off one last balloon and dropped it into the bucket. We joined the dinner line, and Preston turned to us. Hey. Who's your friend, Destiny? This is Hannah. She goes to school with me. Hannah, this is Preston. Didn't you used to go to Acorn Creek? Preston asked. Yeah, Megan said. She used to sing in choir with me. I kept telling her to introduce me to you, but she never did, Hannah said with a flirty smile. Preston returned her smile. Well, it's taken care of now. After going through the line and getting our burgers, Megan, Hannah, and I settled at an empty picnic table with our food. I'm dying for a girls' night. Are you guys up for a sleepover? Megan asked and then took a big bite out of her hamburger. That would be awesome, Hannah said, throwing a glance in Preston's direction as he climbed into the spot beside me. Oh, a slumber party, he said. Does that mean we all get to paint our nails? I rolled my eyes. Preston, are you messing with my sister again? Olivia said as she and Preston's sister Brinley sat down across from us. Brinley was like a younger female version of Preston. Witty smile, bright green eyes, and always up to mischief. I would never do such a thing. I grinned at him and shook my head. Preston poked me in the side. Hey, you. Isn't it your birthday today? I squirmed away from him but couldn't hide my smile. Yes, and she's totally available and dateable now, Olivia said with a grin. Just in case you were wondering, you know, for yourself. I rolled my eyes and hoped my cheeks weren't too bright as I avoided Preston's gaze. It was a really good thing Olivia didn't know about the fake boyfriend thing. So are we gonna play or what? Michael said, coming up to our table. After a soaking wet game of water balloon badminton, in which my team smashed Preston's, thank you very much, we all pitched in to clean up the area. I stooped over to pick up a red balloon scrap when freezing water cascaded over my head. Shrieking, I pushed the wet hair from my eyes. I twisted around and saw Preston laughing, a discarded white bucket lying in the grass beside him. Preston! I grabbed for the bucket, but he swung it away before I could reach it. He held it up high above my head, and my hands barely missed it. Ugh! Why do you have to be so tall? I grabbed for the bucket several times, but couldn't get my hands on it. Finally, I lunged at him, plowing into his midsection. He took a step back in surprise, but I wrapped my arms around his waist, tickling both sides. He doubled over, squirming, and I spun around, whisking the bucket from his now lowered grasp. Huh! I said, waving the bucket in his face. He reached for the bucket, but I swept it from his hands. His lips curled up on each end. Olivia snatched it from us. Enough flirting. It's time to go, Destiny. I turned to see that we'd drawn a bit of an audience and blushed furiously. Hannah stood with her arms crossed and an intrigued expression on her face. She grabbed my arm and led me back to the Suburban where my siblings were climbing into their seats. He's cute, huh? Hannah said, while still out of earshot of the carload of curious ears. I can see why you picked him as your fake boyfriend. You guys have chemistry. I guess. I shrugged. I've known him since I was 8. It's kind of weird to think about him like that, I lied. I'd totally considered what it would be like to date him for real. And anything could happen at this point. Chapter 2, Isaac. Uncle Stephen, your barbecued chicken is seriously the best. Hannah sat on the porch swing with a paper plate of food balanced on her lap. Hannah's mom, Bethany, was my dad's sister. Today was his birthday, and we'd invited our closest friends and family to help us celebrate. We were on the deck that overlooked my family's landscaped backyard. Dad was obsessed with gardening, and it showed. Even though it was his birthday, Dad insisted on manning the grill. He said he enjoyed it, but I suspected the real reason was that he didn't trust anyone else to get it right. You sure do know how to get on my good side, he told Hannah with a grin. Yeah, on the days she wasn't making him crazy. Aspen snuggled into me, and I breathed in the coconut smell of her hair. Although technically she wasn't one of Dad's friends, I'd still invited her. Between football practice and my duties as student body president, it felt like I never got to spend enough time with her. Dad loved Aspen, so it wasn't like he was going to complain that she was there. He always welcomed her to the house with open arms. Josh swung open the back door with a football tucked under his arm. "Hey, Isaac, you want to practice some?" "Sure thing, bro, just let me finish this last piece of chicken." Aspen disentangled herself from me so that I could continue eating. I cleaned the last pieces of meat from the bone and tossed it onto the plate. I clapped Dad on the back as I passed. "Awesome chicken, Pops. Go ahead and show Josh how to throw a football." "I heard that," Josh called from the yard. "I already know how to throw a football." We threw the ball back and forth several times. Josh's form was totally off. I waited a few throws to give him a chance to correct himself, but when there was no sign of improvement, my patience wore thin. I gripped the football and said, "If you want a good spiral, you need to twist from the waist." I demonstrated it in slow motion. I uncoiled my body as I released the football, and sure enough, it arched in a perfect spiral. Hannah gave a low whistle from the deck. "Very nice, Isaac." "That's exactly what I just did," Josh insisted. "No, you didn't. You've been throwing too much with your arm." I imitated a slightly exaggerated version of his form so he would get the point. "Your entire body has to follow through." "That's not what I was doing." Josh caught the ball and threw it back hard at me, this time uncoiling his body perfectly. "Josh, you did it!" Hannah cheered, leaning over the wooden railing. I scanned the rest of the deck but couldn't see Aspen anywhere. She must have gone back into the house. I turned back to Josh. "That was the best spiral you've ever done. Keep it up, and you might find yourself a spot on the varsity team." I threw the ball in his direction one last time and then went to find Aspen. As I passed Hannah, she muttered to me under her breath, "You should make him mad more often." It worked better for him when he put a little anger behind it. Josh has enough anger issues all on his own. He doesn't need any extra help from me. I went inside and grabbed one of Aunt Bethany's no-bake cookies. I sunk my teeth into one and savored the perfect blend of chocolate, oats, and peanut butter. I found Aspen in the front room next to my family's grand piano, talking to my best friend, Will Green. "Green. What's up? When did y'all get here?" "Hey, Robinson," he said. "They just showed up," Aspen said. Was it just me, or was her face glowing? It shouldn't bug me because I knew Aspen was crazy about me. I didn't want to be the possessive, jealous type, but every time I saw them together, something felt off. "What do you think about the Clarks getting cast?" Green asked. "It'll give you more opportunities to dig up dirt on the Mormons." I gritted my teeth. As I'd gotten to know Destiny as a real person instead of some freaky Mormon, I realized how hurt she would be if she found out about the plan. If she knew the truth of why I'd been so friendly to her, she would be crushed. Somewhere along the way, Destiny had stopped being the enemy. Even if I got the Mormons out of the school, Hannah would still be Destiny's friend, and it would probably just make her see Mormons as the victims and us as the bad guys. But I hadn't bothered to mention my change of heart to Green. And definitely not to Aspen. I glanced over at Green, my mind fighting to find an excuse to change the subject, but Mom appeared in the room, announcing that it was time for Dad to blow out the candles on his cake. I breathed a sigh of relief as we followed her to the kitchen. Chapter 3, Destiny. The following Monday, Mr. Bird passed out bulging manila envelopes to each of us with our names written across them in black permanent marker. Inside these packets, you will find information to help you with your solos. Once Hannah and I had our folders, we walked out of the room together with Isaac and Aspen right behind us. "Isaac, I'm so excited that we get to sing together. This is going to be so beautiful," Aspen gushed. They walked past us, and she clung to his arm like she owned him. I scowled as I stared after them. "Ah, how cute, Destiny gets to sing to the entire school about how she really feels about Isaac," Jessie Larson said in a mocking voice. I gave Jessie a strange look, and Hannah rolled her eyes at her. What was she talking about? I didn't see how my crush on Isaac had anything to do with the musical. Worry settled into my stomach. Although I'd meant to do some research on my character, I still hadn't gotten around to it. I followed Hannah to the library. We both had study hall next. We picked a round table in the far corner of the room. Scrawled across the top of my envelope were the words, Destiny Clark, Eponine. I pulled out the information sheet on my character and the background of the musical. The lower my eyes went on the page, the further my stomach sank. Not only was Isaac paired with Aspen as the leading roles of Marius and Cosette, the couple in love, but my character hit way too close to home. Hoping the initial description of Eponine was incorrect and that she somehow ended up with Marius, I flipped ahead. Page after page, my songs were all about unrequited love. So that was what Jessie was talking about. One was a duet with Isaac, and we even had a trio with Aspen where they were declaring their love for each other. My job was to stand on the sidelines and sing about how much it hurt. From what I could gather, the entire purpose of Eponine was to sing about how much she loved Marius, and how he never noticed. I looked up from my paperwork. Hannah was absorbed in her own world. According to my paperwork, her part was pretty monumental. She was playing Cosette's mom, Fantine. Her eyes pored over her sheet music with a look of bliss on her face. I waved my character information sheet in front of her. Did you know all of this? Sure, haven't you seen this musical? No. You've never seen Les Mis? Her laugh was incredulous. I recognized some of the songs, but I didn't know what they were about. I'm happy to be able to get some performing experience, but this is going too far. Do I need to be publicly humiliated? Thanks to Jessie and her big mouth, I'm going to look like a loser in front of the whole school. Hannah's eyes brightened. Don't worry about it. You have Preston as your fake boyfriend, remember? Only Isaac and a few people think Preston's my boyfriend. It's not like we can spread it around school either. If Michael finds out, he'll tell Preston, and I can't have that. Why not? Are you kidding me? I would seriously die if Preston ever found out about the fake boyfriend thing. If you hadn't told Mr. Bird you thought I'd have good chemistry on stage with Isaac, none of this would be happening. A few weeks ago, I'd caught Hannah in Mr. Bird's office, telling him that she thought Isaac and I should be cast together in Les Mis. Her jaw slackened as if I'd slapped her across the face. I'm sorry. I really am. I had no idea he'd cast you as Eponine. I thought he was going to put you in as Cosette. I'm going straight to his office right now, to tell him I'm not doing this. I stood up from the table. Are you serious? I'm dead serious. I can't do this. I stalked from the room. As I approached the choir room, I noticed the hallway door to Mr. Bird's office was open. Voices drifted from inside the small room. It sounded like Mr. Bird and the headmaster of Bethel, Dr. Robinson, with his unmistakable drawl. I almost turned away to come back later, but when I heard my brother Michael's name, I flattened myself against the wall to listen. No, I disagree, Mr. Bird said. I know Michael doesn't have the perfect voice for the part. Obviously, if I were going for pure talent, I would have cast Isaac in the role. The truth is, I believe his goodness compensates for anything he may be lacking vocally. Goodness? You do realize the boy is a Mormon, don't you? Dr. Robinson spat the word Mormon like it was poison in his mouth he wanted to get out. He might as well have spit it in my face, because it stung like acid. Mr. Bird laughed like he couldn't believe he was even having such a ridiculous conversation. Yes, of course I know he's a Mormon. I don't see why it should be an issue. This looks like a case of favoritism to me, and I won't have it in my school. Michael may have smooth-talked himself into your favor, but it doesn't mean he's the best qualified for the part. I don't like what you're insinuating, Mr. Bird said. I've tried to cast the characters to the student I believe represents them the most fully. Not just in appearance and voice, but based on who they are as a person, according to the impressions I've gotten from observing them in the halls, in class, or wherever I've seen them, he explained. With all due respect, Dr. Robinson, I think if you want this changed, You'll have to take it up with the school board. The school board? They wouldn't bother with a matter like this. I'm just saying the most talented student should be cast as the lead. Your son's role is nothing to be ashamed of. You know Isaac's better qualified as Jean Valjean. Dr. Robinson's voice was angry and low. Since I've cast Aspen as his love interest, I would imagine he's happy with his role. Ask him yourself. If he tells you he's upset, then we can talk about this further. Until then, I don't see a point to this conversation. The point is, I know you favor the Mormons. I heard you put his sister in a major role, too. Honestly, I don't even know why they're at this school anymore. If it had been up to me, they would have left when they converted 8 years ago. I know people say they were some of our best church members, and they tried for 8 years to bring them back. But it's time for those people to face the facts. They aren't coming back to us, and every year they stay here increases the harm they may do to our student body. I couldn't stand to listen to any more. Rushing down the hall to the bathroom, I pushed open the door and locked myself inside a stall. I exhaled, releasing the tension I'd been holding while I was in the hallway. All we wanted was to live our religion in peace. After we'd converted to the Mormon church, we'd decided to stay at Bethel because we liked the strong morals that were taught. Tears slid down my cheeks. What had we done to deserve to be treated this way? Michael had football practice Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, which meant on those days I was stuck riding home in the Suburban with the kids. My head swarmed with little bits of emotions and snatches of conversations I had heard that day, and Elijah and Brianna's inane chatter in the car was almost enough to make me crazy. After finishing my geometry homework, I finally had time to escape to my sanctuary. My family's home stood on 20 acres of lush Tennessee forest at the foot of a small mountain. I left through the back door in the kitchen, passed through the pool area, and descended the brick steps that led to the backyard. I crossed the wide strip of lawn beyond the fence and took the trail that led deep into the woods. Michael and Preston had cut down trees and brushed to clear the path last fall. As I trudged over the decaying leaves from last winter, my mind returned to Dr. Robinson's words in Mr. Bird's office. What had we ever done to deserve such an attack from him? Especially Michael. He was one of the friendliest guys at Bethel. It was Michael's frequent acts of kindness that had earned him the many loyal friends he'd gathered from around the school. Anger burned in my chest. He was the last person to deserve such an attack. All because of his religion. It was one thing for people to pick on me for my religion, but when they started picking on Michael, I couldn't handle it. As I reached a small clearing deep in the woods, I spotted my hammock spot. I released a breath of relief. This was my sanctuary. I studied the strong trunks of the trees that had stood sentinel by my side so many times before. They had been worthy companions last fall as I dealt with the loss of Jesse's friendship. With a heart full of gratitude, I placed my hand on the fattest trunk, a gigantic oak tree. I stared up into the branches covered with leaves so thick they blocked the sky. Climbing into the hammock, I let my body sink into the center as my thoughts returned to my day. I had to pretend to be in love with Isaac in front of the entire school. At least I wouldn't have to do much acting. And, what about my trio with Isaac and Aspen declaring their love? I couldn't imagine the torture that song would bring. I would have to practice with them. Together. I rocked the hammock, kicking my feet against the dirt. All I had to do was stay out here for a half hour or so, and nature would be enough to put things into perspective for me. My problems usually seemed so insignificant when I was reminded of the magnificence of the world around me. A chilly wind blew through the leaves. I shivered and hugged myself. Why hadn't I had thought to bring a jacket? Usually, my hammock was an escape to help me clear my head, but the cold wind howling through the trees was no comfort to me today. I rolled off the hammock and returned to the warmth of my home. After dinner, Olivia and I had to do the dishes. I felt like whining about it, but what was the point? It wasn't like anyone listened to my complaints. You knew about Eponine, didn't you? I said. You didn't know? She asked. No, I huffed in annoyance. I didn't know. What? She laughed in surprise. You practiced all that time, and you still didn't know the story of Les Mis? Don't make fun of me. I was so focused on my audition songs that I didn't put a lot of time into studying the musical itself. I didn't think I'd actually get cast. Then why'd you bother auditioning? Because I wanted to prove to myself that I was brave enough to go through with it. I figured it would be a good experience. I guess that makes sense, Olivia said. That night we played Monopoly for our family night, but I couldn't get into the game. Destiny, you've been quiet tonight, Mom observed, handing me the dice for my turn. I rolled a 5. She's just jealous she can't play the part of the girl in love with Isaac, Elijah announced. What? I sputtered, my hand froze midair as I reached to move my game piece. Oh, come on, everyone knows you have the hots for Isaac, Elijah answered. Dude. The kid was only 11. He'd been spending too much time listening to Olivia. I wanted to shoot Olivia an angry glare for blabbing my secrets, but instead, I played it cool and said, that's ridiculous. I have a lot of respect for Isaac, but nothing more. He's not even a Mormon. Michael shook in silent laughter on his side of the table, but stopped when I shook my head slightly at him. He knew too much. He'd caught me gawking at Isaac at the retreat. Anyway, with Olivia's big mouth announcing my secrets, pretty much everyone knew about my feelings for Isaac. It didn't matter how much I tried to bury my feelings or convince them that I didn't like him. They wouldn't believe me. The next day at school, Hannah rushed up to me. At first, I was excited to talk to her, but then I remembered our last conversation had ended with me storming off to the bathroom. Hey, I said apprehensively. Did you do it? She asked. What? Did you tell Mr. Bird you were dropping out of the show? I sighed. No. I didn't get the chance. I told her about the conversation I'd overheard between Dr. Robinson and Mr. Bird and how much it had bothered me. That is so messed up. I'm so sorry for what my uncle said. I hope you know I don't feel that way, too. No, of course, I know. Well, now you definitely can't drop out of the show. Why not? Because that's what Dr. Robinson wants you to do. She was right. If I backed out of the musical, I'd just be giving Dr. Robinson exactly what he wanted. To purge the Mormons from the musical. And I couldn't let that happen. Right now, he thinks Mormons are scum. Be the best Eponine you could ever be and prove him wrong. Show him that you're worth keeping around. Because you are. You're going to be amazing up there. You think so? I asked. Absolutely. You're going to kill it. I threw my arms around her in a tight hug. Hannah, how do you know how to say the right thing to help me feel better? Does this mean you're going to keep the role? I nodded against her shoulder. She pulled back and said, I'm so glad. It's going to be so much more fun with you there. Her eye caught something in the hall, and she bit her bottom lip. I turned to see what she was looking at and spotted her neighbor Evan walking past. He caught us watching him and waved. Hannah let out a huge sigh once he was out of earshot. He is seriously so hot. When are you guys ever going to get together? I asked. I have no idea, but I hope soon, she breathed. When Evan was out of sight, she turned back to me. Too bad you don't get to sing a duet with him, I said. Maybe you guys should have been cast as Eponine and Marius. Nah, I'm happy with Fantine. I listened to the CD of my songs last night, and there's no way I can touch that level of passion and talent. I cried the first time I heard it. She sounded like she was on the verge of tears just thinking about it. It was true. I could imagine that Hannah, who seemed to have everything a girl could want, would have a hard time identifying with a lowly prostitute who had a sick child. That night I listened to my CD, and as the music penetrated my heart, I knew I was crazy for even thinking about giving up the role. I called Sister Poff to see if I could continue voice lessons with her, just to get ready for the musical. She was ecstatic that I had landed the role, and I told her all about the audition and how I ended up almost botching the entire thing. We agreed to set up lessons for the next month. I hung up the phone feeling more motivated than ever. I was going to be the best Eponine possible. Excitement surged through my veins. I could do it. I felt it deep down. Chapter 4, Isaac. Early Tuesday morning, I spread butter on my toasted wheat bread and filled an insulated cup with steaming coffee. Just as I was popping the lid on, Dad came in and lowered into a chair, placing his laptop on the table. "Have a good day," Mom said, kissing him on the cheek. She was tall, thin, and meticulous about her appearance and the way she ran her household when she was home. She worked long hours as a realtor and wasn't around much. Josh took after her with his gold-tinted, light brown hair but got his cocky smile from Dad. I got my dark hair and eyes from Dad but the meticulousness from Mom. Dad was strict about keeping the rules and the way he ran the school, but when it came to housekeeping, he failed miserably. He and Josh were the messy ones in the family. "See you later," Dad said. After she'd left, Dad looked up from his laptop. "Isaac, I need to talk to you about something." "Sure thing, Pops." I grabbed my plate of toast and pulled out the chair next to him. "I spoke with Mr. Bird about the favoritism he's been showing to the Clarks with the casting of the musical." I furrowed my brow. "What did you say to him?" "Just what I told you when you came to my office right after you got the part. I told him you were better qualified to be Jean Valjean. He's not going to switch me with Michael, is he?" "It doesn't look that way at the moment. I told you I wanted to be Marius. If Mr. Bird recast me as Jean Valjean, Aspen would throw a fit." "He did say you'd be happy to sing with Aspen as your love interest," Dad admitted. "To tell you the truth, I have way too much to do this fall to take on a bigger role than Marius." Dad sat with his elbows on the table and his fingers steepled. "Man," I groaned. "I wish you hadn't talked to Mr. Bird. You made me sound like I think I can pull strings to get whatever I want. I hate people like that." "Watch your tone, son. I had your best interests at heart." "Yeah, I can tell," I said in a bitter voice. "That's enough." Dad shoved his chair back and stood, his palms splayed against the table. I got up to leave. "Sit down. I'm not done talking to you." I sunk back into the chair reluctantly. "Now what?" He slammed his palm onto the table. "I want you to listen to me and listen well. I don't want to hear even a trace of disrespect in your voice for the rest of the night. Is that clear?" I stared at his hardened eyes and clenched my jaw. "I asked you a question. I expect an answer. Is that clear?" Through gritted teeth, I said, "Yes, sir." "It's clear." "Good. We need to talk about Destiny Clark." My brow rose. "What about her?" "In the upcoming months, you'll be spending a lot of time one-on-one with her. I don't want you getting too close. Guard your emotions. She's a beautiful girl, and I don't want her enticing you." He was kidding, right? I bit the tip of my tongue to keep from spouting off another sarcastic remark. "You don't have anything to worry about, Pops. I've got it under control." Did I? Every moment I spent with her, I felt more drawn to her. I climbed the stairs and rounded the corner to Josh's room. I found him in front of his mirror spritzing on cologne. "Josh." "What?" He kept staring in the mirror with his chest puffed out like he thought he was a total beast. "Whatever. Have you been telling people there's something going on between Destiny and me?" No. "Why would I do such a lame thing?" he said, still staring at his reflection. "Dad's hounding me about her." He looked over at me with a bored expression. "Believe it or not, the world doesn't revolve around you. Some people have more important things to talk about than you and your girl drama." "I don't have girl drama. I'm not with Destiny." "Okay. Last time I checked, you were the one acting like there was stuff going on between you and Destiny. Those words came out of your mouth, not mine. I let out an exasperated breath. Well, listen to these words. I'm in love with my girlfriend, Aspen. End of story. I went to my room and put on my backpack. I scooped the keys to my truck from a bowl on my dresser and pounded down the stairs in frustration. When I got to school, I scanned the halls for Aspen, but I didn't see her anywhere. Destiny was talking to Hannah near their lockers. Destiny's long brown hair cascaded down her back in dark, shiny waves. I averted my gaze, pushing away the intense urge I felt to reach out and run my fingers through her hair. I forced an image of Aspen into my mind instead and continued down the hall. Aspen wasn't in homeroom either, but her friend Sydney was sitting one seat down from where Aspen usually sat. Have you seen Aspen? I asked her. She shook her head. Not today. I frowned. It wasn't like Aspen to be late. After first period, I pulled out my phone. Me, are you okay, babe? Why aren't you at school? By the time I headed into the lunchroom, she still hadn't texted me back. I headed to my usual table with my lunch tray and sat next to Trevor Wilkinson and joined in the football discussion. Just as I finished up my mashed potatoes, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Bethel was super strict about cell phones, so I held it under the table to check my messages. Aspen, I'm super sick. I think I have the flu. My fingers flew across the screen. Me, I hope you feel better soon. I've been worried about you. I checked my phone 4 more times throughout the day, but she never responded. I had to stay late after school to work on a group history project, and when I got out, it was almost dinner time. I started up my engine, and Les Mis blasted through the speakers. I'd been listening to my songs in my car ever since I'd gotten the CD from Mr. Bird yesterday. The song ended, and A Little Fall of Rain began to play. It was my duet with Destiny. I began singing along to my part. I had it memorized already. As I sang, I began to envision Destiny with me on the stage. From what I understood, Mr. Bird wanted us to act out our songs and move on stage as much as possible instead of just singing into stationary microphones like many productions did. I imagined Destiny as she lay in my arms dying and the almost kiss that was supposed to occur in that scene. I imagined intertwining my fingers in her hair as I cradled her dying body in my arms. I drove by Sophie's, Aspen's favorite place to eat. Guilt slammed into my chest. How could I think about Destiny that way? Especially when Aspen was so sick. I turned my truck around and pulled into the Sophie's parking lot. Instead of driving around town daydreaming about another girl, it was time to step up to the plate and be a good boyfriend. I was going to go in there and buy her a cup of chamomile tea and a bowl of chicken noodle soup. The parking lot was crowded, so the only open space I could find was on the far edge of the parking lot next to thick woods and a muddy stream. I put the truck into park and gripped the door handle. I paused when something strange caught my eye. Straight ahead of me, sitting inside a black sedan, was a couple embraced in a passionate kiss, hands roaming wildly. The glare on the windshield from the setting sun prevented me from getting a clear view of their faces. I leaned to open the door, and I caught a glimpse of something odd. Sitting in the corner of the dash was a multicolored hat identical to the one Aspen got when we'd gone on a school mission trip to Belize 2 summers ago. She wore it all the time. Shock hit me like a punch to the gut. I couldn't see her face since it was smothered by the face of the guy she was with, but I could see her blonde hair. Yes, she was definitely Aspen. Jagged breaths expelled from my chest, and I gripped the steering wheel for support as I recognized the car. Will Green. I grabbed my baseball cap from the seat next to me, crammed it on, and walked around to the driver's side of the black sedan. I curled one hand into a fist and opened the door with the other. Green. Get your hands off her. They separated, and Aspen fell back into the passenger seat. Isaac. Aspen gasped and shoved a hand over her mouth. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? I needed to break something, some way to release the shock and anger inside of me. Robinson, calm down. What is that smell? I grabbed for Green's hand, but he jerked it away from me. There was something hidden in his palm. Y'all are doing drugs? The parking lot swam around me, and I leaned my forearm on the car roof for support. Of course, we're not, Green said. You're upset. It's making you jump to conclusions. You think I can't smell it? You think I can't see that you're hiding something in your hand? How dare you accuse us? Aspen said. Keep your mouth shut, Aspen, Green barked. I grabbed Green's polo shirt and wrenched him out of the car. I tossed his scrawny body out toward the woods. The swift motion made him lose his balance, and he stumbled and fell into the muddy creek. As I watched him climb out of the creek, his backside and arms covered in thick black mud, the hot coals of fury vanished completely. In its place was a tundra wasteland, leaving me frozen and stiff inside. In a strange, calm voice I said, Aspen, if you want any chance of sorting this out with me, you'll get in my truck right now without another word. Eyes wide with fear, she moved to open the door. Wait, Green said. Don't get out of the car. He wiped his muddy hands on his jeans and looked at me levelly with hatred in his weasel-like eyes. You didn't see anything. You didn't smell anything. If you say otherwise, we'll say we got it from you, and your name will be hauled through the mire right along with ours. I met Green's steely gaze, and I knew he would never back down. I slammed my palm onto the roof of his car. I bent down and met Aspen's wide, terrified eyes. We'll talk later. I got into my truck and started the engine. The beginning of Empty Chairs at Empty Tables played through the speakers. I slammed the button to shut it off. I screeched out of the parking lot. Green had me cornered. I hated him. I hated the smug look on his ugly face. Anger blasted through me. He was supposed to be my best friend. How could he do this? There wasn't a trace of remorse on his face. And Aspen? She probably hadn't even been sick today. She certainly seemed robust enough for a makeout session. A tormenting thought came to my mind. I hadn't seen Green during the last half of school today. Had they skipped together? I pulled into my driveway and stormed up the front steps. Josh was watching TV in his room and looked up when I walked past. Hey, Isaac. I went into my room and slammed the door. I sat on the edge of my bed and put my head in my hands to keep from punching a fist into my bedroom wall. Aspen's mysterious behavior made sense now. And Green sneaking out at the retreat? Was he off somewhere with her? Were they already hooking up back then, or was he in the process of trying to steal her from me? If Aspen and Will were doing drugs, what else were they doing? I kept re-envisioning his hands moving through her hair as they'd kissed. Had they taken it farther than that? A shudder ran through me. Isaac? I looked up. Josh was standing at the door. What's with the door slamming? He asked. Who invited you in here? What's your problem? He said, toying with my guitar. Get your hands off my stuff and get out of my room. Tell me what's wrong first. Get out, I bellowed. You know what? This is a perfect example of what you always do to me. You shut me out of your life. His face screwed up into a look of disgust. Every day I have to watch you strut around school making your perfect grades, playing your perfect football games, with your perfect girlfriend, he said in a whiny, sing-song voice. Josh, shut up. No, I won't shut up. I'm sorry your life sucks, but I can't deal with your problems right now. Josh stared at me, his mouth forming a hard line. I buried my head in my hands and moaned. It's Aspen, isn't it? My head snapped up. What do you know about Aspen? Oh, so it is Aspen. A sardonic smile came over his face. Looks like your life might not be so perfect, after all. Now you can see what life's like for the rest of us. I stared back at him, bitterness filling my chest. So, what did she do? Go find another guy? I clenched my fists and willed them to stay by my side. They shook with the intense desire to beat into something. I wouldn't blame her. The only reason I spend this much time with you is because I'm your brother, and I don't get a choice. I had to get away before I did something I'd regret. I leaped off my bed and grabbed my Bethel windbreaker from the desk chair. Where are you going? I pushed past Josh, slamming my shoulder into his as I passed. Hey, watch it. You jerk. He shoved me from behind, and anger exploded in my chest. I spun around and shoved him as hard as I could. He stumbled backward and landed on my bed so hard he bounced off. His body slammed into my dresser, and several of my trophies toppled down. He shielded his head with his arms. What's going on up there? Dad called from the bottom of the stairs. I pounded down the stairs right past Dad. What's wrong, Isaac? I didn't answer. Instead, I pushed past him and rushed out the front door, slamming it behind me. Night had fallen, and a slow drizzle descended. I wrenched on my jacket as I walked to the truck. I climbed inside and wiped the small cold beads of moisture off the water-repellent fabric of my sleeves. As I pulled out of the driveway, the front door opened, and Dad stepped out onto the porch waving for me to stop. I ignored him and zoomed down the street. I had no idea where I was going. I just drove. 10 minutes later, I pulled over into an abandoned parking lot of a Methodist church and took some deep breaths to calm my pounding heart. I had to think, but my brain was so clouded over with anger I couldn't process anything. I watched the rain patter onto my windshield, the wetness coating the woods surrounding the parking lot of the small church. For a few moments, I focused on nothing but the sound of the rain and my breathing. I turned my hands over in my lap and studied them. Maybe I'd been too hasty in my judgment against Aspen. Green could be pretty persuasive when he had an agenda. He was a lying snake. That, I couldn't deny. But was Aspen really to blame? I gazed out into the wetness and watched the rain drip from the roof of the small brick church as I pondered the question. Yes. She'd made a choice, but was it too late to fix things between us? I pictured Aspen's face when I asked her to get into my truck so we could work things out. She had almost done it. And that meant there was a chance to convince her to come back. I had to at least try. I took a right turn out of the church parking lot. I followed the dark country roads that led to Aspen's grandfather's farmhouse where she'd lived with her mom since last spring when her dad left for a younger woman. The drizzle picked up to a heavier rainfall, and I turned up the speed of my wiper blades. The sound of the wipers filled the car like a heartbeat. 15 minutes later, I flipped on my blinker and turned left onto the gravel driveway of Pastor Gordon's home. I was both relieved and terrified to see Aspen's red Mustang in the driveway. I put the truck into park in front of the 1920s farmhouse, let out a long shaky breath, and stepped down, my feet crunching on the gravel beneath. I pulled tight my windbreaker to block the heavy rain. The wooden planks creaked beneath me as I crossed the covered porch. I knocked on the weathered door with a pounding heart and a dry mouth. The porch light flicked on, and the front door opened, revealing Pastor Gordon's kind, wrinkled face. He was a tall, thin man with a bulbous nose, bushy eyebrows, and the same clear, blue eyes as Aspen. Isaac. Come in from the rain. Pastor Gordon ushered me into the familiar room filled with antique furniture. Shelves jam-packed with books on theology and classics lined the wall to my right. To my left proudly stood an old upright piano with a cushioned bench. Aspen and I had spent many happy afternoons crowded on that bench with a Les Mis book propped before us. We'd been singing Les Mis together long before Mr. Bird had announced the Primus production at the beginning of the school year. We'd both been fans of the musical for years, and when we'd first become a couple last spring after her parents split, we discovered how amazing our voices sounded together on the Cosette and Marius duets. Those moments had been so magical for us. When we were cast as Cosette and Marius, Aspen had acted like it was a dream come true. Had she meant that? She'd seemed genuine at the time, but now I didn't know what to believe. "I'll get Aspen for you," Pastor Gordon said. He had a strict rule that I wasn't allowed to go anywhere near her bedroom. Not that I would. Even when he wasn't around, I'd never set foot in her room. I'd made it clear to Aspen from the very beginning I'd planned on saving that part of myself for marriage. He patted down the hardwood floor in his slippers and knocked quietly on Aspen's bedroom door. Her voice was muffled through the door. "Come in." He opened the door about a foot and said, "There's someone here to see you. Don't stay up too late. You have school in the morning." He walked down the hall, went into the room at the end, and shut the door. Aspen emerged from her room, wearing a navy shirt from Hollister, where she worked, and plaid pajama pants. Her hair was in a high ponytail, and even without makeup, she was beautiful. When she saw me, the look on her face changed from curiosity to panic. "What are you doing here? We need to talk." A hardened expression overtook her features. "I don't have anything to say to you. Please tell me that what I saw at Sophie's was a one-time thing." My heart clung to the hope that she was ready to beg for forgiveness. "I'm with Will now." Although I'd figured as much by the way she'd had her tongue down his throat, it sliced me to the core to hear her confirm the worst. I pushed my anger down. If I were ever going to get her back, I would have to keep calm. "Aspen, are you sure that's what you want?" She met my gaze. For a hair of a second, her eyes became vulnerable. But then she looked away, and the hardened expression returned. Frustration squeezed my chest. "You never were sick, were you?" She tightened her jaw and kept her eyes on the kitchen floor behind me. "How long has this been going on?" "Which part?" "How long have you been cheating on me, Aspen?" She flinched like I'd slapped her. "You know what? I'm done with this conversation." "That's not fair. You don't get to decide when the conversation ends. You were the one who betrayed me, remember? Don't I deserve to know what I did wrong?" She heaved a sigh but kept her eyes away from my face. "Do you want to know why I was at Sophie's today?" "Why?" she asked, her eyes still trained on the floor. "I was going to buy you some chamomile tea and chicken noodle soup to help you feel better." Aspen's perfectly sculpted brow furrowed. She sunk onto the couch and crossed her arms. "Just tell me when it started and why you did it." "Fine," she snapped. "If you want to know, I'll tell you." "But not in here," she said, lowering her voice. "Let me get my jacket and shoes, and we can go out to your truck. I'll let my grandpa know we aren't going anywhere. I don't want to get in trouble because of you." She walked to the end of the hall and cracked open the door. "Grandpa, is it okay if I talk to Isaac out in his truck for a few minutes? He'll leave his light on inside so that you can check on us from the window." "Okay, thanks." On the surface, she was the textbook example of what a conservative Christian girl should be, but the scene in the parking lot today revealed there was a different side to Aspen I'd never seen a trace of before. Aspen slid into the truck and shut the door. She usually sat in the middle so she could be as close to me as possible, but now, she was practically hugging the door. I turned over the engine, cranked up the heat, and flipped on the dome light. She stared straight ahead. As I watched the tip of her ponytail brush the back of her neck, heaviness settled over my heart. Would I ever be allowed to touch her hair again? Would I ever again feel her lips against mine? Why did this have to hurt so much? It all started the week before the retreat. I don't know if you remember that week, but all you could talk about was your songwriting and how you wanted to land a contract. I was eating lunch at Sophie's, and Will came in. I asked him if he wanted to sit with me. After that, he invited me to ride horses with him at his uncle's farm. You were at work, and I didn't have anything to do for the rest of the day, so I said sure. Was that when you started smoking weed with him? She pressed her lips together, still staring straight ahead. I suspected Will had made her promise to not talk about it. He was probably afraid of her incriminating herself. Why, Aspen? It's not who you are. I don't understand. You obviously don't know who I am. Will understands me. You never seem to care about what I'm going through. All you care about is yourself. That's not true at all. I know you're unhappy. Your parents just went through a nasty divorce, but there's nothing I can do to fix it for you. She went on as though I hadn't spoken. When I'm with him, I can forget all of it. He's like me. He understands the pressure I feel to be perfect. That stuff never seems to bother you, Isaac. It's like you don't see it or something. You never seem to care about what other people think about you. You keep your eye focused on your success and leave everyone else out of the equation. I sat, motionless. Did I do that? I can see where you're coming from, but I wasn't aware it was a crime to work hard to be successful. I'm following my dreams, Aspen. Is that so bad? Well, you can follow them alone. She opened the door to the truck and stepped out into the downpour. Aspen. Wait, I called out into the rain. But she didn't turn back to look at me. Aspen's words tortured me. How could I have been so ignorant of her pain? What kind of person did that make me? I had to convince her that I could change. Chapter 5, Destiny. When I walked into the school Wednesday morning, Hannah grabbed my arm, pulling me to the side of the hall. You're never going to believe what happened, she hissed. What? I asked, still alarmed by her intense need for a sudden mid-hall powwow. Isaac and Aspen broke up last night. All I could do was stare at her. I shouldn't care. I should be shrugging like it didn't matter or involve me in the least, but I did care. My heart leaped in my chest at her words. And this stupid hope rose inside me. Isaac was single. What happened? No one knows, and Isaac won't tell me a word. He just keeps saying he doesn't want to talk about it. How do you know all this already if it just happened last night? I saw this awkward exchange between Aspen and Isaac in the parking lot this morning. It was bad, Destiny. She was so mean to him. He was begging her to reconsider, but she just kept telling him that she was dating Will now. What? Yeah, I know. His best friend. Hannah's eyes flashed. Will is total scum. He's always acting like he's Mr. Godly, but stabbing Isaac in the back like that is pretty unforgivable. I wasn't so sure I'd call what Will did unforgivable, but it certainly wasn't something a best friend should do. Hannah's news turned out to be accurate. After first period, as I stood with my group of friends, Aspen and Will walked past, holding hands in the hallway. I take it she's not with Isaac anymore? Evan asked Hannah, his eyes trailing after them. I saw her the other day kissing Will when I had to stay late for detention, Hudson said. What? Where? I asked. They were under the football bleachers. I went out there to look for my chemistry book. No way, Evan said. If I were him, I'd beat the trash out of any guy moving in on my girlfriend. Hannah blushed and looked away with a smile. As far as I knew, she wasn't his girlfriend yet, but I had a feeling it wouldn't be very long before they were an item. Did they see you? I asked Hudson. Nah, I don't think so. They were a bit preoccupied. And you didn't tell anyone? Hudson shrugged. Why should I care who she kisses? It's none of my business. I found my chemistry book though. When I went to the bathroom after second period, I heard some girls come into the bathroom, speaking in hushed voices. Now's the time to go for him before someone else comes along and snatches him up, one said to her friend. She sounded like Jessie's best friend, Maddie. Sure enough, when I walked out of the stall, Jessie and Maddie stood at the sinks, fluffing their hair. Jessie pretended to ignore me, running a lip gloss wand across her bottom lip, but I could tell her conversation with Maddie was over as long as I was around. Hello, ladies, Deshawn said as he and Hudson approached our lunch table later that day. Deshawn, you coming to sit with us today? A coy smile danced across Shanice's face. Yes, ma'am. He returned her flirty look with a wide smile of his own. Hudson took a seat next to me and offered me a roguish smile. Sup? I smiled. Hey. Hudson looked down at his tray. Shoot. I forgot to grab a drink, he said, climbing from the table. What are you eating? It sure does look good, Deshawn asked Shanice, eyeing her food with a hungry expression. My mama's barbecue chicken and homemade mac and cheese. You wanna try some? I looked over to see Shanice feeding Deshawn forkfuls of her lunch. Hannah plopped down beside me. This is ridiculous, she said in disgust. I followed her gaze across the room and saw Will with his arm around Aspen with a smug look like he'd finally claimed a hard-earned prize. Isaac is all torn up about it, Hannah continued. I told him he'd better sit with us at lunch, so he won't have to sit next to Aspen and will practically making out in front of the entire lunchroom. You what? I gasped. I thought you and Isaac were cool, Hannah said. We are, I said a little too quickly. Yes. I'd decided to forgive Isaac for acting like a jerk earlier in the year. I'd even come to accept him as a friend, but I was still pretty shaken up from the realization that I was going to have to sing with him. It didn't matter that he thought I was dating Preston. Reality was beginning to sink in. How was I supposed to casually hang out with him and spend hours on end with him during practices, and just be chill about it? Especially now that he was single. Every molecule in my body screamed out, begging to be with him. You know, she said, conspiratorially. Now that he's single, you're free to date him. I almost choked on my water. Was it written all over my face or something? You know I can't do that, I said. Why not? Hannah protested. He thinks I have a boyfriend, I said, not admitting the real reason why. I couldn't date Isaac because he wasn't a Mormon. Then stage a breakup. Hannah snapped her fingers. Problem solved. Hudson came back with a bottle of Mountain Dew. Who are you guys talking about? Shoo. Here he comes, Hannah said. Isaac strode toward our table, and despite his recent breakup, he still looked amazing. His white uniform shirt was rolled up at the sleeves, revealing the bottom half of arms, conditioned by regular exercise. Isaac had played every sport Bethel had to offer him. And he had excelled at them all. His eyes landed on me, and his mouth softened into a smile. Hannah waved him over. Isaac. She jumped from her seat and enveloped him into a gigantic hug. Before I knew she was his cousin, it used to bother me when she hugged him because I thought they had a thing for each other, but now it warmed my heart to see her being so kind and supportive when he was hurting. Thanks, Hannah, he said, setting his tray down next to Hannah. Here, Hannah said. Sit between us. She scooted down to make room for Isaac to sit next to me. I need my other side open in case Evan decides to sit with us today. Isaac shrugged and moved his tray to Hannah's other side, closer to me. My back stiffened as I breathed in his scent, an intoxicating blend of sandalwood and warm spices. I kept my eyes lowered on my food. What was I supposed to say to him? Hey, Isaac. Welcome to our lunch table. I'm sorry your girlfriend dumped you for your best friend. Hudson looked over at me, one side of his mouth pulling up. I shook my head at him, with a warning in my eyes. He knew way too much about my crush on Isaac. Evan walked over to our table and sat next to Hannah. Hey you, she said. His smile practically stretched off his face. The group at our table talked about the musical and other musicals they'd seen Primus perform. I listened to the conversation but didn't participate much. My mind kept screaming to leave, to get away from Isaac, before I got sucked in too far. Now that he was single and Hannah was pushing hard to get us together, I had to do something to keep myself from falling hard for him. But I had no idea how I was supposed to do that. After school, Olivia and I sat in our room, working on homework. Chemistry was kicking my rear. I released a puff of frustration and Olivia said, "What? I hate chemistry. Seriously, what is the point of this?" Oh. I thought you were nervous about performing with Isaac, Olivia said from a lounging position against the pile of pillows and stuffed animals she kept on her bed. Ugh. Don't remind me. I heard today that he and Aspen broke up. Think it's true? Yep, I said, hoping she'd just drop the subject. So you can have him all to yourself now, Olivia teased in a dreamy voice that made me feel more like an idiot than anything. Just think of the bonding time you and Isaac can have with all those practices. Just the two of you alone. I know you think you're really cute right now, but it's not funny. This is a real problem for me. Olivia's expression softened. So you're saying you're tempted by him? Yes. Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to stay away from him? Unless you're willing to drop out of the show, you can't, Olivia said. I thought I had this all figured out. Hannah and I made a plan to help me get through this, but it's not working anymore. Olivia's eyes brightened, and she flew up into an upright sitting position. What kind of plan? She tucked her legs into a pretzel and leaned forward. I cringed. You're going to think I'm so dumb. Tell me. I bit my lip, and for a second, I almost chickened out. If I tell you this, you have to swear to never breathe a word of it to a soul. I promise. I won't tell anyone. I couldn't believe I was about to admit this to Olivia. It was probably a terrible mistake, but I felt like there wasn't anyone else to turn to at this point. Hannah was dead set on staging a fake breakup and pushing me to date Isaac. I'd seen enough from Isaac to know that he might consider it. Last year, I would have considered it a joke, but he'd been giving me a lot of attention since the beginning of the year, and it had seemed like there were moments where he wanted me. And that was what scared me. Before the breakup, I'd had Aspen as a barrier between Isaac and me. I didn't have to worry about Isaac ever acting on those impulsive moments, because Aspen was always just around the corner ready to give him grief for it. It would probably work out just fine if I could continue to let Isaac think that I had a boyfriend, but Hannah was determined to stage a fake breakup. And even if I convinced her that I needed to keep Preston as my fake boyfriend to protect me from feeling tempted to be with Isaac, I couldn't have a rumor started around school that I was dating Preston because eventually Michael would find out and he'd just tell Preston himself. And then I'd die. Olivia was the only person who would understand. She knew what it was like to have guys crushing on her from school. She turned down the hottest, most popular guys in her class without batting an eye. But I wasn't that strong. Not against Isaac. Hannah told Isaac that Preston was my boyfriend, I blurted. Olivia stared back at me before stretching her mouth into a weird, thin line. It took me a moment before I realized she was trying hard to keep from laughing at me. She pulled herself together enough to ask, what was the point of that? I held back a groan. This is so humiliating. You have no idea. You really do have to promise that you won't tell anyone. I already promised I wouldn't, so get on with it. Before the Les Mis auditions, Hannah told Mr. Bird that she thought he should cast Isaac and me together because we'd have really good chemistry on stage. I overheard it, and so did Josh. Isaac's little brother? Yeah. Oh snap. Josh could have told the entire school. Exactly. I was freaking out. I was so mad at Hannah. So I told Hannah that she could make it up to me by telling Isaac and Josh that I was dating Preston. She showed them this picture of us together and everything. Are you serious? Olivia sputtered. Did you tell Preston about it? Heck no. Hence the secrecy. So did Isaac believe Hannah? Apparently he did. But now that Aspen's out of the picture, Hannah thinks I should stage a fake breakup and go for Isaac, I said. Whoa, that's a really bad idea. You know that, right? Olivia said. Of course, I do. I would never date Isaac or any other guy who wasn't a good Mormon. Are you sure about that? Olivia said, studying me with an arched eyebrow. My shoulders dropped as I let out a defeated breath. No, I'm not sure. I've had the hugest crush on Isaac for years. There's a gigantic part of me that keeps wondering what it would be like to date him. I've tried so hard to push that part of me away, but it just keeps coming back to haunt me. What are you going to do? Olivia asked. I don't know. Read my scriptures and beg God for help? Well, that's never a bad idea, Olivia said. But maybe you didn't have the worst idea, to begin with. What do you mean? You're 16 now. Maybe you should think about making Preston your boyfriend for real. Are you crazy? I gaped at her. She gave me a crooked smile. Most of the time. I shook my head, numb with the shock of what she was suggesting. And then I remembered that day in church, right after I'd decided to make Preston my fake boyfriend. There was a definite part of me that wanted it to be real. I'd just been so wrapped up in Les Mis and Isaac drama that I hadn't given much thought to actually dating Preston. It's not a bad plan, but I have no idea how I'm supposed to get Preston to date me. I'm not exactly an expert on picking up guys. Olivia's smile widened. I have a feeling that it wouldn't take much to get Preston to agree to date you. So what are you suggesting? You need a plan. Don't just bombard him all at once. You need to make him think it's all his idea. I narrowed my eyes at her. How do you know this stuff? Hello? I read. She swept her hand in front of her white bookcase. It was crammed with romances involving vampires, werewolves, mermaids, angels, and shape-shifting dragons. Of course. She was an addict. How could I have forgotten? Michael, Destiny, Olivia, Elijah, Brianna? Mom's voice carried from down the hall. We're leaving for church in half an hour. Come grab some dinner before we go. Ready to go start your new life with Preston? Olivia teased as she hopped off her bed and headed toward our doorway. I rolled my eyes. Don't make me regret telling you this stuff. I followed her to the kitchen where the smell of melted cheese and garlic permeated the air. A lasagna sat cooling on the counter next to a large red ceramic bowl of salad. Although the dinner was delicious, I hardly had an appetite. My stomach churned as I thought over Olivia's suggestion. What was I afraid of exactly? Rejection? Facing the fact that I might have real feelings for Preston? It made sense to focus on Preston. If I did, then I could go to my practices with real knowledge that I had a boyfriend. I wouldn't have to lie to Isaac. But Preston couldn't find out that I'd been lying to Isaac all this time about him being my boyfriend. If he did, then he'd feel used and angry, and that would ruin my chances with him. Preston was the perfect Mormon boy. He knew the scriptures backward and forward, he was honest, hardworking, and never missed a church meeting. He was the kind of guy my parents would handpick for me to marry one day. And he wasn't too bad to look at either, especially after all that time he spent in the sun, working hard for his lawn mowing business. I'd caught a glimpse of him with his shirt off at our last family pool party, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. If I wanted to catch Preston's eye, I'd have to step up my game. I dropped my dinner dishes into the dishwasher and rushed off to my room to touch up my hair and makeup. Just as I finished adding some blush, Olivia came into the room. So here's the plan, I said, pulling out a tube of red lipstick. By the time we have our first paintball game of the season, I want Preston on my arm as my boyfriend. We usually had our first game the last Saturday of October. By then the bugs have died down enough that we could enjoy a good game of paintball without being too hot in all our gear or bitten to death by mosquitoes and ticks. Yes. Olivia squealed. I love it. Chapter 6, Isaac. I spotted Aspen walking toward the building with the other cheerleaders. I took my helmet off as I jogged across the football field after practice on Wednesday. Aspen. I called out. She turned to look at me, her face stony. What is it, Isaac? I chose to disregard her cold demeanor and went on as though I hadn't noticed. Are you free tomorrow night to practice Les Mis? Her lips stretched into a thin line, and she crossed her arms over her chest as she considered me. I'm free. Great, I said, keeping my voice light as though there was no reason to be tense about anything. My place at 8:30? A flick of discomfort passed over her face. That's fine. Okay, see you then. I'd be seeing her plenty before that, but this meeting was what mattered. I needed a chance to get Aspen alone again, to show her that wasn't too late to fix things between us. Maybe if she came to my house, she'd remember the great times we'd had, and she'd reconsider. We avoided each other for most of Wednesday, which was saying something since we had set up our schedules to include as many classes together as possible. Even though Aspen had explained her side of things to me, I still couldn't understand why she would cheat on me with Green. Why not just break up with me first? Or talk to me about the issues she had with me so I could have a chance to fix them. I could be better. I had to show her that. I opened the door before anyone else could open it. Unfortunately, Josh wasn't at the Les Mis practice he'd planned on going to since it was cancelled at the last minute when a bunch of people realized they had a big history test the next day. I was counting on having the house to myself. The last thing I need was Josh snooping on me. Aspen stood on the porch, looking as hot as ever. Her blonde hair was curled to perfection and, like always, she smelled of coconut. She walked in, clutching her music folder, and slipped off her shoes by the door like she had so many times before. What should we work on first? I asked. I need to warm up. Right. I ran through some warm-up scales, and Aspen's ethereal voice filled the room. If Josh didn't know she was here before, there was no doubt that he knew it now. I ran the scales to the top of her singing range, which, as a first soprano, was impressively high. Aspen had the perfect voice for Cosette. She hit the high notes without difficulty, like she was taking an easy stroll through the park, singing her favorite song. When I opened the music, I realized there was very little that we hadn't already practiced together multiple times. I paged through to some of the shorter, more obscure duets we had in the musical and ran through those a few times. Then I moved on to the well-known songs, hoping she wouldn't protest or say that we already knew them well enough. She didn't. And then my heart began to hope. I realized that she could have turned me down on the football field because, honestly, there wasn't much we needed to work on with only the two of us, and Mr. Bird would probably have us do it in rehearsals anyway. Was it possible that Aspen wanted to come here just to spend time with me? As we sang the familiar music together, the memories flooded into my mind, and I had to exert intense control to keep from losing it in front of her. When we finished, I took a risk. I turned to her and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I needed to know where she stood and whether or not she would pull away. She looked up at me, her eyes full. Aspen, what happened between us? I whispered. I can't do this, she said, standing up. Wait. Please. Why did you ask me to come here? She asked. We could have had this practice with Michael and Destiny or anyone else in scenes with us. Why just you and me at your house? I stared back at her. Why, she said, her voice raising an octave. Because I don't believe that we're done. And I think, deep down, that you're regretting what you did with Will. She shook her head and backed away from me. I forgive you, okay? I get it. Sometimes life gets hard, and we mess up. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you like I should have been. I messed up, too. But we can still fix this. Her face hardened. No. Why not? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. How many times do I have to tell you that it's over? Whatever you think you saw in me, you're wrong. I made my choice, and I don't regret it. She gathered her music, walked back to the door, and jammed her feet into her shoes. She turned back to me with a hand on the doorknob. I'd appreciate it if you'd stop harassing me about the way I want to live my life. When the door slammed, a low whistle sounded from the top of the stairs. Wow. That didn't go so well for you. Mind your own business, Josh. I was. But then I heard you practically shouting while I was trying to get my algebra done. Great. I'd gotten so worked up I'd forgotten that Josh was home. Did you really think that would work on her? Shut up, I said with a warning in my voice. I know you're not used to it, but you don't always get what you want. Welcome to real life. Josh smirked. I had to get out of there before I punched him in the face. I grabbed my jacket and heard my keys jingle in the pocket. I took my wallet from my backpack and then stormed out the front door to my truck. I didn't know where I was going. Out of sheer habit, my truck found its way to Bethel Baptist. I turned into the dark, empty parking lot. I tried the door to the main lobby, but it was locked. I jangled through my key ring, selected a worn brass key, and shoved it into the lock. The deadbolt released, and the door swung open. Being the student body president and the headmaster's son had its perks. Dad had given me the key a long time ago to open the church early one morning, and he'd forgotten to get it back. I stepped inside and locked the door behind me. I crossed the dark lobby to the sanctuary and flicked on the lights, illuminating the vast, empty room. Out of habit, I lowered myself onto the first pew where Aspen and I sat together twice a week for chapel. Before I realized they were coming, tears formed in my eyes. Why, God? Why? Why is this happening to me? I bowed my head and allowed the tears to flow. Why have you allowed the people closest to me to hurt me in the worst way imaginable? I know I'm not perfect, but I want to be a good person. Enormous sobs heaved from deep inside my chest. I've dedicated my life to you. I've tried to do everything you've asked. Shouldn't that count for something? Shouldn't I be getting extra points from heaven? I knew it didn't always work that way, but I was too upset to care. The heaving sobs subsided. I continued to pour my heart out to God. I talked to him like he was sitting next to me. I told him how much I loved Aspen and how badly my heart was hurting. I asked him how my girlfriend could have gotten herself wrapped up in this mess. After I'd cried all the tears my body had to offer, I went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on my face. My tears were spent, but my heart still grieved for her, for the harm she may have caused to her soul. I left the church, locking the door behind me, and returned home. Chapter 7, Destiny. I stared into the mirror at the makeover Olivia had given me. Dark lashes framed my blue eyes, and my lips shimmered with pink gloss. My hair settled around my shoulders in loose, shiny waves. Olivia, how are you so much better at this than me? I watch a lot of beauty tutorials, Olivia said with a shrug. She added some finishing touches to my brows and then stepped back to inspect her work. Tomorrow morning, don't brush your curls out. Run your fingers through them to smooth down the flyaways, and they should look great. If you want anything to happen with Preston, you have to look your best. She added a final spritz of hairspray. A wave of butterflies flew through my stomach. What if this worked? Was I ready for a boyfriend? I didn't have much time to start freaking out about it because Hannah burst into the room, interrupting my thoughts. You guys ready to do this? She asked, tossing her pink and gold duffel into the middle of my bedroom. Hannah. You're here, I said. Sorry, it took so long to get here. My Les Mis practice ran late. Ugh, you're making me feel guilty, I said. I haven't even started practicing with anyone else. You gotta get on that. You and Isaac have a lot of work to do. I cringed at her mention of the topic I'd been trying so hard to avoid thinking about. Hannah looked at my face with a cocked eyebrow. You're looking pretty polished for just a sleepover. Olivia spoke up before I could come up with a response. I was using her to try out this new makeup tutorial I just watched. Cool. I love makeup tutorials. I glanced sideways at Olivia, giving her a grateful look. If Hannah found out about our plan, she'd probably try to talk me out of it. She was dead set on getting me together with Isaac. Girls, Mom called from down the hall. It's time to go. Your ride's here. We gathered our bags and pillows and headed outside toward the Nelson family minivan. Brinley bounced with excitement from the back seat as we climbed into the van. Livy. Olivia joined her in the back seat, and Megan turned around to smile at us. Hannah and I took the two bucket seats in the middle row. Nice to meet you, Hannah, Megan's mom said. Nice to meet you, too. Thanks so much for having me over. We're glad to have you. Have you been feeling? I asked her as I pulled my seatbelt on. It's been a rough week, but I'm hanging in there. Hannah scrunched her brow in concern. What happened? I have some medical issues. I'm sorry to hear that. That's life. My three oldest are great about helping out. I'd be a lot worse off without them. It was true. They were amazing with the three younger kids. We took the 2-minute drive from my house to the Nelsons' place. As we pulled into their driveway, I spotted Preston's truck parked off to the side in his usual spot, and my heart pounded wildly. I'd never been nervous about being around Preston before. But I'd never tried to convince him to date me before either. We walked through the garage and passed through the laundry room, lugging our sleepover gear. We ended up dumping it all in the middle of the family room floor. Olivia and Brinley pounded up the stairs to Brinley's room and Hannah, and I curled up across from Megan on the sofa in the downstairs family room. How are the Les Mis rehearsals going? Megan asked. Mostly, we've just been practicing individually, I said. Speak for yourself, Hannah said. She's just too scared to get started. Have you practiced with Isaac yet? Megan asked. Shoo, I glanced around. I didn't want Preston to overhear. Hannah grinned, ignoring my shushing. Megan knows about Isaac? Yep. Megan knows all about Isaac. Except, I paused as I realized what I was saying wasn't entirely true. There's something she doesn't know, yet. Hannah's face paled. You're not going to tell her what happened with Josh after choir, are you? I'm sure we'll get to that too, but I was thinking about the weird mystery of Hannah's relationship with Isaac. Hannah rolled her eyes. Oh great. What? Megan leaned forward. What's the big spooky mystery? It's not spooky, Hannah said. And don't say it like that. You're making it sound like we're dating. Well, you guys were acting kind of like you were. We were not. She smacked my arm and turned to Megan. Isaac's my cousin. No way. Are you messing with me? Megan said. Olivia and Brinley pounded down the stairs. You're Isaac's cousin? Olivia said. How do I not know about this? Because of how you're all acting right now. Hannah said, throwing her hands up into the air. I wanted to come to the school without any connections. I wanted to make friends on my terms. I knew you'd get mad at me for pretending I didn't know him. It makes sense, I said. Well, I might have been a little mad at first, but I'm over it now. And, I'm not going to stop being your friend just because you're his cousin. I know how popular Isaac is, and I didn't want it to influence who I could be friends with. I've seen his friends. I can't stand them. You didn't seem to know who Will was, I pointed out. I recognized him later, but when we saw him, it was dark, and I'd only seen him once or twice before. Who's Will? Megan said. Are you guys talking about Pastor Green's son? Olivia asked. When we were on the school retreat, I met Hannah. That night, she convinced me to sneak out late at night to go spy on Isaac's cabin. We got caught by Will Green. He overheard me talking about my crush on Isaac, and it was so horrible. He said he was going to tell on us for being out after curfew. We snuck back into the woods, but then I overheard him telling Isaac that I liked him. Isaac acted like I was a big joke. Then Josh overheard Hannah talking to Mr. Bird, and everything got out of hand. So I decided that I have to stop liking Isaac. There's no point to it, and it's only causing trouble. I left out the part about Preston being my boyfriend. That was irrelevant. Man, Josh is such a punk. I wish I could teach him a lesson or two, Olivia said. The person who needs to learn a lesson is Will. Josh isn't so bad. He just has a big mouth and says everything he thinks, Hannah said. Who does that remind me of? I cast a sidelong glance at Hannah. Hannah answered by slamming a pillow into my face. Ow. You deserved it, Hannah said. Whatever, I said. Are you guys hungry? Megan said, changing the subject. Let's go look online and see if we can find something yummy to make. She scooted into the chair at the computer desk in the corner of the family room. Here's a good recipe for fettuccine alfredo with homemade sauce. How does that sound? Awesome. Hannah said. You know how to cook? The ingredients are pretty basic, Megan said from the computer chair. We should have all this stuff. Megan can make just about anything. She's been cooking for years, I said. I can make some killer strawberry Pop-Tarts, Hannah said. Does that count? Wow, really? I've seen some of those homemade Pop-Tart recipes online, Megan said, getting up from the chair. They looked so cool. I think she was talking about the kind that comes out of a package. Oh. Well, never mind then. We went upstairs. The younger Nelson kids, 10-year-old identical twin boys Gavin and Elliot, and 5-year-old Anna were littered across the living room floor watching cartoons. We dodged past them and headed into the kitchen. We boiled water for the pasta, and Megan melted butter in a pot and measured milk for the sauce. What's cooking? Said an eager male voice from behind me. Out of the corner of my eye, I glimpsed Hannah nonchalantly running her fingers through her painstakingly straightened hair. I turned and grinned at Preston. Naturally, when good food is in the works, you're going to make an appearance. What can I say? He shrugged. I'm a growing boy. He patted his trim belly. Hannah raised her eyebrows in appreciation. You've got some abs going on there. She reached out to touch his belly, but he took a step back. What was she doing? How was I supposed to convince Preston of anything if Hannah was putting moose on him? Whoa there. No, invading my personal space. Hannah gave him a weird look. Megan hid a smile. Would you mind passing me the Parmesan, Destiny? She asked, her eyes crinkled in amusement. I handed her the green container and began stirring the pasta faster. What's this creamy goodness you're making? Preston asked, leaning close to the stove. It's a fettuccine alfredo recipe we found from one of Megan's favorite cooking blogs, I explained. Preston stepped to the sink, turned on the water, and began scrubbing his hands furiously. He dried off and turned to Hannah, who was still leaning against the fridge. Excuse me. She glared at him. What? Would you mind stepping aside so I can get into the fridge? Oh. Yeah. Sorry, she muttered and took a seat at the bar. He opened the fridge and loaded his arms up with a head of lettuce, a plastic carton of tomatoes, and a bag of carrots. I watched him pile them onto the countertop. Then he pulled out a cutting board and a gigantic knife and began shredding the lettuce. That's a pretty big knife, I said. Well, you know me. I don't mess around when it comes to big knives. He's not kidding, Brinley said. One time he tried to chop the salad with his samurai sword. How'd that work for you? I asked. Not the greatest, he admitted. It sliced well, but no one wanted to pick their lettuce up off of the floor. I laughed at the image of him wildly swinging a sword at an innocent head of lettuce. I think the pasta's done now, Megan said. I grabbed a couple of potholders and grunted as I lifted the heavy pot off the stove to drain it, but Preston stepped in close behind me. Here, let me help you with that, Preston said, his hands outstretched. Thanks, I said. Of course. As he took the pot from me, our hands touched. I wasn't like I'd never touched the guy before. I'd tackled him countless times during paintball games. Not that tackling was supposed to be part of the game. I just tended to get a little overly enthusiastic when I played. But this time when I touched him, a tingle shot up my arm, and my chest fluttered as I thought about what it would be like to date him. I'd spent all this time letting others believe that he was my boyfriend, but now that I was contemplating it, my perspective was beginning to shift. He didn't seem to notice as he took the pot from my hands and lifted it to the sink. He poured the noodles into a colander and then transferred them to the serving dish we'd set aside earlier. "Where's Mom?" Preston asked Brinley, who was seated at the bar with Olivia. "She's in bed," Brinley said. "She told me she had a bad week," I recalled. Megan gave a serious nod. "Her depression's been getting worse. She's been in bed a lot this week." Preston's mouth formed a hard line, but he didn't comment. "Do you think she's worried her cancer's going to come back?" Brinley asked. "She has cancer?" Hannah gasped. "I'm so sorry." "Her cancer's been in remission for 2 years," Preston said. "She's just been stressed with church stuff. She had her routine tests a couple of months ago, and she was fine." I ran my fingernail over a scratch in the countertop. I didn't know what I'd have done if something were seriously wrong with Mom. She was the glue that held our family together. We relied on her so much. "Man, I'm starving," Preston said, breaking the awkward tension in the air. "Good. Because it looks like we're ready to eat now," Megan said as she placed the serving dish of pasta onto the table. "What about Mom?" Brinley asked. "I'll fix a plate and take it to her," Preston said. "You just said you're starving," I said. "One of us can do it. We've been snacking the entire time we've been cooking." And we had been, thanks to the strawberries Megan had pulled out before we'd gotten started. "Nah, I got it," he insisted, arranging salad and pasta on a plate. I watched as he dodged the kids watching TV, balancing the plate overhead with one hand. My heart swelled at his unwavering devotion to his mom. Not many guys were so sweet. When he came back, he piled his plate high with pasta and the sauce. Olivia had made sure the spot next to me stood open so that Preston would have no choice but to sit by me. After dinner was gone and we'd cleaned up the kitchen, I followed the other 4 girls down to the basement. We crossed through the family room and then sprawled across Megan's bed. "Where are you going?" I asked Preston as he strode past Megan's door with his keys. "Gotta go mow some lawns before it gets dark," he said. After he was gone, I said, "Hasn't he ever heard of taking a Friday night off?" Megan picked a fuzz ball from her purple comforter and wouldn't meet my eye. What was wrong with her? "Anyone want to play truth or dare?" Brinley chirped. "I do," Olivia said. "Can I go first?" "Sure," I said. "Destiny, truth or dare?" "Truth." A sly smile came across her face. "If Preston was here and I would have dared you to go kiss him, would you have done it?" I stared back at her for a moment. What was she doing? "Sure, why not?" The girls howled with laughter, and I immediately regretted my words. The last thing I needed was them blurting out to him that I liked him like I was a desperate loser. It could ruin any respect I'd get from him. He'd think I was a silly little girl confessing a crush during a childish game of truth or dare. It was not exactly how I imagined getting his attention. "Destiny," Hannah said. "I didn't know you had a thing for Preston." Her eyes said I didn't know that was actually real. I never said I had a thing for Preston. She gave me an unconvinced look. "Why'd you say you'd kiss him then?" "I said I'd kiss him if I were dared," I said. "That's not the same as having a thing for him." I turned away from Hannah, hoping the conversation would get forgotten if we moved on with the game. "Megan, truth or dare?" "Dare." Perfect. It was time to get revenge on Preston for his water dumping stunt. "I dare you to go into Preston's room, get all of his underwear, get them soaking wet, and put them in the deep freezer," I said. That way, when he came back from mowing lawns and needed to shower, he'd have a surprise waiting for him. "That's evil," Megan protested. I shrugged. "I owe him one." "For what?" Megan asked. "Hello?" "He dumped a bucket of water over her head," Hannah said. I'll do it on one condition, Megan said. You don't get to give conditions. This is truth or dare. I protested. I don't care. Do you want to hear it or not? Okay, fine. Let's hear it. When he finds out, you have to tell him it was your idea. I don't want him coming after me. Snap. My determination was starting to waver, but it was too late to back out now. Whatever. Now hurry and do it, so it'll have time to freeze before he gets back. Megan hopped off her bed, and we followed her into Preston's bedroom. As I crossed the threshold, it was like I was breaking some unspoken rule. I hadn't been in his room in years. His double bed was covered with a homemade quilt. His own artwork covered his walls, and they were pretty decent. He had painted a wintry scene in the woods that could have been his backyard here, not that we saw much snow. There was one he'd shown me once before of the jagged mountains surrounding his childhood home in Springville, Utah. It was his favorite. We used to come in and play Legos with him when we were younger, and I'd hid in his closet a few times when we'd played hide and seek. But since I was about 12, an invisible wall had formed over his doorway, like a force field I hadn't dared to cross. Until today. Moving aside an open anatomy and physiology book, we crowded on Preston's bed and watched as Megan pulled open the top drawer. She didn't even have to search. She'd done enough laundry for her mom that she knew where his clothes went. On his bedside table, he had a Bible that looked like it had been through a battle zone, sitting atop a Book of Mormon in similar shape. Both volumes had memo cards and sticky notes jutting from the pages, and a highlighter rested on the table beside it. In the corner, he had a bookshelf stocked with a mixture of classics, sci-fis, and fantasies. Hannah walked around the room like a tourist in a museum of rare finds. He really likes books. She walked to his nightstand and lifted up his worn copy of the Bible. Ooh, look, Mr. Religious. I thought you guys mostly read the Book of Mormon. We're studying the New Testament in seminary this year, Megan said over her shoulder. Isn't that the church class you guys go to before school? Yeah. Just the high school kids do. Hannah set the book down, wandered to the closet. What's this? A gun? That's his paintball gun, Brinley said. He plays with Destiny and Michael all the time. You and Megan don't play with them? No way. They're nuts. Who would want to get shot at for fun? Olivia said. I can see the appeal, Hannah admitted. I'd do a lot of things if it got me noticed by a hot guy. I had opened my mouth to say that wasn't why I played paintball with Preston when Hannah reached up to the top shelf and pulled down a leather-bound journal. She flipped it open and scanned the page with a frown. Preston would freak if he saw you reading that. Brinley squeaked. She ignored her and turned a page, and her face broke out into a crafty grin. Oh my gosh, listen to this. She looked so beautiful today. I wish I had a chance with her. This is good stuff. Who do you think he's talking about? I didn't know, and I certainly didn't want to. I ripped the book out of her hands and snapped it shut before she could reveal anything else. So not cool, I said. I didn't feel good about discovering all of Preston's deepest feelings this way. Oh, come on. Don't be lame. We're not in here to snoop. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. I honestly didn't want to know who he was talking about. Olivia bounced up and down on the bed. Brinley, you're so going to get pinned for this one. Preston would never accuse Megan. No, I'm not. Remember? Destiny has to tell him it's her idea, she said, dissolving into giggles that set my teeth on edge. I'll just tell him he knew he had it coming to him, I said with a shrug. Okay, let's go, Megan said. I kept my eyes trained on the floor to avoid looking at the mound of laundry in her arms. We followed Megan to the bathroom down the hall. Brinley filled the tub with cold water, and Megan plunged the entire armful. How do we get them to the freezer without dripping all over the place? Olivia asked. I'll go grab a bucket. Destiny, you start wringing them out, Megan said as she went out the door. Heck no. I called after her. I'm not touching your brother's underwear. I clapped my hands over my mouth as I realized what I'd just broadcasted throughout the basement. What if the younger kids heard, or worse yet, Preston's mom came downstairs? Nice one, Hannah said with a wry smile. Olivia and Brinley doubled over in laughter. Maybe freezing Preston underwear wasn't the best idea. What if his customers weren't home, and he came back early? Megan returned with a large, white bucket. The same bucket Preston had used to dump water over my head. A smile crept over my face. How fitting. I had to rinse some loose pieces of grass out of it, but it should work, Megan explained. Once the underwear was transferred, she carried the bucket through the family room to the base of the deep freezer in the laundry room. Are you guys not going to help at all? Megan complained. I shook my head. This is your dare. She shot me a dirty look. You owe me. When all the items were finally moved over and the lid of the freezer was shut, I breathed a sigh of relief. Who wants to watch a movie? Brinley asked. I vote for the 5-hour-long Pride and Prejudice, I said. The couch downstairs was the perfect place to keep watch over the freezer and the bathroom. I wasn't going to miss the look on Preston's face for the world. We crowded around the TV with pillows, blankets, and a gigantic bowl of popcorn. I kept glancing out the window to see if it was getting dark yet. About 2 hours into the movie, the door to the garage opened, and Preston came in smelling like sweat and lawn-mower exhaust. Dang, Preston, you need to shower, Brinley said, hardly containing her laughter. Hey, this is the smell of hard work, thank you very much, Preston said grinning. Well, you should take that smell to the bathroom, Brinley said. Olivia sputtered popcorn across her lap. It really wasn't that funny, Preston said, giving her a weird look. I bit my lip and kept my focus on Colin Firth's dark, brooding expression. Maybe, if I pretended to be absorbed in Mr. Darcy, Preston wouldn't notice the nauseous look on my face. What had I done? I resisted the urge to bolt off of the couch and run all the way home. Whistling to himself, Preston went into the bathroom and shut and locked the door. No. He didn't get his clothes before he got in the shower. I kept my eyes glued to the movie in front of me as I heard the water running, but I wanted to shove the heels of my hands into my eyes and keep them there for the rest of the movie. Maybe I could pretend to fall asleep. Yes. It might actually work. But then I would miss out on my sweet revenge. Ugh, this revenge was going to backfire. I could feel it. I was about to run to the freezer and put everything in the dryer myself when the bathroom door opened, and Preston walked out with a towel around his waist. I only caught a glimpse of him before I averted my eyes, but I couldn't deny he looked good. His skin was tanned and muscled. I kept my eyes down until I heard the door to his room being shut and locked. Megan leaned over. I totally just saw you checking him out. I was not. I hissed, boxing her with a pillow. I saw her, Olivia said. She was trying not to look. She just didn't succeed. Shut up, Livy. I chucked a pillow in her direction. There's no shame in looking, Hannah said. I was looking. Why not? It's not like he was completely naked. EW. Hannah, I don't want to hear this about my brother. Megan said, covering Brinley's ears. I'm sorry, Hannah said with a shrug. But when there's a fine piece of man in front of me, I'm gonna look. That was when it happened. The moment we'd all been waiting for had finally come. Preston's voice came through his door laced with irritation. Megan. Brinley. What did you do? Giggles erupted, and even I joined in. I couldn't help it. Preston came down the hall wearing a pair of silver athletic shorts and nothing else. Which one of you did it? They all turned on me at once. Destiny did it. I resisted the overwhelming urge to hide under the blanket and instead pushed down my fear. Bucket of water, bucket of water, bucket of water. I met his gaze with a smug look on my face. He raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms over the muscled bare chest I was trying very hard not to gawk at. Destiny? You went into my room and stole my. His voice trailed off, and his face reddened. Inside, I wanted to die, but there was no way I was letting Preston see that. I put on a confident front and shrugged. Not exactly. But you had it coming to you. His jaw dropped. This is because of the water I dumped on you, isn't it? I shrugged once more with a sly grin. Maybe. He eyed me suspiciously and ran a hand through his wet hair. What does not exactly mean? Megan threw me a panicked look. I glanced back reassuringly and returned my gaze to Preston. Wouldn't you like to know? Now she owed me. Preston thought I'd been the one to do the worst of it. He pressed his lips together. So, where'd you put it? If we told you that, it would ruin all our fun, I said sweetly. Popcorn, girls? I handed the bowl to Brinley, who was ready to go into a seizure from holding in her laughter. A muscle twitched in his jaw, and he turned on his heel, retreating to his room. Laughter exploded again. Brinley cackled until she fell off the couch. She curled up into a ball on the floor as she gasped, "Destiny, that was epic," with a capital E. When we'd recovered from our hysterics, we returned our attention back to the movie. We watched another 30 minutes of Lizzie and Mr. Darcy before Preston came out still wearing the gym shorts. He put his hands on his hips. At least he had bothered to put on a shirt this time. He narrowed his green eyes. Are you guys going to tell me or not? I glanced at the girls and caught their eye with a keep quiet glance. Brinley cleared her throat. Can you pass the popcorn, Hannah? A wide grin split across Preston's face, and without warning, he charged. Brinley flew across the couch as Preston tackled her, tickling her in the sides until she screamed. Tell me where they are, he demanded. Brinley squealed and thrashed on her back, but he had her arms pinned above her head on the couch cushion opposite me. I jumped away to avoid being kicked in the face. Stop, she wheezed. He paused but held fast to his grip on her wrists. Tell me. When she hesitated, he resumed his assault until she gasped. Okay. Go. Look. Freezer. He released his hold on her and stalked off to the laundry room. Brinley sat up, rubbing her wrists. I resisted the urge to wince as he lifted the lid of the freezer. Seriously? He turned around slowly, and I braced myself for his retaliation. Instead, he gave me a lopsided grin. I met his eye, my defenses lowering, and felt heat traveling across my cheeks. You want to watch a movie with us, Preston? Olivia asked when he came back from throwing his frozen laundry into the dryer. I bit my lip. Preston glanced at the screen with a pained expression on his face. Sure, but can we watch something else? That's my vote, too, Olivia said. I was tired of this after the first hour. Yeah, right. Olivia loved Pride and Prejudice as much as I did. She hopped up from the couch and pulled out a Marvel Comics movie from the TV cabinet. How about this? Now we're talking. Again, somehow the only seat available for Preston was right next to me. I caught Olivia exchanging a glance with Megan and Brinley as Preston sat next to me. The couch was tight, and Preston had to squeeze in next to me. His body was warm beside me as the movie started up, and he smelled yummy, like men's body wash. The movie started up, and Brinley passed the popcorn down to Preston. Olivia hopped up from the armchair and flipped out the lights. This was happening. I'd never been this close to Preston before. Not like this. Not with the lights out, watching a movie. This was my chance. I could just casually snuggle into him like I was just trying to get more comfortable. That wouldn't be coming on too strong, would it? Preston stretched his arm along the back of the couch, but didn't touch me. Was he testing me to see if I wanted him to touch me, or was he just trying to get comfortable? I sat like a statue for a few moments, working to build up the courage to put on the snuggle move. Finally, about 15 minutes into the movie, I shifted my weight like I was trying to get comfortable and leaned into him, snuggling up against his torso. His chest rose and fell beneath me, and after a few heartbeats, he wrapped his arm around my shoulders. My heart soared. Success! I snuggled into him deeper and drifted off to sleep. When the movie was over, Preston stretched out the arm he'd had around me and yawned. "You fell asleep," he murmured, keeping his voice close to my ear so that the others wouldn't hear. I yawned in response. The other girls began picking themselves up sleepily from their various positions around the room. Brinley and Olivia disappeared up the stairs to settle in for the night in their room, and Megan slipped away to the bathroom. Hannah gave me a questioning look from across the couch. I pressed my lips together in response. She got up, grabbed her pink bag from where it had been kicked to the side of the room and went into Megan's room, shutting the door behind her. "I should get to bed," Preston said. I sat up, disentangling myself from him. "Yeah. It's getting late." I grabbed my bag and knocked on Megan's bedroom door. Hannah swung it open. I watched Preston walk past as I stepped inside the room, shutting the door behind me. "What was that?" Hannah hissed. "What was what?" I asked with wide innocent eyes. "You and Preston all over each other on the couch." "We weren't all over each other. Just a little snuggled up." "I knew you had a thing for him. Is this fake boyfriend thing getting to your head?" "What if it is?" I said. "I thought you liked Isaac." "Hannah, he's not good for me." "How can you say that?" Megan came into the room, and the conversation was dropped. The next morning, the girls and I made a huge breakfast. Brinley took a plate to her mom, who was still in bed, and Megan and I served the younger kids. I was cutting up a couple of pancakes for Anna when Preston rushed into the kitchen and loaded a stack of pancakes onto a plate. He swung himself into a chair and began sawing off pieces and shoving them into his mouth. "Is Dad at work?" he asked, between bites. Megan nodded. "He's putting in overtime again. I heard him leaving early this morning when I got up to go to the bathroom. He was polishing off the pancakes like a starving person." He pushed his chair back from the table and grabbed his keys from the countertop. "Welp, see ya later." "Where are you going now?" I said. "I've got some more lawns to mow." "Again?" "Yes, again." "Try to stay out of my room this time," he said in a teasing voice. "No promises there, buddy," Hannah said. Preston cocked an eyebrow at her. "We won't be going back in there." "I got my revenge," I said, glaring at Hannah. I turned back to Preston. "You have my word." The last thing I needed was for Hannah to get it into her head that we were going back for the journal. She'd already dropped several hints about it. "Good." He grabbed a glass of orange juice and drained the contents in one gigantic gulp. I had to say something to him before he left. I blurted the first thing that came to my mind. "We need to start planning our first paintball game of the season." "Oh yeah," he said, swinging his keys around a finger. "That's next Saturday." "I'll keep my schedule clear," he said over his shoulder as he crossed the living room and walked out the front door. "What's with him? I swear he's always out working these days. It's like he's in a relationship with his lawn mower. At this rate, he'll not only have his mission saved up for, but all 4 years of college as well." I knew Preston was saving up to pay for the 2-year church mission he planned to serve between high school and college. I respected that, but he was going overboard. Megan's expression sobered. "He has been picking up extra lawns lately." "Why are you saying it like it's a sad thing?" I figured Preston was just a workaholic, but Megan made it seem like he wasn't just saving up for his mission. She shifted in her chair, and Brinley didn't meet my eye. I leaned forward over the table. "What is it?" I asked. Megan cleared her throat. She picked up a pancake crumb and set it back on her plate. A few weeks ago, Preston and I overheard my parents talking. My mom had run out of her depression meds, and they'd been saving up to refill it. The money had become so tight it was either refill the drugs or feed the kids. Mom picked the kids. But, somehow that day, her medicine had appeared on her dresser. I knit my brows together. Why didn't they go to the church to get help? They were going to. They just hadn't done it yet. I sat up in realization. So, Preston's been picking up extra jobs to secretly fill your mom's prescriptions? Megan nodded. Wow. A guy who gives up so much for his mom. Now that's hot, Hannah said. I had to agree. Chapter 8, Isaac. Images of Green with his hands on Aspen ran on replay through my mind as I worked at Aunt Bethany's on Saturday. My aunt and uncle owned a Christian music recording company, and they hired me to help out with paperwork and running errands for them. I enjoyed the job and valued the knowledge and connections it gave me to the industry. It was my dream to get a recording contract of my own. I couldn't expect my aunt and uncle to just hand me over one just because I was their nephew, but I hoped that one day they could introduce me to someone who could sign me on with them. I fought off the unwelcome thoughts and focused harder on work, but then the scenes popped back into my head the minute I let my guard down. I was relieved when the day was finally over, and I climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. I awoke feeling refreshed, looking forward to church with my family. Until recently, I'd been going to the little white church with Aspen where her grandfather was pastor. Over the past several months, more and more students from Bethel started showing up in the congregation. First, it was Green, then Sydney Carter, and eventually too many to count. But now, going to church with Aspen was out of the question. So, I sat with my family in our regular spot on the second row at Bethel Baptist Church. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that all the faces around me were friendly ones. I'd finally begun to fully relax when Pastor Green got up to speak, praising his son's faithfulness. I kept my face neutral, but torturous thoughts roiled inside me. I walked into homeroom Monday morning and stopped 2 steps into the room. Aspen sat, legs crossed beneath her plaid uniform skirt and leaned forward with an air of seduction, popping M&Ms into Will's mouth. I averted my eyes and picked a seat across the room as far away as I could find. But even that distance didn't stop me from hearing Sydney's cooing voice. Y'all seriously need to stop. You're just too adorable. Aspen giggled. I know, right? See? Didn't I tell you? You're the perfect couple. How long had Sydney been encouraging them to date? As Aspen's best friend, I considered Sydney a friend, too. I trusted her. Her words echoed inside me, pinching my gut. When Aspen and I got together, we were known throughout the school as the perfect couple. The kind of relationship that landed on yearbook pages. I was shallow and stupid to care so much, and I despised myself for it. But as much as I tried, I couldn't force away the twisting in my belly. At the student body officers meeting in my office during lunch, Aspen sat in Green's lap in the chair in the corner and traced her nails down the back of his neck as we discussed homecoming plans. I ignored them, or at least acted like I was ignoring them, but, a few times during the meeting, from the corner of my eye, I saw her whispering in his ear and a hungry smile coming over his face. I gritted my teeth and resisted the urge to lash out with words, or worse, my fists. How could they sit there and act so intimate right in front of me in my own office? Were they that heartless that they had zero regard for how it might make me feel? Talking about homecoming was only making it worse. We'd been planning it for weeks, and I'd put in so much work and effort, and now I didn't even want to go. Since I was the student body president, skipping out wasn't an option, which meant I needed to find a date. I had no idea where to begin and didn't even want to think about it. All that time I'd spent planning, I'd thought about how I was going to take Aspen. She'd already picked out her dress and had teased me about how she wasn't going to show me until that night. She'd still be showing me. Only it would be on Green's arm, not mine. Somehow during Primus, I was able to ignore them. It helped that Aspen sat on the other side of the room in the soprano section and Green was with the baritones. As a tenor, I sat near the altos, close to Destiny and Hannah. Destiny sat on the border of alto section, 2 seats down from me, with Josh between us. It made it tough to ignore her when she was so close to me. And since Hannah had been inviting me to sit at their table at lunch, I'd been interacting with Destiny a lot more lately. She didn't talk much when I was there, but when she did, I always wanted to hear more of what she had to say. There was something intriguing about the fact that she was a Mormon. I'd originally started talking to her about it because I wanted to get her family kicked out of the school, and I genuinely felt bad about that. But now that I had dropped that agenda, I was curious about her religion. I still believed she was going to hell because she wasn't a true Christian, but there was this gnawing part of me that wanted to hear her side of the story. Dad's words flashed into my mind, warning that Destiny could entice me. Wasn't I strong enough in my faith to be able to hear about hers without it destroying my belief system? Destiny came in the room with her hair swept back from her face, curls tumbling over her shoulders as she took off her backpack and sat next to Josh. She glanced up like she'd felt her gaze on me. I gave her a smile and a wave to keep myself from looking like a creeper, but the smile she returned had a hint of tightness to it. It bothered me. Had I done something to hurt her again? Had she found out about my plan with Green? When class was over, Hudson approached me from behind as I passed through the exit. Isaac. We're setting up a rehearsal in the choir room during lunch tomorrow. Deshawn convinced Mr. Bird to let him order pizza, and we can all throw some money together to help him out. Hudson, Deshawn, and Evan were cast with me as the revolutionaries in the musical. I knew them a little from eating lunch with Hannah and from practices at her house, but now we'd be getting to know each other much better. We were in a large section of the musical together. Sounds awesome. I'll be there. At least I wouldn't have to worry about dealing with Aspen and Green for once. Wilkinson spiraled the football across the field. I ran to catch it and glimpsed Aspen practicing with the other cheerleaders, kicking her leg high in the air. The ball fell through my hands and bounced off the field. Robinson, seriously. Get your head straight, Wilkinson called to me. Michael looked over at me with a sympathetic look, and anger welled up inside me. The last thing I wanted from him was pity. Somehow, I endured the rest of practice. I showered and changed into a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. I slung my gym bag over my shoulder and headed out to the hall to grab my backpack from my office before heading home. As I approached the corner, I heard giggling and a soft feminine moan I'd know anywhere. I should have turned back because I knew what was coming, but like the fool that I was, I turned the corner. Green had Aspen pressed up against the wall. Her arms were slung around his neck, and their foreheads were touching. He leaned down and kissed her. Everywhere I went, they were in my face, acting like they were madly in love. I was in hell, and I had no idea what I'd done to deserve it. Constantly, I told myself that I needed to move on, to stop caring. I tried nursing my wounds, but every time I saw them together, it was like ripping a bandage off and taking the scab with it. I was just going to have to get used to the fresh blood because it seemed to be a permanent ailment in my life now. I went straight to Aunt Bethany's after school to put in some hours in for work. I was getting low on cash. I cursed myself for all the times I'd taken Aspen out and all the gifts I'd bought her. Especially recently. All that time she'd been seeing Green on the side while I was wasting my money like a fool. Isaac's here, guys. We can get started now, Hudson said. Evan and Deshawn lounged in the front row of the choir chairs with a box of pizza between them. A few other guys from choir were there, too. Sorry I'm late, I said, dropping my backpack. I reached for a piece of pizza before they finished off what little was left. I got bombarded with questions about homecoming on my way over. No worries, Deshawn said, before shoving the rest of his pizza in his mouth. Hannah and Shanice filed into the choir room with Destiny following behind. Destiny looked especially pretty today. Her hair stretched down her back, straight and silky, her cheeks flushed, and lashes lowered as she followed her friends. "Don't mind us," Hannah said, taking a seat with the other girls on the back row of the soprano section. "Just pretend we're not here." "Yeah, right." With Destiny sitting right there, focusing on the music wasn't going to be easy. Deshaun wrapped his arms protectively around the pizza box, and Hannah scoffed. "We're not here to take your pizza. We already ate. We just want to watch." "Are you trying to make us nervous on purpose?" Evan asked. "Because it's working." Hannah beamed and leaned her head over to hear something Shanice had to say. The three of them erupted in giggles. When the pizza was gone, I wiped my greasy hands with a napkin. "You guys need me to play?" I offered. "That would be awesome," Hudson said. I settled behind the piano and opened the music. "Should we start with Red and Black?" We dove into the music. It was a little rocky at first. As we repeated the piece, the song began to smooth out. But as the mistakes disappeared, I began focusing more on the words and less on the mechanics of the song. I was supposed to be singing about my love for Aspen's character, and every time I'd practiced it before, it was easy to imagine the agony Marius would be feeling about a life separated from Cosette. But now I'd lived through it. It wasn't just a song to me anymore. It was reality. Aspen hadn't moved across the sea, but she might as well have, because she wasn't mine anymore. And although Hudson was only singing the lines he was assigned, his words became more than just lyrics from a well-known musical. They began to hold a much deeper meaning for me. I needed to move on. I had better things to do with my life than to sit around moping about my lonely soul and my jaded relationship status. There were colleges to apply for. Money to save for the future. Songs I wanted to write. Football records to break. The rest of my senior year as the student body president. I'd never get this time in my life back again. Was my time with Aspen a waste? Had any of it been real for her? The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. As we gathered our music, I looked up to see Destiny chatting with Hannah and Shanice, standing up in the back row. Destiny put on her backpack and tugged her glossy hair loose from one of her shoulder straps. I watched as she left the room with her friends, and Hudson must have caught me staring because he said, "Have you started practicing with her, yet?" "Who? Destiny?" "Yeah." I shook my head. "Not yet." "What are you waiting for?" Was it just me, or did it sound like he meant something beyond just Les Mis practice? I stared back at him. "I'm not waiting for anything. I've just had a lot going on." Hudson gave me a knowing smirk, and Deshaun snorted. "You know she wants you, right?" Evan said. "You've been listening to Hannah too much." Evan shrugged. "She would know." It didn't matter what Hannah thought she knew. Destiny had a boyfriend. The last thing I was going to do was to try to steal some other guy's girl. I knew all too well how it felt. But even as I thought about it, I couldn't help the nagging feeling in my gut that I'd missed out on an opportunity to date someone amazing. All that time with Aspen had been such a waste. If only she'd been honest with me about her feelings for Green and broken it off before school started. But now it was too late. I whizzed by a bright orange maple Wednesday morning on my way to Bethel. I pulled into my parking spot and swallowed the last drop of my morning coffee. A flash of white in my rearview mirror caught my eye. Destiny and Hannah walked by the rear of my truck, talking and laughing. I'd been contemplating setting up a time to practice with Destiny for the past 2 days, but I kept chickening out. Time was running out, and I was sick of being a coward. I climbed out of my truck to catch her, but she and Hannah were already walking into the building by the time I had my door shut. I rushed forward to catch up. They were deep in conversation weighed down by the chemistry lab. "Destiny," I called down the hall. She looked over her shoulder and stopped. Hannah put her hands on her hips and gave me a crooked smile. Destiny, I repeated, out of breath, feeling stupid for following her all that way. She looked at me with raised eyebrows. Yes? Hey, I was just thinking. Isn't it about time we got together to start practicing our songs? I asked, hoping to keep my voice casual. I've been thinking the same thing. What's your schedule look like? She asked. I have football practice after school today, but I'm free tomorrow. I flashed her a smile, but she looked away and frowned. Did I make her mad? That works for me, but I'll have to find a ride home. Oh, don't worry about it, I could give you a ride, I offered. She hesitated, glancing at Hannah. For a moment I thought she was going to turn me down, but then she said, thanks, I appreciate it. Let me get your number, and I'll text you tonight to confirm. Destiny opened her bag and tore off a corner of notebook paper. She turned, pressing the paper against a locker to write out her information. As she did, my eyes drifted to her brown wavy hair, tumbling down her back. It was really beautiful. What would it be like to sing with her, to hold her in my arms as she lay pretending to die? What would it be like to hear her sing to me about how she longed for me? I really shouldn't care so much, but once I'd thought the question, it wouldn't go away. Destiny turned back to me and handed me her phone number written beneath her name, written in a loopy feminine scrawl. Was she still attracted to me, despite the fact that she had a boyfriend? Chapter 9, Destiny. Hannah and I gawked at Isaac's back as he walked down the hall. When he was out of earshot, she hissed, "Did you just get a date with Isaac?" "It's not a date. Remember? I don't like him that way anymore." Hannah rolled her eyes. "Oh yeah. Because you're so wrapped up in your boyfriend." I laughed. "Quit changing the subject. I can't help it, we're singing together." Pretending that Isaac didn't exist wasn't going to change the fact that we were still going to have to practice. That night at church, we were learning how to upcycle old clothes into tote bags for our weekly Wednesday night meeting. Several of the girls' moms and church leaders had brought in their sewing machines from home, and they were set up on 3 long tables arranged in a U shape in the room. I'd picked out a charming little floral dress, which I'd gotten a stain on, but hadn't the heart to throw out. Now, I could cut the stain out, and as long as I didn't destroy it with the sewing machine, I would be able to remember my dress forever as an adorable bag. Although it was the most fun I'd had at church in a while, I couldn't get my encounter with Isaac out of my head. I'd checked my phone about 50 times, but there were no messages from him. Megan leaned over and whispered, "What's with you?" "I'm expecting a message from Isaac." "Lucky you," Megan said. "It's not like that." I insisted. "Why does everyone think I still like him?" "Whatever you say," Megan said with a smile. "So, what does he want?" "He met me in the hall today to set up our first practice." "Then what's there to text about now?" "He said he wanted my number so he could confirm it with me tonight," I said, feeding the fabric through the machine. "Girls, we have 5 more minutes until clean up, so finish up quickly," one of our leaders called out. I rushed to finish the seam on my bag and was able to complete it just in time. After we had cleaned up our scraps of fabric and balls of tangled thread, Megan and I walked out into the hall. "Why does Isaac have to text you tonight if you already set it up in the hall earlier today? Remember? He wanted to confirm it with me." "Setting it up in the hall wasn't confirmation enough?" That's a good point," I said with realization. "It sounds to me like Isaac wanted an excuse to get your number," Megan squealed. My heart raced furiously in my chest as Megan's words sunk in. "No. Stop it. Stupid heart. Why did it always have to betray me? I was supposed to be focusing on Preston." Just then, we turned a corner, and Preston himself walked past. I had to fight to keep my expression neutral. "Keep your eyes straight ahead. Don't look back." There was no way he hadn't heard what Megan had said about Isaac wanting an excuse to get my number. She'd been pretty loud. I wanted to kick myself for even bringing it up with Megan. I was supposed to be getting Preston's attention tonight, not telling Megan about Isaac. Now Preston probably thought something was going on with Isaac and me, and that would only deter him from wanting to date me. And everything would just get awkward. The paintball game was this weekend. That left me only a few days to try to convince Preston to become my boyfriend. When I got home, Olivia and I went back into our room. I changed into my pajamas and turned around. Olivia was wearing her favorite hot pink and black zebra print pajamas. She snuggled beneath the blue floral comforter that matched mine. She opened her Book of Mormon. I still hadn't read my scriptures for the day. I checked my phone one more time, but there still weren't any messages. I reached for my Bible and flipped open to Matthew. This year I'd been reading the New Testament for seminary. My eyelids grew heavy. Right as I was drifting off to sleep, my phone vibrated. I almost jumped out of my skin. With shaking hands, I picked up my phone from the nightstand. I sat up and wiped my sweaty palms on my flannel pajama bottoms. I had a text from Isaac's number. Seeing his number took me back to when I'd memorized it in 6th grade, and Jesse and I had prank called him anonymously. Jesse had used crazy voices to ask him silly questions. We had this little digital voice recorder, and we recorded the conversations and played them back over and over. If she knew about this text, she'd be sick with jealousy. She still had it bad for him. I'd seen her staring at him plenty of times in Primus. I opened his message and read. Isaac, hey, it's Isaac. Are we still on for tomorrow? Me, yep. Where should we meet? Who are you texting? Olivia asked. None of your business, I said without looking up. Without warning, she tackled me, grabbing for my phone. I rolled into a protective position on my bed, curling my entire body around the phone, but she shoved her hand beneath me, ripping it from my hands. I held in protest and grabbed for it, but she ducked away, flipping the phone open. Her eyebrows rose as she looked at my messages. Is this for real? She clapped a hand over her mouth. Shut up. It's not what you think, I said flatly. It's not what I think. Then what is it? Please enlighten me. Are you telling me this isn't Isaac Robinson texting you? I could only stare back speechless. It is him. What about Preston? You and Isaac are having a secret romance, aren't you? I rolled my eyes. Hardly. I wish. We're practicing after school tomorrow for Les Mis. There's nothing romantic about it. Oh, really? Her mouth curved downward. Sorry to be such a disappointment, but, yes, really. She rolled over and went back to reading her scriptures. I picked up my Bible and read until my phone buzzed again. Isaac, let's meet in the choir room. Me, okay. Isaac, see you tomorrow. Winky face. It was the last thing I saw before I fell asleep. Chapter 10, Isaac. 5 minutes late, I walked into the room. Destiny stood next to the piano wearing a white button-down and a plaid skirt. From the way her eyes took me in, I could swear she was checking me out. I pushed the errant thought out of my head. It didn't matter what she'd said about me in the past. She had a boyfriend now. I gave her an apologetic smile. Hey, I hope you haven't been waiting long. I swung my backpack off my shoulder onto the carpet beside the piano. Nope, not at all, she said as I slid onto the bench. Should we get warmed up? I ran my fingers up and down the keyboard as I played through some warm-up scales. You know, at some point you do have to actually sing, I teased. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were ready for me, she said, flustered, her cheeks brightening. I grinned and played again. Alright, I'll make it easier for you. Let's start with an ooh. This time, I pressed one piano key and sang with her. Destiny's cheek turned a deeper shade of red, but she sang with me. As our voices combined, something unexpected happened. A feeling of warmth came over my face and traveled down my arms and into my fingers as I played. How did she have such an effect on me with her voice? She stood perfectly still and avoided looking at me as she clutched the side of the piano. We moved through a few more exercises. Finally, I opened up to the duet we had together. We'll start with your death scene so that we can get the most use out of the time without Aspen. That way, when she's here, she won't have to spend as much time standing around feeling bored. Okay, she said, barely nodding. I played the introduction to the song. When Destiny sang, I was so shocked at the quality and clarity of her voice, my fingers almost stumbled over the keys. After she had sung a few lines, I stopped and looked at her in wonderment. What is it? Her brow furrowed in confusion as two pink spots appeared on her cheeks. I had no idea you could sing like that. You've been holding back. I shook my head in disbelief. You sound like you've had some serious training. She looked away with a mixture of pride and embarrassment. Thanks. I have been taking lessons. Where have you been going? Whoever's been teaching you must be incredible. She told me she'd been taking voice lessons from a lady named Rebecca Poff who used to be in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir and now taught at one of the best schools of music in the state. Well, now I'm feeling intimidated, I said. And here I was feeling all confident about how well I'd practiced. That can't be possible, she said, and then blushed furiously. Oh, believe me, it can. I smiled. She looked away. I cleared my throat. Let's start over from the beginning. Okay. She took a deep breath and sang once more. She sounded more professional than any other choir member I'd ever heard in Primus. Even Aspen, after all her years in Primus, singing solos, didn't have the same professional edge to her voice. For a while, the music required her to sing alone, and about a quarter of the way through the song, I took over singing for a few measures, putting as much sorrow as I could into it. We switched back and forth for the next few pages, and eventually ended up harmonizing. At the end of the song, Eponine is supposed to breathe her last breath, and Marius finishes her sentence for her. When we reached that point, I stopped playing, sang the last note, and stared into her beautiful eyes again. This time, she matched my gaze, and neither of us moved. We stayed there with our eyes locked long after I'd finished my last note. Goosebumps rose on my arms. The air hung between us with unspoken emotion. She tore her eyes from mine and bit her lip. It looked so soft, so kissable. What would it be like to kiss her? What would her soft lips feel like against mine? A slow ache filled my chest as I contemplated it. I picked up my water bottle and unscrewed the lid. I took a few long swallows and then set it down. I gazed at her again but couldn't speak. Confusion ripped through me. Where were these strong feelings coming from? The more time I spent with her, the more I was drawn to her. Her eyes were the color of the aqua water surrounding beaches I'd only dreamed about. I never noticed your eyes were so blue before. They're nice. Thanks. I'm sorry, I grimaced. That was totally out of line. I had no right to come on to her like that. We should probably get back to singing. Although it was tempting, I avoided looking at her eyes. Let's run through this one again a few more times. I think your technique is marvelous, but I'd like to see you bring more emotion into it. You seem to be withdrawn from the situation somehow. Your heart is supposed to be broken. I put my fist over my heart for emphasis. I want to hear the longing in your voice for the love you can't have. She stared at me and didn't say a word for a full minute. Had I said the wrong thing? She had a boyfriend, so she shouldn't be acting this way. Maybe she just didn't understand what I meant. I cocked my head to the side and studied her face. Does that make sense to you? Still, she didn't answer. Chapter 11, Destiny. What Isaac was asking me to do was impossible. How could I show emotions I'd been trying with every fiber of my being to kick out of my heart, feelings that had been there for so many years? Another person could just dust off their acting skills. If he were a different guy, I'd be able to give a pretty decent performance, but this was getting too personal. Destiny, are you feeling okay? You seem a little pale. Isaac cocked an eyebrow as he studied me with concern. Wow, what a sexy eyebrow. I took a deep breath. I needed to pull myself together and pretend I was singing with Michael. I'm fine, I lied. You don't look fine. Here, sit down. He stood up and put his arm around me and led me to the bench. Holy shiz. Isaac's arm was around me. And he smelled so amazing. I could get lost in his smell for days. Although my heart was racing at warp speed, I showed no sign of it as I sat on the bench. He slid beside me and continued playing with his strong, capable hands. We sang the song together again, and this time I kept my eyes closed. His voice was so delectable, even more so than his preppy cologne. He sat close, but we weren't touching. The centimeters between us were charged with so much energy, it was hard for me to concentrate on the music. Halfway through the song, I stopped. Can we take a break for a minute? I asked. I need a drink. Of course, I started to stand, but Isaac put a hand on my shoulder. No, don't get up. I'll get your water for you. He reached behind me where I'd left my water on the floor and handed it to me. I took a drink and closed my eyes in concentration. How could I do this? It truly seemed impossible. The harder I tried to ignore the fact that Isaac was right there, practically touching me, the worse my voice sounded. What's wrong? Isaac's eyes softened. You don't seem like yourself. I stared at him wordlessly. A light dawned in his eyes, and he flashed a smile that stopped my breath. I'm not that scary. I promise. You need to relax. He put his arm around me like the action was supposed to calm me down somehow. I almost laughed. What a joke. How could I relax with his arm around me? He probably wasn't taking it away until I at least faked trying to calm down. I sat upright on the bench to allow for maximum lung capacity, and I took a deep cleansing breath. See? There you go, he said, pulling his arm away. Ready to give it another try? Okay. I closed my eyes and nodded. I could do this. Opening my eyes, I came to a realization. It wasn't working to pretend Isaac was Michael. If I was to put my all into this song, I needed to follow his advice and let the music carry me. Then I remembered something. Or someone, rather. Preston. Isaac thought I had a boyfriend. No wonder he didn't expect me to still have feelings for him. He brought his hands to the piano, and once more, the sweet melody filled the room. Determinedly, I began using the techniques Rebecca Poff had taught me. The air between us hung thick and tangible. I was Eponine. I felt everything she would have felt as she lay dying, looking into the face of the man she loved. I turned to glance at him, and my eyes followed the straight line of his clean-shaven jaw. I put every feeling, every emotion I'd ever felt for him into the music. I concentrated on his face as I sang and allowed the song to take over. The music bubbled up from deep inside of me, and all the passion I'd been hiding inside for the past 6 weeks came out of me like a flood. When the song was over, he looked at me with a fire behind his eyes. Destiny. More than anything, I wanted to stay by his side. To be his. The smell of sandalwood filled my senses, muddling my thoughts completely. He leaned closer, and I sat, mesmerized, gazing into his fathomless brown eyes. He moved so close his warm breath touched my lips. Oh my gosh! He was going to kiss me. I jumped off the bench. Giving in to my feelings had been a terrible mistake. It didn't matter how badly I wanted him. He was a Baptist. I was a Mormon. I should never have let my guard down. Well, that was better, right? I said, trying to keep my voice light like nothing significant had just happened. You could say that, Isaac said, arching an eyebrow at me. How did you do that, Destiny? A shudder ran through me to hear him say my name with such awe. It was a completely different performance. I have to say, I thought I was blown away before, but that was, before. Look at me. Now, I'm a babbling idiot. Stop. You're embarrassing me. Well, on that note, I'd say we're done here. He gathered his music. I wouldn't want to mess with perfection. Perfection? I stared at him, agape. When should we meet again? Isaac stood up and stretched, his muscles flexing beneath his white Oxford shirt. I suppressed a shudder. He didn't have a clue what he did to me, did he? We have rehearsals coming up next week, so we'd better make it soon. We packed up the music and strolled past the lockers of Prep Hall. Walking the familiar hall side by side with Isaac was amazing. My heart pounded, begging to have him in my life permanently. Isaac chatted on about the musical. If there was anything I could talk about forever, it was Les Mis. Since discovering it, I'd become obsessed. We compared opinions of our favorite versions and our favorite performers from each version. He was surprisingly easy to talk to, especially when he was talking about Les Mis. He was just as obsessed as I was. For so many years, I was terrified to look at him for too long, and now we were talking like we were old friends, like there hadn't been any tension in the choir room just 5 minutes previously. We reached the double doors that led to the parking lot. He stepped ahead and opened the door for me. Off in the distance, his truck was parked in the student body president parking spot. It was one of the last cars in the parking lot. Even most of the athletes had left for the day. A small involuntary sigh escaped my lips. Isaac's truck was legendary in my daydreams. How strange to be approaching it with the purpose of actually getting inside. When I came to the passenger side, Isaac opened the door for me again. I thanked him and climbed up into the spotless cab. He shut the door and walked around to the driver's side. He climbed into the seat beside me, and I breathed in a fresh, preppy mix of citrus and sandalwood. When he pulled on his seatbelt, I asked, "Are you sure this won't be too much out of your way?" "No, not at all. I remember where it is." "It's not too far from where I live," he said as the engine roared to life. "You know where I live?" I asked in surprise. "Yeah, I've been there before," he said. He hooked his arm over the back of the seat as he twisted to back out of his parking spot. "You went to my house once? When was that?" I asked, perplexed. How could I have missed that? "It was a long time ago for Michael's birthday party," he said. "You mean back when he was 9? That sounds about right." He turned the truck off of the school property. I'd forgotten all about Isaac coming to that party. It was when I was little before I'd had a crush on Isaac. I must have been 7. I remembered the feeling of our house being invaded by boys that day. They were so loud and rambunctious at the time. Your house was such a fun place. Do y'all still have the tree house in the backyard? Yeah, we do. That thing was so cool. Isaac's eyes sparkled as he remembered. I've thought about how awesome it was for years. I loved how it looked like a miniature version of your house. How much land do y'all have? We have 20 acres. Your woods are beautiful, he said. I think so, too. We had so many adventures out there. We'd build these forts and have these epic Civil War reenactments using sticks for guns. That sounds like what Josh and I did as kids. Yeah, the funny thing is, we still do it. Only we've graduated to paintball guns now. Michael and I are starting up a group again now that the weather's cooling down some. Wait, back up. Did I just hear you say you play with him? Isaac said with an incredulous expression on his face. Yeah, are you kidding? I'm one of the best. I've taken down so many of Michael's friends. Now that I'd like to see. You should play with us. The words tumbled out of my mouth before I realized what I was saying, and I immediately regretted it. What was I thinking? Preston was going to be there. I was supposed to be his girlfriend by then. I sighed. Maybe it was a good thing for Isaac to see us together like that. But, as I thought it, I knew deep down that I didn't want to date Preston. Who was I kidding? How could I be with Preston when Isaac was standing right in front of me? I'd gotten myself into a big mess, and I wasn't sure dating Preston was going to be enough anymore. I'd love to play with y'all. He sounded almost flattered. You would? Absolutely. He gave a small nod. It sounds like a blast. It's a lot of fun. I told him about our paintball fortresses and some of the past attack plans we had come up with. I explained the logistics behind which ones had been the most successful and why. We continued talking about paintball until we reached the long winding driveway that led to my home. I never imagined you to be such a military mastermind. I laughed. Hardly. I just love playing in the woods. It comes with the territory. Our home came into view. I'd forgotten this place was so big. As we approached the house, my eyes widened in horror. In front of the garage, Michael and Preston were bent over working on our riding lawn mower. When they heard the truck, they turned to look at us with curiosity. I slumped down slightly in my seat. Why? Why now, of all times, did Preston have to be over? Isaac nodded, oblivious to my plight. Did he not recognize Preston? Of course, your parents would need it for all those kids. How many kids are in your family again? There are 5 of us. I had my hand on the door, prepared to make a run for it. Before I could make my escape, Isaac asked, "So when should we get together to practice again?" Next week sometime? I glanced up and saw Michael and Preston watching us like they were wondering why we were still sitting in the truck. Preston wasn't wearing his usual grin. I climbed down from the truck with dread. I could feel their eyes burning holes into me. I was prepared to run past them before they could ask any questions, but I heard Isaac's door slam. Before I could say anything to stop him, he started talking to them. No, no, no. Please, Isaac. Don't say anything to Preston. I was at his utter mercy. Hopefully, he wouldn't recognize Preston or would keep quiet about my fake relationship. His shoulders were rigid as he approached Michael. Hey, how's it going? It's going great, Michael said with a warm smile, completely oblivious to Isaac's discomfort. Why should talking to Michael bother Isaac? Did it have something to do with why they never hung out? Come to think of it, Michael was friends with almost the entire school, but I rarely saw him talk to Isaac. How weird. We're trying to get this mower running. Did y'all have a good practice? Isaac's shoulders relaxed a bit at Michael's easy, friendly tone. It's coming along. But I'm sure you already know how talented Destiny is, Isaac said. Preston's gaze flicked from Isaac's confident smile to me, and he stiffened slightly. I turned away and pretended to study the bright orange leaves of the maple trees that lined our driveway. Good. I'm glad it's going well. I know she's been working herself half to death with it. We both have. I could tell she'd put a lot of work into it. She's seriously so amazing, Isaac gushed. So, I hear you play paintball a lot. Yeah, we love paintball, Michael said. Isaac glanced at Preston, who was looking away with a pained expression on his face. Isaac extended his hand and said, "We haven't been introduced. I'm Isaac. How's it going? It's nice to meet you. I'm Preston." He shook Isaac's hand diplomatically, and a flash of recognition dawned on Isaac's face. My 2 worlds were colliding, and I had no control or choice in the matter. The desire for escape was almost overwhelming. If only I could run into the house, the woods, or anywhere away from here, from this situation. Sorry, I should have introduced you guys, Michael said. Preston's over here so much I didn't even think about it. Wow, Michael, you just unknowingly reinforced the fake boyfriend thing in Isaac's mind. Isaac rubbed his chin and frowned. Don't worry about it. Preston and I were just talking about putting together a paintball game this weekend. You're welcome to join us, Michael offered. Isaac glanced at Preston. Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. No way. We'd love to have you, Michael insisted. Isaac considered it for a moment, glancing from me to Preston, then back to Michael. What day is it? Isaac asked. We're meeting here this Saturday at 4. We'll play some paintball, build a bonfire, and roast some hot dogs and marshmallows. Isaac glanced at Preston again and said, You're sure it won't be a problem if I come? Preston looked at Isaac with surprise and said, Why should I have a problem with it? Of course, you can come. I wanted to cover my face with my hands and let out a long moan of disbelief, but instead, I stood there like none of it mattered. Please, Isaac, don't say anything about him being my boyfriend. Okay, I'll be there then, Isaac said. I released a sigh of relief. Do you have gear? If not, you're welcome to borrow some of ours, Michael said. I do. Josh and I go all the time. Well, in that case, feel free to invite him as well. The more, the merrier, Michael said. I bit back a complaint. Maybe it had been a bad idea to not tell Michael about how rude Josh could be. On the way to the school retreat, he'd started this running joke about how he should convert so that I could be one of his multiple wives. He'd brought it up in Primus when he realized his assigned seat was right between Isaac and me, but Isaac had whispered something in his ear, and the bullying had stopped. Although Josh had gotten nicer since Isaac had been sitting next to him in Primus, I still really didn't want him coming over to play paintball. I'll let him know. Thanks for the offer, Isaac said with a grateful smile. No problem. Well, I should probably get home. I need to work on a history project. See you later, Michael said. Isaac flashed a smile, showing a beautiful line of straight white teeth, and waved, and my chest tightened in its old, familiar way. Why did my heart have to keep betraying me when I'd been trying so hard to stay in control? Allowing myself to fall for him would only bring pain and rejection. When Isaac's presence was nothing more than taillights down the driveway, Preston said, So, you have a boyfriend, huh? What? I squeaked. I blinked and breathed a sigh of relief when I realized he only meant Isaac. Oh. This was getting so confusing. He's not my boyfriend. We're just in Les Mis together. You could have fooled me, Preston said. Was it just my imagination, or did he have a tinge of bitterness in his voice? Guilt swept through me. After my bold move of snuggling up with Preston on the couch, had I planted an idea in his head that I was interested? What makes you say that? I'd been so worried Isaac was going to say something to Preston about my fake relationship with him I hadn't even considered what Preston would think when he saw me climbing out of Isaac's truck. He shrugged and said, it was the vibe I was getting. Well, I don't know where that crazy vibe came from. I turned my back to him to go inside the house. I was beyond done with this conversation. When I had taken a few steps, I heard him behind me in a soft voice. Be careful, Destiny. I don't want to see you get hurt. Chapter 12, Isaac. I twisted the steering wheel to the right to turn the truck out of the Clark's driveway and let out a sigh of relief. There was some serious animosity coming from that Preston dude. Destiny looked like she was going to be sick during the entire exchange. I'd overstepped my boundaries by agreeing to go to the paintball game, but I couldn't resist. For the last month, I'd done such a good job staying away from Destiny, and now I'd stood face to face with her boyfriend without even realizing what I was getting myself into. They'd hardly even looked at each other. Maybe there was bad feelings going on between them. Were they on the verge of breaking up? Or had they already broken up? If Destiny was single, and she'd acted single today, then what did that mean for us? After today's practice, I certainly cared more about her now than I ever had before. I couldn't get her magical voice out of my head, even during our drive home. It was like our song was stuck on repeat the entire time. Destiny, Isaac just told me you invited him to play paintball with this weekend, Hannah said Friday as she approached Destiny's lunch table with Evan by her side. They set their trays down and took the seats across from me. Hannah had invited me to sit with them at lunch again, and although they were different from my usual crowd, they were a fresh breath of air compared to the competitive crowd I was used to sitting with. Destiny, you play paintball? Hudson asked. Yep. Do you play? I've never tried it, but I'd like to. You can come if you want. My weekend just cleared itself. Name the time and I'll be there. Hudson said. What, no invite for us? Hannah said. Of course, you're welcome to come. I didn't think you'd be interested, Destiny said. Are you kidding? Evan said. I love paintball. I used to play with some buddies of mine until they went away to college. I told you at Megan's house I'd like to play paintball, remember? Hannah said. Hannah leaned over to Destiny as we walked from the lunchroom. Ask your mom if you can come stay the night with me. Evan has to work, so I'm going to be bored. Are you and Evan dating now? Destiny asked. Hannah glanced over her shoulder at me and shooed me away. I gave a soft chuckle, but continued following them since they were walking toward my locker, and I had to grab some books for my next class. We'll talk about it tonight, Hannah said. Although she had lowered her voice, I could still hear her. Okay, I'll text Mom in the bathroom during the next period, Destiny said. Alright, I have to get to history, but I'll see you in Primus, Hannah said, pulling a textbook from her locker. See you then. Destiny slammed my locker shut. When I walked into the choir room for Primus, Aspen walked in with Green right behind me and took her seat with the sopranos while Green sat with the baritones. I took my seat in the tenor section and bent forward, resting my head on my folded hands. Even though I knew it was over with Aspen, it still hurt to see them together. I lifted my head to see Josh climbing up to his assigned seat next to me. He took in my sullen demeanor and sat with a smug expression. I lowered my head back into my hands until I heard feminine voices chattering. I raised my head to see Hannah and Destiny taking their seats. They looked over at me, and Destiny's eyes were on me with a look of concern on her face. Had she noticed how hard I was taking the breakup with Aspen? I met her eye and gave her a wan smile. Once class began, Mr. Bird announced we were taking a break from the musical to learn Christmas music before the rehearsals started in a couple of weeks. I had to admit the change from our usual material was a relief. I loved Les Mis passionately, but after yesterday's episode, the very thought of singing songs related to my duet with Destiny was raising my stress levels. All during class, Hannah kept giving Destiny these meaningful glances before looking at me. But Destiny seemed too absorbed in her music to pay attention to Hannah. Halfway through class, I caught her watching me, and I gave her an encouraging smile. She smiled back timidly and raised her folder to hide her face. I chuckled lightly. No, altos, you should be on A B flat. Let's focus here. Mr. Bird snapped. Destiny tried to hide her blush behind her folder, but from where I stood I could still see her red face. I grinned. She'd been loudly belting the wrong note. It was cute to see her act embarrassed. Thank you, ladies, that's better. Mr. Bird nodded toward the altos and continued to conduct the song. Hannah looked over at Destiny with amusement on her face. Destiny shook her head, and Hannah's smile got even bigger. Chapter 13, Destiny. After Primus, I headed to the girls' restroom to check my phone to see if Mom had texted me back with permission to go home with Hannah. I unzipped the small pocket on the front of my backpack and pulled out my phone. Sure enough, there was a text from Mom. You can stay at Hannah's house. Be home by 10 a.m. because we're doing yard work, and we need your help. If she had told me we were cleaning the house, I would have been annoyed, but I loved being outside working on the land almost as much as I enjoyed singing with Primus. There was something so satisfying about disentangling the honeysuckle vines off of the trees and feeling the snap of branches as I trimmed them. Our land was constantly fighting to become a vast wilderness, and if we didn't put a firm effort in regularly to fight against it, the brambles and shrubs would begin encroaching out onto the lawn again. I tapped a reply, assuring her I would tell Hannah's mom when I needed to be home. Talking things out with Hannah would help me untangle my feelings. Right now, my mind was a bit like the woods around my home, full of knotted, twisted vines that followed convoluted paths. Later that afternoon, I found myself atop Hannah's bed eating a bowl of trail mix. I had on a sheer ivory button-down, layered over a chocolate brown top, paired with dark jeans. I loved Hannah's closet. She didn't have to wear uniforms last year, so she had a much wider selection of clothes than I did. "You've been fed and clothed," Hannah said. "I want the entire story from the beginning." I sighed at the memory of Isaac's rich tenor voice filling the room. It was something I could never forget. "It's no use, Hannah. I've tried to fight it, but I can't get him out of my mind." "Totally. Isaac's into you. I can tell by the way his whole face lights up when you're around him. When you play paintball tomorrow, you should get yourself into trouble, so he'll have to come to the rescue." "Hannah, you're getting carried away." I rolled my eyes. "I haven't told you the worst part." "It gets worse?" Hannah asked. "Yes. Much, much worse." I told her about when Preston and Michael saw me get out of Isaac's truck. "Huh. What did Preston think about it?" "He thought Isaac was my boyfriend." As I said it, my cheeks warmed. I explained the rest of the encounter, careful not to leave out any important details. "You know, I think Preston likes you. He certainly didn't pay much attention to me. Not that it matters now. I like Evan better anyway." "You think Preston likes me?" "Didn't I just say that?" I could have sworn I just said that. "Yeah, but really? Preston was a good friend to me. We joked around and teased each other plenty, but I wasn't so sure he liked me. Sure, we'd cuddled on the couch, but did that mean he had feelings for me, or was he just enjoying a nice snuggle with a girl?" "Well, obviously, it's just my opinion, but he certainly isn't repulsed by you. Don't you remember how he helped you with the pot of noodles? And what about the look on his face when he realized you were behind the underwear prank?" "I don't know. None of it proved anything beyond friendship and possibly mild attraction at the most." Suddenly, Hannah sat upright on the bed. "I know what you should do." She rubbed her hands together like a scheming villain in an old cartoon. "You should flirt with Preston to make Isaac jealous during the paintball game." Hannah's plan was dirty. There was no way I would use Preston like that. He wasn't a guy to be cast aside. Wouldn't it be mean to Preston? He would see right through it. Having him hate me would make my life complicated. I see him all the time. 5 days a week in seminary, every Sunday, and then I see him most Saturdays too because he's always over hanging out with Michael or we're at their house. I don't want him to be hurt. He's too good of a friend." Hannah sat silently and absorbed my tirade with an arched eyebrow. I decided to change the subject. "I want to hear how things are going with you and Evan. Are you officially together now?" "I'm not sure. We had that date, we've gone hiking a few times, and one time we went rock climbing. Mostly, we just hang out." "Do you think he's going to ask you to go to the homecoming banquet?" Every year, we had a homecoming banquet instead of a dance since our school didn't approve of dancing. We still got dressed up, but instead of dancing, we had a formal dinner. Michael had already asked a girl from church to go with him. He had to get special permission to bring a date from outside the school, but since they understood his standard of only dating Mormons, they allowed him to submit a petition so he could be the exception to the rule. It kept him from dating the girls in the school and therefore influencing them to convert. I'm not sure if he's going to ask me or not. I hope he does, Hannah said. What about you? You've been getting a lot of attention from Isaac lately. I think something's going to happen between you two at the paintball game. Hannah, you're crazy. Just because he's single now doesn't mean he's going to go for me. Destiny, you're wrong. You'll see. I ran through the woods with my paintball gun. I came into a clearing and stopped. Isaac was standing with his back to me. He turned and walked slowly toward me. He gazed deeply into my eyes. Destiny, I have a confession to make. Pinned by his blazing eyes, I stood immobilized, unable to breathe. He stood inches from me, but it wasn't close enough. I needed his arms around me. I ached for him so deeply, it was hard to focus on anything else. "What do you want to tell me?" I said, finally finding my voice. "I'm a terrible person." "No," I said, shaking my head. "You're the most beautiful person I know." He wrapped me in his arms and kissed me, kindling an inferno in my chest that threatened to take over my body. I bolted up in the bed, gasping. The dream was so real. I looked down at my hands, unclenched my fists, and smoothed the wrinkled sheet I'd bunched up in my grasp. Soft rays of early morning sunshine filtered through the blinds. Hannah was lying next to me, still snoring softly. I breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing I needed was her asking me questions about my dream. I settled back under the covers and dozed for a short time. Although I slept lightly, I couldn't get Isaac out of my head. As though through a tunnel, disjointed snatches of his voice floated from far away. I awoke, disoriented. I sat up and rubbed my eyes sleepily, unable to shake the dream. I couldn't remember anything precisely, just foggy impressions accompanied by a longing to be near Isaac. Hannah yawned and stretched. "Morning," she mumbled, her eyes still closed. The house all around us was quiet, and the light through the window had brightened. "Morning," I replied. Hannah rolled onto her back, her hair splayed around her in waves. I sat up cross-legged as I contemplated the dream I'd had. Isaac's face was before me, and I couldn't get him out of my head. My pulse quickened as my dream came back to me in pieces. Isaac had tried to tell me something. But it didn't matter. What mattered was his kiss. I'd had many dreams about Isaac kissing me before, but never like this. Maybe Hannah was right. Maybe I was meant to be with Isaac. In a moment of déjà vu, I heard the quiet, faraway droning of a voice. "Hannah? Is somebody downstairs?" She sat up and listened for a moment. "Sounds like Isaac. He must be working this morning." She grinned. "You ready for some breakfast?" "What?" She was dead serious. How could I eat at a time like this? I jumped from the bed and rapidly ran a brush through my hair. "Well, that woke you up. Why didn't you tell me he was going to be here?" I hissed as I pulled my hair into a high ponytail. "I didn't think about it," she said with a shrug. "But apparently I should have." "You know what? I'm going to ignore that last comment." I unscrewed my lip gloss wand and smoothed a subtle layer of shimmery peach onto my lips. She jumped from the bed, moved to the closet, and began rummaging around. "We need to find you the perfect outfit for when you come down the stairs. Are you sure we can't take the back staircase?" "No way. I want Isaac's breath to stop when he sees you." She pulled out a purple sequined halter top. "How about this one?" "Hannah. I'm going down to breakfast, not to a nightclub. You know I don't wear stuff like that anyway." She rolled her eyes. "Not even around the house?" "This hardly counts as around the house." "Come on, Destiny. Your parents aren't here. You need to lighten up. You're 16. It's okay to live a little." "No, and that's my final answer." "Okay." She ducked her head back into her closet. "What about this?" she asked, pulling out a black and white striped top, lime skinny jeans, and black ballet flats. "Sure." The overall style of the outfit was edgier than what I usually wore, but the shirt looked comfortable, and when I put it on, the placement of the stripes flattered my figure by making my small chest look bustier and my slender waist even slimmer. "You need to get your hair out of that ponytail," she said, plugging in the curling iron. "I'm a master with this thing. You know, I would like to eat breakfast sometime this morning. It won't take long. You just need a few strategically placed curls." Surprisingly, Hannah was right. With hardly any effort, Hannah transformed my bedhead into several soft coils that settled around my shoulders. "So this is how your hair always looks so perfect at school," I said. You need to teach me how you just did that. Of course. But first, let's go eat breakfast. My stomach lurched as I thought about who was downstairs, probably completely oblivious I was in the house. I cracked open the door, just in time to hear Isaac's voice traveling up the staircase. Aunt Bethany, do you know where the paper went that I just had? I can't find it anywhere. It's under the stack of CDs to your left, she replied. I opened the door wider and peered over the balcony down to the first floor. Isaac was sitting in a swivel chair at Mrs. Miller's desk with his back to me. My heart pulsed in time to my steps as I descended the stairs with Hannah behind me. Isaac glanced over his shoulder and stiffened in surprise. Hannah leaned over and whispered in my ear, did his jaw drop just now, or did I imagine it? I hadn't seen it, but with the way his eyes had raked my body, I couldn't deny he did look pleased to see me. He spun around in his chair and stood up in one fluid motion. Good morning. I didn't realize you were here. My cheeks burned, and I couldn't help but smile. Good morning. He had on a gray V-neck sweater with a white t-shirt under it. His hair was gelled and swept up from his forehead. We're just coming down for some breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Hannah asked. No, actually I haven't, he admitted. Good. I hear Destiny makes a killer omelet. Really? Did she just make that up? Omelets? My mouth's beginning to water already. Isaac looked so eager and beautiful I couldn't deny him anything. I could make pretty decent omelets, but I'd never told Hannah that before. Aunt Bethany stood up. Hannah, you shouldn't expect our guest to fix your breakfast. I'll make the omelets. Oh, no, it's no trouble, I insisted. I love to cook. It's okay if I do, right? Isaac gawked at me like I was a goddess. It was a little unnerving. Just watch me burn the eggs. It would be just my luck. All right, suit yourself. I'll show you where everything is. Thanks. We followed her into a country kitchen lined with ivory distressed finished cupboards. The granite countertops reminded me of caramel swirled in vanilla ice cream. Cranberry and cream plaid curtains hung from the window over the sink. In the center of the room, there was an island lined with bar stools. I peeked out and smiled to see Buttercup lounging in her doghouse. Mrs. Miller opened the stainless steel fridge and rummaged around, pulling out a gallon of milk, a carton of eggs, and a block of cheddar. Placing them on the counter, she reached back into the fridge and grabbed a small onion and a green bell pepper from the vegetable crisper before nudging the refrigerator door shut with her hip. Hannah climbed onto one of the stools and pulled a banana from a basket resting in the center of the island. Isaac grabbed an apple and took a bite. I've been meaning to ask you, Destiny. Where is it you go to church? I know Hannah went with you that one time, Mrs. Miller asked. Isaac almost gagged on the piece of apple he was chewing. I looked at Hannah in panic. She never told her mom I was a Mormon? Isaac recovered enough from almost choking to say with narrowed eyes, Hannah, when did you go to church with Destiny? She shrugged like it shouldn't matter. It was about a month ago. And she ended up seeing some of her old friends from Acorn Creek and spent the night with them the next weekend, too, Mrs. Miller said. Her phone rang on the countertop. She glanced down and sighed. I'm going to have to catch up with you later, Destiny. I have to take this call. Her heels tapped against the wood as she retreated to her office. I released my pent-up tension with an exhale and whisked the ingredients together, pouring the mixture into the heated frying pan Mrs. Miller had provided. I stood with my back to Isaac, but I felt exposed like he was scrutinizing my every move. For an awkward moment, the room fell quiet. Isaac broke the silence by saying, Who were these old friends you spent the night with, Hannah? I gripped the spatula until my knuckles were white, grateful my back was to them so Isaac couldn't see how red my face was. I could feel the blood burning in my cheeks. You remember Preston, right? Hannah asked Isaac. Yeah, of course. I couldn't help it. I had to see how Isaac felt about this. Especially after my conversation with Hannah last night. Swallowing my embarrassment, I turned around. He kept his expression annoyingly neutral. Destiny's ex-boyfriend? Hannah said. Ex? Isaac asked. Yeah, they broke up, Hannah said. My eyes snapped to take in Hannah's smug expression. Holy eggshells. She just took it upon herself to break up my pretend relationship with Preston now that Isaac was acting interested? Isaac's eyebrows rose and his lips parted, but he didn't say anything. I turned back to the stove. Luckily for me, cooking breakfast kept me occupied so I wouldn't have to talk. The topic wasn't brought up again until we'd eaten the last of the omelets and Hannah pushed her chair back from the table. See, Isaac? I told you she made good omelets. You were right. They were fantastic. Well, I'm stuffed. I hope you guys don't mind, but I'm going to go jump in the shower. Evan's going to come over in a bit, and I want to make sure I look good for him. I'd been so caught up with primping for Isaac I hadn't paid attention to Hannah's appearance. Her hair had been thrown up into a messy bun, and she had on a tank top and a pair of gym shorts. Yeah. I saw what she meant. When she was gone, Isaac said, "Sorry to hear about your breakup. I know how badly that hurts." Well, this was awkward. He felt bad for my fake pain over my fake breakup? What could I say to that? I bit my lip and pushed down my nervousness and took a moment to look at Isaac full in the face. Although I hadn't noticed before, I now saw dark shadows lying beneath a deep sadness in his eyes. I hadn't realized it was so hard on him. Maybe he'd been losing sleep over the breakup. I'm sorry, I breathed. I can't even imagine what you're going through right now. It was the truth. My breakup was fake. I could probably have Preston today, if I asked him. A deep sense of shame washed over me. I considered telling Isaac the truth, but decided it wouldn't be the best time to bring it up. He'd already felt betrayed enough. Well, imagine the love of your life and your best friend lying to you and sneaking around behind your back. I cringed at his angry tone. You know what, it doesn't matter. I had to do something. Somehow, I had to help him, to show him he would be okay. I reached out and put my hand over his. I looked into his dark chocolate eyes and said, I can tell it matters a lot to you. He looked away, pain etched deeply on his face. He squeezed his eyes shut, and he covered them with a hand. Suddenly, it didn't matter that I'd been jealous of what they'd had together. I thought of all the times I'd seen him stroking Aspen's cheek, how flirty her smile could be when she teased him, how happy they'd looked when they'd almost kissed at the retreat. The next thing out of his mouth surprised me. Everything we had is gone. It's worse than if she'd died. If she'd died, I'd know she'd be safe in heaven, still loving me. But she's alive out there, probably kissing Will right now. And there's nothing I can do to stop them. I leaned away, perplexed. What do you mean? I shouldn't be telling you this. He held his head in his hands, his dark hair tangling in his fingers. You don't have to tell me your secrets. I have to tell someone, or my head's going to explode, he moaned. Okay. He folded his hands on the table, keeping his eyes lowered. Do you know why Aspen and I broke up? I hesitated and chose my words carefully. Because she's dating Will, right? Cheated on him was more like it, but I didn't think Isaac would appreciate it if I brought that up. Yeah, but do you know how I found out? No. Aspen was supposedly sick that day. Supposedly? I thought it, but I didn't want to interrupt Isaac's story, so I stayed quiet. I felt bad for her, he continued. So I stopped at her favorite deli to surprise her with some food. A painful look crossed his features as he recalled the memory. Just before I got out of my truck, I saw her making out with Will in his car. Wow. It gets worse. They'd been smoking weed. Whoa. I sat blinking for a moment. You're the first person I've told. My jaw hung in the air. Why me? With this question, Isaac paused, and a strange expression worked its way across his face. He was feeling serious conflict about the matter. To be honest with you, I'm not sure. He rubbed his jaw. I don't know. I can talk to you about this stuff for some reason. I still feel like I barely know you, but just sitting here talking to you, he struggled to find the right words. It's the vibe I'm getting. It's hard to explain. It's like you genuinely care instead of just listening to be polite. I nodded. My heart warmed in my chest. It was probably the nicest thing anyone had ever said to me. I looked at Isaac. I'd been seeing him all this time as a drool-worthy, celebrity-type guy to fangirl over. I had no idea who he truly was, and I was beginning to wonder if he was more beautiful on the inside than on the outside. With this realization, white-hot anger burned inside me. How could Aspen and Will do this to him? Why are you keeping this a secret for them? If I were you, I'd just go tell my dad. I can't. Will has me cornered. He said if I say anything, he'd tell them he got it from me. That doesn't even make sense. Why would you turn yourself in? Just tell on him. For his own good. Isaac shook his head. You know, I might have figured that out if I was in my right mind at the time, but I honestly just don't care anymore. I'm done with both of them. They can ruin their lives if they want. Ah, I see. If you did turn them in, it would make you look like the jealous jerk. Exactly. Even if my dad and Dr. Green believed me, would the student body? What kind of rumors would get started up? I want to stay as far away from their drama as possible. I stared at Isaac's folded hands resting on the table. How did the world get turned upside down? Just a short time ago, the three of them were inseparable, and Will and Aspen were considered the two biggest rule keepers in the school. I remembered Will patrolling outside at the retreat. He was so pompous and self-righteous. It was all an act. He was just out sneaking around like we had been, except he was probably smoking weed. Isaac shrugged bitterly. See what I mean? I can't help her. Even if she hadn't been kissing Will, if she'd still been willing to be my girlfriend, she's choosing a path I won't follow. First Michael, now Will and Aspen. I furrowed my brow. He was upset over Michael? They hadn't been friends for years. I wouldn't have any real friends at all now if it weren't for Hannah, and now you. How could the most popular guy in school say something like that? Come on, everyone loves you. Isaac shrugged. You were elected as student body president for a reason. People like you. And you're the best student body president ever. You're a natural. You get up to speak, and you sound like a pro. Isaac smiled. Thanks. I needed to hear that. It's nice to know someone out there still cares. You're very welcome, I said, returning his smile. I want you to know something. He looked up at my serious tone, and my heart skipped like pebbles on a lake. Anytime you need a friend, I'm here. I mean it. As I spoke, a heat crept into my face, but I continued anyway. If you need to talk, even in the middle of the night, you can text me. My sister is a heavy sleeper, and I keep my cell phone next to me all night. I appreciate it. Honestly, I don't have anyone else to go to. Everyone else is already such good friends with Aspen and Will, talking to them would be awkward. I'd talk to Hannah, but keeping other people's secrets isn't her forte. I laughed. Yeah, I've noticed. She's great at keeping her own though. Isaac laughed, and I joined in. His eyes locked with mine, and my next intake of air lodged in my throat. I promise I'll keep your secret safe, I whispered. A hint of a smile crossed his face. I believe you. I thought about how sad Isaac had looked just moments ago sitting at the table, talking about Aspen. You just had a Marius empty chairs at empty tables moment. Isaac belted a rich stream of laughter. That's funny, Destiny. I probably shouldn't have said it. I swear I'm not trying to downplay your pain or anything, it just popped into my head. Arg. Why did my mouth tend to relay whatever came into my brain? Isaac's eyes crinkled at the corners as he smiled. No, you're right. I was just watching that clip of the movie for like the 3000th time this morning, and I was thinking, man, I can relate. Before now, I never really understood what it was like. You know, the guy's all wrapped up in his grief. All his friends are dead. He feels so alone. His pain's going on and on. I could make it my new lunchroom theme song. I thought about all the lunches lately when Aspen and Will were practically snuggling at the table. Well, at least you know you can genuinely put your heart and soul into it when you perform it. Isaac stared at me in wonderment. How'd you do that? Do what? Take a situation that was horrible and turn it into something to laugh about. I shrugged. I just like to look on the bright side of things. You know, I really should keep you around more often. Our eyes locked. I'd like that, I said. He had no clue how much I meant it. A few minutes later, Hannah bounded down the stairs in a pair of skinny jeans and a brown tank top with her hair combed but still wet. Destiny, you just missed a call. She handed me my phone. Are you still coming to play paintball later on? I asked Isaac. Yep, I wouldn't miss it for the world, he said with a brilliant smile. I held back a swoon. I might have seen a deeper side to Isaac, but the fangirl part of me was still alive and kicking. Isaac, called Mrs. Miller. Page 3 for the Wilson account went missing, and I'm meeting with them in 30 minutes. Isaac leaped from his chair and rushed to rescue his aunt. I glanced down at my phone. The missed call was from Preston. What time was it? I checked my watch. Shoot. I was supposed to be home in 15 minutes to help with the yard work. I hit the send button to return his call. He answered on the second ring. Hey, Destiny, he said. Thanks for calling me back. No prob. What's up? Not much, I was just calling to see if you guys were still planning on playing paintball today. I tried calling Michael, but he wasn't picking up. Yeah, we're meeting at 4, but if you feel like doing more yard work, you could always come over earlier. Preston barked an ironic chuckle. Yeah, I'm so gonna jump on that opportunity, since I never get the chance to do yard work. I've been out all morning over at Oakshire mowing lawns, and I'm finally done. So, yeah. You're at Oakshire? That's where I am right now. You haven't left yet, have you? No. Why? Do you need a ride home? Yeah, I was supposed to get one from Hannah's mom, but she's kinda tied up right now. I promised my mom I'd be home by 10. Sure, I can swing by. What's the address? I gave him the information and hung up. As I climbed the back staircase to Hannah's room to gather my stuff, my chest tightened. Would Isaac think Preston and I were still interested in each other if he saw Preston picking me up? Was that the worst thing in the world? Chapter 14, Isaac. The doorbell rang. Destiny bounded down the front staircase with a purple and black bag that banged against her leg with each step. She gave a small wave. See you later today, Isaac. Are you headed home? Yeah, my ride's here. She opened the door and was greeted by a guy's voice. When she opened the door wider, I caught a glimpse of Preston. Through the blinds, I watched them crossing the lawn together toward a monstrous, old white truck with lawn stuff stashed in the back. He opened her door, and she punched him playfully in the gut. He wrapped his arms around her and tickled her in the sides, but she twisted away, doubled over in laughter. Jealousy twisted inside me like a knife. Footsteps came down the staircase. I released my hold on the blinds and turned to Hannah. I thought you said they'd broken up. Believe me. They're not together. Seriously? I looked at her sternly. They were looking pretty together out there. Hannah shrugged. They're still friends. She had to be home by 10, and he had just finished mowing a lawn in the neighborhood, so he came over to pick her up. If I knew my ex was in the neighborhood, I'd want to avoid her, not seek her out for a ride. Hannah fidgeted with one of her rings. Well, I know they're not together. Technically, if they're in the same vehicle, they are. You know what I mean. Hannah tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear. That bugs you, doesn't it? An impish smile crept across her face. You're jealous, aren't you? I felt my cheeks redden. What? I happen to know that if you asked her out, she'd respond well. I don't think so. Last time I checked, her parents didn't let Michael date girls from school. He always has to get special permission to take girls from his church to the banquets. No, Hannah insisted with a shake of her head. I talked to her about it. She said they backed down on that rule. I arched an eyebrow. That couldn't possibly be true. Could it? The only response I imagined from asking Destiny out was one of cold rejection. If she were anything like Michael, she'd die before she broke one of her precious rules. You have to believe me. She would date you if you asked. I know she would. She tells me everything. We'll be playing a Civil War game today, so it'll be Confederates versus Yankees, Michael said. We were gathered around the cars on the Clark's driveway. The Yankees will be Destiny, Josh, Hudson, and Isaac. The Confederates will be Evan, Preston, Hannah, and myself. Is everyone all right with that? There were a few small murmurs, but no one disagreed. Good. Let's head down there. Michael and Preston led the group halfway down the driveway. Then they took a right down a mossy dirt road that cut downhill through the forest. We crossed a wooden bridge over a babbling creek. All around us, the leaves were mottled with yellows and oranges. I can't believe you live here, Hannah said to Destiny. It's so beautiful. This is still your land, right? She walked with Evan just ahead of Destiny. Yeah, my dad built this bridge himself. He built us a tree house, too, back when we were little. If you look through those trees, you should be able to see it. That's where the bonfire's going to be. Sweet. Hannah looped her arm down and around Evan's arm until her hand found his. He turned and grinned at her and interlaced his fingers with hers. It was weird to see Hannah with a guy like that. After what happened at Acorn Creek, it bugged me to see her getting involved with another guy. One of her friends had gotten mad at her over a guy and started a rumor that she was trashy. It became so widespread that most of the nice kids started avoiding her. There was one guy named Colin who had seemed nice enough at first, but as she hung out with him more frequently, her parents worried things were going too far. He'd encouraged her to be more rebellious than she already was, and it had ended in disaster. Evan seemed to be a decent guy. It was time to accept the idea that she would want to find a new boyfriend. But, if he ever did anything to hurt her, he'd have to answer to me. Just then, Preston stepped out of the trees and put his arm around Destiny's shoulders. Was he trying to get her back? Part of me wished I'd talked to Destiny more about her breakup with Preston, but when I'd brought it up with her, she'd looked so uncomfortable. As she turned her head toward his, I caught a glimpse of her profile. She didn't look uncomfortable now. Her eyes were full of intimacy when she looked at him. Except for this morning after we'd eaten our omelets, she'd always been so guarded around me. How had he cracked the wall she'd built around herself? He grinned at her. You looked kind of lonely back here, by yourself. So you hid in the woods to come attack me, she teased. Not attack. Not yet anyway. I came to say hi. Preston gave her a crooked grin. Anyway, I wasn't hiding. I was stepping to the side so people could pass by me. If you say so. They walked on for a little bit with Preston's arm still around her shoulders. I knew I should look away, but I couldn't tear my gaze away from them. Destiny wriggled out of Preston's side embrace. He reluctantly slid his arm down. Maybe she was more uncomfortable than I'd realized. They walked in silence for a moment, and Hannah turned around and arched an eyebrow at Destiny. Destiny looked over her shoulder and caught me staring at her. Her expression remained steady as she returned her gaze to Preston. He looked back at me and then to her with a penetrating look on his face. For a moment, Destiny was quiet. Then she said in a joking tone, "So you get to be a Southerner this time around?" "Yep. And it doesn't offend you, Mr. Utah?" "Nah, I'd been in the good ol' South long enough to be okay with it," he said in a mock Southern accent. "Yeah, I guess by now you're almost as Southern as I am." "Whatever." The guy didn't sound Southern at all. "Well, I'm not so sure I'd go that far," he argued. She must have shot him a dirty look, because he quickly said, "Don't worry, it's a good thing. I like how Southern you are." "Thanks," she said. "I like how Utah you are." This was supposed to be her ex? The road was bordered by trees on either side with branches that arched over the top of us. We took a right turn into the forest where the trees had thinned considerably. Two rough-built log structures, similar to watchtowers, stood at opposite ends of the playing area. The bottom floor of the watchtower had walls to use as cover from paintball fire and a ladder that ascended to the center of the second floor. There were stacks of old tires and various large objects scattered around the field used to provide extra cover during the game. "Whoa, y'all are serious about your paintball," Evan said as I approached the group. "You can say that," Michael said. "Preston and I have been playing paintball since we were 14, and every year our field gets a little bit better." "Impressive," Evan said. "Okay, let's go over the rules," Michael said. "Then we'll separate to our bases to discuss our team strategies. The first rule is, keep your masks on while you're on the field all times. The next rule, keep the barrel of your gun covered by a barrel plug anytime you aren't on the field ready to shoot someone. If you have a paint spot at least the size of a nickel, you need to hold your gun over your head and walk to the sidelines. Everybody got that?" He glanced around the crowd and got a few nods. "We'll be playing Capture the Flag. We'll have a flag in each of our bases, an American flag for the Union soldiers, and a Confederate flag for the rebels." Michael pulled two flags from his pack and unrolled them. The flags were rectangles of fabric, painted in crude representations of their true counterparts and mounted on wooden dowels. He kept the Confederate flag and handed Destiny the American one. The team who brings the opposing team's flag to the inside of their base wins. The first team who is prepared will call out "ready," and then the other team will respond. Then, the first team will say, "Game on." "Any questions?" When no one spoke, he continued. "Grab your gear, and let's separate into our bases. Confederates, we're taking the base to the right," he said, pointing to the far side of the field. Destiny led the way to the closest base and mounted the American flag onto the flag stand on the back wall of the fort. I squinted through trees to scope out the rebel base, but the golden leaves of the low branches blocked my view. Destiny turned to face the rest of our team and leaned against the support beam. "What's the plan?" I asked. "Kill 'em dead," Hudson said with a wicked grin. "Who wants to take the tower?" Destiny asked. "I'll do it," Josh said, hoisting his paintball bow. "What's that thing?" she asked. How'd she miss that? He'd had it slung across his back the entire time. "This is an arrow gun." She still looked confused. "It's a paintball bow," I explained. "They make those?" "Obviously," Josh said. "It doesn't shoot as quickly as a regular gun, but it has better accuracy at long range," I explained. "That's awesome. I want one," Destiny said. "Who's going to guard the flag in the bottom of the fort?" I wondered. "I'll do it," Hudson offered. "Okay, that leaves Destiny and me to head out in the field." She turned her gaze to the trees. Josh handed Hudson his bow. "Once I'm up top, go ahead and hand this up to me, will you?" "All right." From across the field, Michael's voice rang out. "Ready?" Josh scrambled up the ladder and took his bow from Hudson. After a small moment, he called down softly, "I'm good." From a crouching position, the three of us exchanged a glance, secured our masks, and I nodded. "Ready!" Destiny bellowed through her mask. "Game on!" Michael's voice came through the trees. Destiny dashed into the field without hesitation. I ran after her and crouched behind a stack of tires lashed together with a yellow, frayed nylon rope. Across the field, Preston charged toward us. His gun unloaded orange paint onto the trunk inches to Destiny's right. She ducked behind a few rough boards that looked like they had been hastily nailed together. Her eyes flicked to me, and then she peeked to see if it was safe to move. I scanned the field, but it was empty. There was a flash of black as Preston zipped between the trees. I fired a few shots, barely missing him as he disappeared into the bushes. Staying low to the ground, Destiny scurried to the left toward Preston's hiding spot. I slipped behind an oak a few feet from my original spot, scanned for any activity, and then moved on to a nearby poplar. Slowly, I peered around the trunk and gauged the situation. 20 yards away, Hannah stood in the upper level of their base. Whoever was in the bottom was concealed by a cluster of tangled honeysuckle, but it had to be either Michael or Evan. Several pops sounded from the right side of the field, and 3 orange balls splattered onto the tree behind me. As I scanned the pines to the right to see who had shot at me, Preston charged from the opposite direction as he emerged from the bushes in front of Destiny. She knelt with her slender body against a poplar, her gun pointed outward as she searched the forest where we'd heard the gunfire. I sucked in a breath between my teeth. Seeing her there with her body alert and poised to attack was tantalizing. Preston's black-clad form dashed between the trees. Destiny dove into the bushes he had just left. He fired at her again, but the small leaves of the shrub were coated with the orange paint instead. Considering my options briefly, I dashed across the field to the cover of a bushy cedar that resembled a giant Christmas tree. I peeked around the tree. Evan appeared from behind a barricade with his back to me. I lifted my gun to shoot him, but he slid behind a tree, so I lowered my gun, grateful I hadn't given up my position. "She's hiding in those bushes," Preston called from across the field, probably to Evan. I couldn't see either of them, but suspected they were hiding behind the trunks of a couple of tall pines. Inside the Confederate fort, Hannah and Michael had their guns aimed at Destiny in the bushes. Using their distraction to my advantage, I sprung from the cedar at a full sprint into the thick pines beyond the Confederate base. Hannah screamed, "Get Isaac!" Orange paint splattered the trees around me. I crept across the ground noiselessly, thanks to the thick layer of pine needles cushioning me. "There she is! Get her!" Evan's voice called. Through small gaps in the pine boughs, I glimpsed orange paint exploding around Destiny as she wove between the trees at full speed. She dashed into the darkness of the woods as paint splattered the branches above us. Hannah shot from above, but the thick pine boughs protected her. Destiny crept on her hands and knees along the forest floor silently, growing closer and closer to the backside of their base. She still hadn't noticed I was in the woods with her. I crept toward her to better position myself for our attack on their base when a stray pine cone crunched under my knee. I winced in pain and tossed the crushed pine cone to the side. Hopefully, Michael and Hannah hadn't heard me. Destiny froze and slowly lifted her gun toward me. "Destiny," I whispered. She let out a sigh of relief. I pushed the pine bough to the side and moved closer until I was crouched next to her. She smelled sweet and woodsy. Her braid had a few twigs embedded in it, giving her a slightly wild look like a forest nymph. Her cheeks glowed as she looked into my eyes and smiled. For an awkward moment, we sat together, cushioned on a bed of soft pine needles, while I fought to keep my breathing normal. I crept forward to get a better view of the Confederate base. Destiny started to follow me, but I held out a hand for her to stay. Michael was guarding the flag with his gun pointed in my direction, as though he was expecting us to come crashing through the trees at any moment. I heard a soft thwop and then Hannah's voice. "How'd they get Evan?" No one was even near him. Through the trees, I saw Michael turn around to face the left side of the field where Evan exited with his gun over his head and a circle of blue paint on his shoulder. It must have been Josh. "He's up there with the paintball bow," Michael called up to her. A what? How come I don't get one of those? I'm up here shooting this crappy thing like an idiot, while he's over there taking out my boyfriend from across the field like an assassin. Michael only laughed in response. By now, I was directly behind him. The flag was only a few feet in front of me. I moved my finger to the trigger, and just before I squeezed it, Destiny crept past me as silently as a master thief, pulled her gun out, and shot Michael twice in the back. He whirled around in surprise and said, "Dang it. Get them, Hannah." Once again, orange paint rained down on me, but it was too late. I was already back in the safety of the pines. Preston. Hannah called as Destiny dashed back into the thick tangled branches where I was hiding. Her hand was wrapped around the Confederate flag. Peering through the underbrush, I saw Hannah descending the ladder and Michael leaving the field with his gun over his head. There was no sign of Preston. "Let's go," I whispered to Destiny. We inched closer to the dead zone side of the field. Shots rang out as we reached the corner. I emerged cautiously from the trees to see Hudson leaving the field with his gun over his head. Hannah moved from tree trunk to barricade across the middle of the field in an attempt to cut us off. Clutching the flag, Destiny darted behind the bushy cedar tree from before. We just needed to get to the other side of the field to post the flag, and we'd win this game. I dashed to Destiny's hiding spot behind the fragrant evergreen, and on the way, I saw Preston dashing through the field with the American flag in his hand. When I was safely behind the cedar with Destiny, I unleashed a spray of paintballs, but I was too far away to have much accuracy. I could feel Destiny watching me. "We'd better head back to the base before he gets the flag posted," Destiny said. Upon seeing our retreat, Hannah fired in our direction, but I kept running. Hannah's piercing scream rang through the autumn air as Destiny hit her with several paintballs from her position halfway to the Confederate fort. I dashed into the fort as Preston ducked behind a barricade 10 feet away from me. Seconds later, Destiny came into the fort, trying to stay as low as possible. I crouched beneath the waist-high wall and peeked slowly at Preston's hiding spot. Lucky for him, his back was protected from Josh's view by a nearby pine tree. Unless one of us moved, Preston could sit in his spot indefinitely. Preston's head inched around the wooden barrier, and although I couldn't see much of his face through the mask, I could imagine the scowl he was hiding underneath when he looked right at me. There wasn't a better spot to move to, and eventually, Josh could come down from the tower and take Preston down. "Come out, Preston, we've got you surrounded," I said. He didn't reply, so I slid down to the hard-packed dirt again. Destiny looked at me, her face only a few feet from mine. Too bad we had these stupid masks on. She tugged on a twig tangled in her braid, which only pulled sections of her hair loose, leaving messy loops of hair around the twig. She huffed in irritation. "Here, let me," I said, scooting closer to her. I heard her breath catch as I tried to work out the stubborn little twig. I removed it, but now her hair was sticking up even worse. Sorry," I tried smoothing down the unruly hairs bound by the braid and the straps of her paintball mask. Despite the tangles, her hair was incredibly soft, and I wanted to rip off her mask, release her braid, and bury my hands in her thick, loose waves. With a mind of their own, my fingers trailed down the back of her neck. Her skin was silkier than I had imagined. Beneath my touch, Destiny shivered. "Yes. Game over. Masks off." Preston shoved the flag into his base's post. He pulled off his mask, swinging his body around in victory. As he turned to look at us, he froze. His gaze fell on my hand, still touching Destiny's neck. His eyes flashed with suppressed rage, and he clenched his jaw, averting his gaze. He turned on his heel and stalked out of the fortress without a word. Chapter 15, Isaac. Hannah jumped up and down in the dead zone like she'd just downed 4 cups of coffee. "Preston. We took him down," Hannah said, pumping her fist into the air. "I didn't see it coming. I thought we were finished." Completely oblivious to the bitter look on his face, she turned to Evan and snuggled into him. Evan wrapped his arms around Hannah's waist. How long have you two been together? Officially? Evan asked. Since today. I asked her to be my girlfriend just before we drove over here. No wonder they were all over each other. Good game, y'all. Who's up for some hot dogs? Michael said. We followed Michael down a path cut through the woods. Where are we going? I asked, falling into step by Destiny's side. This is a shortcut to the bonfire. It's right next to the treehouse. Are you any good at building fires? I'm okay, but I'm certainly no Boy Scout, I admitted. Don't say that too loudly. Preston and Michael might hear you, Destiny joked. They're both Eagle Scouts. Her voice beamed with pride. I frowned. I wasn't into scouts. I was always more interested in sports. I know. I've seen you play football lots of times. You make it look so easy. You're amazing. I nodded and said, believe me. It hasn't been easy. For a few seconds, it was quiet except for the swish of our feet through the new fallen leaves, covering the path. The woods fell away behind us, revealing a grassy meadow at the base of a forested hill. Braced between two enormous tulip poplars was a treehouse, constructed with the same white and brown boards as the Clarks' home. A couple of swings hung beneath. Most treehouses just had a rope ladder or a few boards nailed to a tree to climb. This one had a staircase with a railing. It's kind of cool that the treehouse matches your house. Destiny shrugged. My dad used the materials left over from when the house was being built. It seemed so amazing to me when I came as a kid. I can see why now. Preston and Michael crouched around a rock-lined fire pit piled high with branches. Several appended thick logs surrounded the fire pit, and a folding table and cooler sat nearby. Destiny and Hannah went to the cooler and started pulling food out, setting up the folding table like a buffet. Preston held a lighter and a handful of pine needles. I strode forward with purpose in my step. I got this, guys. Preston and Michael exchanged a glance. Michael stepped back and said, go for it. It's all yours. Preston furrowed his brow like he wanted to say something but leaned forward and handed me the lighter. I surveyed the burn pile, scooped up some leaves, and heaped them beneath a few leafy branches. Behind me, Preston said to Destiny, you know you have a big mud streak running down your cheek, right? I dusted off my hands. I'd noticed it earlier. It was a smudge of dirt. Not really what I'd call a big mud streak. I do? Ugh. I need to go take a shower. A shower? Oh, man, focus. I flicked the lighter, grateful my reddened cheeks were shielded from view. Me, too. Hannah agreed. If you want to get clean so bad, we could always throw you in the creek, Preston said. I flicked the lighter again, but nothing happened. You're kidding, right? I never know with you, Destiny said warily. I flicked it again. No luck. Come on, that water couldn't be all that cold yet. It's only October, Preston argued. I ran my thumb across the tiny metal ridges a fourth time. A small flame appeared and then went out immediately. Okay, maybe for you, Mr. Outdoor Adventurer, but I prefer water that feels pleasant. What kind of cheap lighter was this? The water's got to be what, 50 or 60 degrees, give or take. Water that invigorating is pleasant. It makes a man feel alive, Preston insisted. I took that moment to roll my eyes. I glanced over my shoulder and saw Evan staring at him like he was nuts. I don't know, man. I'm more of a hot tubbing guy myself. I chuckled. I had to agree with him. Ooh, Hannah said. Now that I could do. Anyone know where we could find a nearby hot tub? I turned and looked at Destiny and said, I thought y'all had one. Yeah, we do, actually, she said. Was it creepy of me to remember it? I flicked the lighter again, and a steady flame appeared. Finally. I brought the flame to a twisted piece of newspaper and lit the end, waiting a moment for it to catch. But I'm pretty sure our parents wouldn't be cool with a bunch of dirty teenagers hanging out in their hot tub, Michael said in a parental tone. Evan muttered a sound of offense. Seeing as how it would clog the filter, of course, from all the mud and dirt and whatnot. Nice recovery, Preston said with a chuckle. I let out an exasperated breath. I'd lit a few small piles of pine needles on fire, but they had only been blown out by the slight breeze. You sure you don't need help, Isaac? Preston offered. Nah, I'm good. I've almost got it. Like I was going to let him show me up. Wood smoke tickled my nose, and for a moment, a surge of satisfaction pushed out my frustration. Finally, Hudson said. Josh laughed in triumph as more smoke billowed up from the opposite side of the fire. Did they start the fire on the other side of the burn pile? Come on, guys. I said I had it. Yeah, well, I was getting hungry and decided to do something about it. Josh jabbed his hot dog onto a wire coat hanger. I guess I'm no fire building expert. Nah, don't beat yourself up too hard about it, Michael said. The side of the fire you were working on was full of green wood, so it's no wonder you couldn't start anything. We figured we'd work on the dead side to begin with, and once the fire was hot enough, the green stuff wouldn't be too much of a problem. Why didn't you tell me that in the first place? I said in mock frustration. The fire burned brighter as it spread. I turned and looked around for a place to sit on one of the logs. Destiny was sitting with Hannah on one side and Preston on the other. While I'd been starting the fire, he'd been moving in on Destiny. Hey, Hannah, I asked. Would you mind switching seats with me? I want to talk to Destiny for a minute. Her smile was jumbo-sized. Of course not. She bounded up and sat on the other side of Evan, where Preston had wanted me to sit. I claimed the spot next to Destiny. At some point during my fire-building failure, she'd taken her hair from her braid, and it now hung in a low ponytail. Frustration burned within me as I imagined her running her fingers through her locks to loosen them. Preston had been sitting right there, enjoying the show, while I was making a fool of myself. He was getting too friendly. It needed to be nipped in the bud before it got out of hand, and I lost any chance I had with her. Chapter 16, Destiny. We gathered the discarded plates and cups and threw them into a big black trash bag. Hannah finished folding the table with Evan. I bent down and grasped both handles of the cooler to carry it back to the house. I'll take that for you, Isaac offered. Thanks. He swung the cooler up to his shoulder. Okay, which way? I glanced back to where Preston was sitting. He met my eyes with a steady gaze. He wasn't smiling. Guilt welled up inside me, but I pushed it down and turned back to Isaac. There's a path that leads to the house over that way. I pointed to the entrance that led uphill through the woods. Okay. He took a firm step toward the path, and I followed his lead. As we walked, Isaac chatted about the paintball game and some of the techniques I'd used. Twilight was upon us, and the path was getting dark. My senses sharpened, and I suddenly became aware of how completely alone we were. How many times had I dreamed of being on these paths with Isaac? No. I couldn't think about that. Bad, Destiny, bad. We neared my hammock spot, and Isaac stopped and peered at it through the remaining light that filtered through the orange leaves. Wow, this is beautiful, he said, putting the cooler down. This is my favorite place to come when I need to think, I said in a quiet voice. It's peaceful, Isaac said. I can see why you like it. His eyes traveled across my face like he wanted to remember every feature, mud and all. You know, he whispered as he reached a hand up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, even covered in mud, sticks, and dirt, you are still absolutely breathtaking. I couldn't move. I needed to tell him to stop, that this wasn't right, but I was frozen, immobile. His voice grew serious. I have a confession. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you ever since our practice. Your voice, I felt so connected to you. His eyes were intense. We stood face to face as I stared up into his warm brown eyes. My heart was beating so fast I was sure it was going to explode. How many times had I hoped for this moment? I never in a million years had imagined such words would come out of Isaac's mouth. His perfect, beautiful mouth. This was unreal, beyond my wildest daydreams. It was so hard to fight the desire to be with him. All my most unreachable dreams were suddenly, so unbelievably, about to come true. But they were forbidden. The right thing to do would be to pull away, turn from him, run back to the house. My head screamed at me to flee, but my heart begged me to stay. I stared at him, memorizing his every feature. His dark hair, a little messy from crawling through the trees. The strong, clean lines of his jaw. His brown eyes that regarded me like I was something to be treasured. His perfectly smooth lips. Even the little smudge of dirt under his left cheekbone. Especially the smudge of dirt. "Why are you so perfect?" I whispered. I shouldn't be encouraging him. I should be turning to leave. Walk away, Destiny. Now. Isaac's eyes softened like pools of melted chocolate. He leaned close. Too close. What if he was just playing with my heart? The lingering scent of his cologne mixed with pine enveloped me. My desire for him battled against my weakened resolve to keep the values I'd been taught. I'd promised myself 100 times I'd only date good Mormon boys. When I'd watched Isaac from afar all those years, I'd thought it was harmless fun. I never thought I'd be in this situation. Isaac reached up and slid the rubber band from my hair, allowing my hair to fall loosely around my shoulders. "Beautiful," he whispered. He traced a line down my jaw with his thumb. I raised my eyes to his. They were so dark, so full of promise, so forbidden. I wanted him to kiss me so badly, my body trembled with anticipation. I lowered my gaze to his lips and decided at that moment to stop fighting. It was no use. I couldn't do it anymore. As though my focus on his mouth had encouraged him, he leaned forward and pressed his lips to mine, softly at first, and then with such fervor, such passion. I kissed him back as though my life depended on it. It was more potent, more perfect than any of my dreams. They didn't even come close. His hands wrapped around the back of my neck, his fingers in my hair. He slid his arms down my back and wrapped them around my waist. We kissed until my knees went weak, and I could hardly stand. I pulled away, gasping for breath, but Isaac pushed me against the trunk of a giant oak tree and leaned in for more. He kissed me hungrily, like a starving man, desperate and wild. "Destiny? Isaac? Where are you, G?" Isaac stepped away from me, revealing Preston standing in the clearing, staring at us, mouth agape. Preston's eyes darted from Isaac to me. "We're trying to clean up, and we need to unload the cooler." I stared back at Preston, frozen. The rough bark of the oak tree dug into my back, and I realized I was still pressed up against it like my body was refusing to admit that our perfect kiss was over. "Oh, sorry about that," Isaac mumbled, pulling me from my paralysis. "We, got sidetracked." A soft scoffing noise came from Preston's mouth. I wasn't sure he intended for us to hear it, but he'd seen enough to know how sidetracked we'd gotten. Preston picked up the cooler and swung it onto his shoulder. Isaac stepped past him, his face white. "I'd better get home. I have a paper to write." I stared at Isaac as he left, and the reality of what I had just done came crashing down on me. Preston turned to me, his face like a stone. "You know that guy is after just one thing, right? You don't know that. He's not that kind of guy." "He wasn't, was he?" "I'm not trying to tell you what to do with your life, but I care about you. Do you know how it feels to watch you making choices like this?" I stared back at him. Preston cared about me? What had I done? "It just kind of happened," I said lamely. "Oh, sure. Maybe it seems like that for you, but that guy knew exactly what he was doing." And guess who's going to be here to pick up your broken pieces once he shatters your heart? It's not your job to watch out for me, I said. I knew what I was doing, too. My words were laughable, even to me. I had no clue what I was getting myself into. Preston watched my face, and then took a step back and nodded, the cooler still on his shoulder. Okay then. That was it? He was just going to let it go? He started back toward the house, and I fell into step beside him. Hannah's cool, he said, his voice back to normal. You should invite her to church more often. I'm not so sure it would be a good idea. Her mom thinks I'm a Baptist, and if she's anything like her brother, she'd freak if she found out I was taking Hannah to a Mormon church with me. It must be pretty hard for you to go to school there. It wasn't always this bad. It's been getting worse since Isaac's dad became the headmaster. Isaac's the headmaster's son? Yeah, and his dad thinks we're in a cult. Well, Isaac doesn't seem to agree with that at least. No, he doesn't seem to mind Mormons, at all. It was the wrong thing to say. A disturbed look flashed across Preston's face in the growing darkness. I followed Preston through the pool area to the back door. I opened it for him, and we walked into the kitchen together. Hey, you two, Dad said. He grabbed the cooler from Preston and began unloading it on the counter. Mom and Olivia were at the sink, finishing up the dinner dishes. Mom turned from the sink and said, Your dad and I want to watch the Les Miserables movie as a family tonight. We still haven't seen it. Mind if I stay? Preston asked. I haven't seen it either. Of course not, Mom said. You know we consider you one of us. I'll go put on the movie, Michael said. We'll be right in there, Mom called to him. So how was paintball with Isaac? Olivia asked as we walked into the family room. It was fine, I said, collapsing onto the couch. I bet he was fine, she said, taking a seat next to me. I pressed my lips together and glanced in Preston's direction. His eyes were fixed on Michael shuffling through the movies. I bet you thought Josh was fine. He's okay, she said with disinterest. I saw him check you out more than once, I said. Preston said, I saw it, too. I would never go for Josh. He's a self-centered jerk. You'd better not go for any boys at school, Mom said. Or anywhere else, for that matter. You're way too young to date. Olivia rolled her eyes. Did I say I was? Do you know how many guys I've had to reject at school? Guilt twisted inside me, and I avoided Preston's piercing gaze. Like two? I asked, forcing my voice to sound witty. Her cheeks reddened. Be quiet, Destiny. Preston laughed. By then, Michael had the movie on, and we all settled on the couches. I sat between Mom and Olivia. Preston and Michael were on the opposite side of the room. It was fun to hear Mom and Dad's reactions to the movie as they watched it for the first time and realized everything Michael and I would have to do on stage. Hannah has to be a prostitute? Mom asked, shocked. Yeah, you didn't know that? Michael said. That's horrible. How could Bethel allow that? Mr. Bird is changing some of the words to clean it up, Michael explained. Anyway, Dr. Robinson is a big Les Mis fan. My mouth twisted into a wry smile. He needed to watch it a few more times so he could learn a little bit more about being non-judgmental. We turned our attention back to the movie. When we got to the part where Marius cradled Eponine in his arms as she lay dying, Mom said, So this is what you have to do with Isaac? I don't like the sound of that, Dad said. We don't know Mr. Bird is going to make us do that, I said. In a bunch of the musicals, they just stand at the microphone together. I might have a talk with him about that. I don't want my daughter on stage with some Baptist boy putting his hands on her. Oh, don't worry, Bishop. Destiny promised she would only date good Mormon boys, remember? Preston's words dripped with bitter sarcasm. I put a fist to my mouth to stifle a gasp. His words cut me to the core. He was right. What was I doing out in the woods with Isaac? Chapter 17, Isaac. I was going to hell. There was no way around it now. Somehow, I'd let myself slide right down the slippery slope, and it was like I hadn't even minded it. I'd enjoyed my descent. The funny thing is, if I'd had the choice to do it all over again, I would. How had I even gotten to this point? A couple of months ago, I was terrified of the idea of Destiny being friends with my cousin, and now I wanted her for myself. If I was afraid of what Destiny would do to Hannah's soul, what would she do to me? The rational part of my mind kept reminding me of the danger Destiny could potentially cause to my salvation, but then the memory of the hunger I'd felt for her, the way her lips felt on mine, overtook me, and suddenly my soul didn't seem so important anymore. When Josh and I got home from the Clarks, Mom and Dad weren't home. They must have gone out for the night since we'd been paintballing. Josh trotted up the stairs to his room, and I sank down at the piano. The music that flowed through my fingers was lyrical and belonged more in a fantasy land than this world of harsh reality. But I wanted to hang on to the magic of our kiss for as long as possible. Later that night, I pulled my covers around me and drifted off to sleep with the memory of Destiny's lush hair falling around her shoulders in the orange glow of the sun filtering through the autumn leaves. The way she looked at me. I'd had girls all over me for years, but no one, not even Aspen, had looked at me like that. It was one of the moments that I knew, no matter how many years had passed, that I would always remember. Around 2, I woke up with an uneasy feeling in my stomach. I tossed and turned, gave up, and headed downstairs. I browsed the fridge. Mom and Dad had styrofoam takeout boxes from whatever restaurant they'd been to last night. I pushed them aside and found a Ziploc of pepperoni pizza. I grabbed a piece, not bothering to warm it up, and took a big bite. It tasted stale, and then I remembered that it had been from last weekend. I tossed it in the garbage, my appetite gone. I had no desire to return to my bedroom, so I sat on the couch in the family room and pulled an orange Tennessee Vols blanket around me. Would God send me to hell for wanting to be with a Mormon? Because after that kiss, I wanted to be with her. I'd wanted it for a long time. Even though I didn't want to admit it to myself, I'd wanted her since before my breakup with Aspen. And if I were completely honest with myself, I'd have to admit that I'd wanted her since that first day on the ropes course. She was so scared and then so brave. I'd been trying to lure her into revealing information about her church to me, but all I'd accomplished was getting lured in by her. So much about her appealed to me. Her luscious brown hair, her bright blue eyes, her sense of adventure and brave spirit. Just her smell alone was enough to make my knees weak. Wildflowers and sunshine. I shook my head. No. God wouldn't send me to hell for wanting to be with Destiny. But I had to be careful. Dad was right about the slippery slope. I'd slid all the way down it, and now it was too late. There was no climbing back up for me. But it didn't mean I had to lose my faith, did it? People of different faiths made relationships work all the time. Before leaving to go to Bethel with my family Sunday morning, I texted Destiny. Me, can I come see you this afternoon? We need to talk. She replied right away. Destiny, I'm not sure that's a good idea. Me, why not? She didn't respond for 2 hours, and by the time my phone finally dinged, I was on the verge of pulling my hair out. Did she regret kissing me? Was this it for us? Destiny, because my parents would freak. I breathed a gigantic sigh of relief. Me, what if we made sure they didn't find out? Destiny, you mean like meet in the woods or something? Me, well, you do have plenty of woods to meet in. Destiny, okay. Can I call you in a couple of hours, and we'll work out the details? Me, sure. The next 2 hours were agony. I tried to distract myself by fixing lunch and watching football with Dad and Josh, but I kept checking my phone and time seemed to move in ultra-slow motion. What's up with you? Josh asked. What? Nothing. Dude. You've been checking your phone every 2 minutes for the last hour. You're driving me nuts. Boys, settle down. You're drowning out the game, Dad said. My phone rang, and without taking it from my pocket, I went outside. Once the front door was safely closed behind me, I pulled it out of my pocket and answered it. Hello? Destiny's sweet voice sounded over the phone. Hey, Isaac. So what's the plan? I said, climbing into my truck. I wasn't willing to take the gamble that Josh wouldn't follow me to my room to listen through the door. We can meet in the garden and then go talk in one of the paintball forts. Just park in the neighborhood behind my property. She gave me an address and described where I should park. You can cut across my neighbor's property. They won't care. Okay. What time? I asked. Can you make it over here in 30 minutes? Sure thing. We hung up, and I went up to my room to freshen up. I was already pretty clean from church, but I put on a back-fitted V-neck t-shirt and a pair of jeans. I spritzed on my favorite Abercrombie and Fitch cologne and ran a comb through my hair. I drove over to the address Destiny gave me and parked my car on the side of the road. I crossed the strip of land she'd described to me. There was an opening in the woods with a narrow trail that opened up to a gigantic clearing in the woods. Large orange pumpkins, still on the vine, covered about a full acre of land. The far end of the garden, closer to the paintball arena, was lined with rows of dried corn stalks. Destiny stood at the end of the row of corn. The closer I walked to her, the more beautiful she became. Her hair shone in the sunlight, and my chest tightened at the memory of tangling my hands in it yesterday. I ached to touch it again. Then I noticed that Destiny wasn't smiling. Her brow creased, and her lips pressed together in a thin line, forming an expression I couldn't read. What was going on in that head of hers? Hey, I said, my excitement dimming a bit. Hey, she said. Follow me. She led me down the path that led to the paintball arena, and we shuffled into the closest fortress, the one we'd started out in yesterday. We settled into the bottom of the fortress onto a green and white quilt Destiny must have brought in earlier. We sat side by side with our backs against the planks of the fortress wall. I slid my hand into hers, intertwining our fingers. She stiffened. What's wrong? I asked. Her face clouded with fear. I'm not sure I can do this, Isaac. The look on Preston's face after he'd witnessed our kiss burned into my memory. What was going on between Destiny and Preston? I knew they'd broken up, but he wasn't happy about it. He'd been trying to win her over all night. Could I live with myself for messing up what another guy was already working on? Did it make me a hypocrite that I wanted to move in on another guy's girl? But Destiny wasn't with him anymore, right? Why not? I asked. It's just wrong. It feels like I've made a terrible mistake. She turned her face from me. What do you mean? I promised myself a long time ago that I would only date good Mormon boys, and now I've broken that promise to myself. Is this about Preston? Her face turned a bright shade of red. What? I know you guys were dating before, and it just seemed like something was going on between you yesterday. It feels like you were both trying to rekindle something. Destiny stood up. No. I just can't date you because you're a Baptist. She turned away from me and fled. Chapter 18, Destiny. I ran all the way back to the house, dread filling my belly with every step I took from Isaac. I'd done it. I'd stood for my principles and was strong. I waited for the peace to come over me, that feeling I usually got when I knew I'd made a tough choice, but the right choice. But the peace didn't come. Preston was at the house when I got back inside. I found him sitting alone at the kitchen table. I told him, I said. Told him what? Preston asked, looking up from the plate of food he was devouring, leftovers from the big lunch Mom had made after church. That it was over between us. That I couldn't date a guy who wasn't a Mormon. Oh, Preston said. Are you okay? I let out a heavy sigh. I don't know. I should feel like I made the right choice, but somehow it just feels wrong. Just give it some time, Preston said. Give what some time? Michael said. Getting used to singing in front of the entire school, I said. You getting stage fright already? Michael asked with a good-natured grin. He had no idea. Isaac didn't sit with us at lunch for the next 2 days. Other than a polite smile or nod when we crossed paths in the hall a few times and in Primus on Monday, we hadn't interacted at all. But Isaac and I had another practice set up for Tuesday after school, and I had no idea what to expect from him. Was it going to be awkward? Was he hurt and angry? Did he just not care and had already begun moving on to another girl? Heavens knew he had his pick from any of the other girls from school. A guy like him probably wouldn't last more than a few weeks single unless by choice. When I walked into the choir room for our Tuesday practice session, Isaac was already there, his face serious. He stood as I entered the room. I owe you an apology, he started. I'm sorry about what happened in the woods on Saturday. I should have known better. I saw that something was going on between you and Preston, and I didn't stop to think about how y'all may still have feelings for each other. I just pushed for what I wanted, and that was selfish of me. Guilt stabbed at me. This would be the perfect time to mention that the entire Preston thing was a lie. I almost opened my mouth to tell him the truth, but something nagged at me from the back of my mind. If Isaac found out how long I'd let the lie about Preston go on, he'd be furious. Would he hate me for being a liar just like Aspen? Can you please forgive me? I stared back at him, struggling to make a decision. Admit my lie and come clean, or protect him from more pain? He was already so sensitive about being betrayed by Aspen. The last thing he needed was to feel betrayed by me. And just because we couldn't date, didn't mean we couldn't be friends, right? Isaac needed a friend right now, and we were stuck practicing together anyway, so a friendship would make our rehearsals much less awkward. Plus, it was easier to resist Isaac if he truly thought that something was rekindling between Preston and me. And who knew? Maybe something would. If Preston didn't hate me already. I finally nodded. Friends? Isaac smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Sure, friends. Isaac opened the music to A Little Fall of Rain and began to play. As the song flowed from us, goosebumps rose on my arms, and my heart gave a little flutter in my chest. No. I fought the pleading in my heart to reach out to him. But my heart ached. I could do this. I would fight it with every fiber of my being. But his voice was straight from my most elaborate daydreams. Years of them. I basked in his voice and looked at him as we sang. The sudden urge to kiss him grabbed me, wrapped its powerful tendrils around my heart, and pulled me toward him. As much as I fought, I knew what it was like to kiss him. And my body and heart begged for more. Isaac finished the song and turned toward me. He must have felt the pull, too. Time stopped around us for one moment, and he leaned in, his breath hot on my lips, but then he paused. Before he could pull away, I reached up and ran a hand down his beautiful cheek. I could feel the slightest growth of stubble beneath my hand. I wanted this powerful feeling between us to last forever. Why did it have to feel so right? And then Isaac's lips were on mine, and everything fell into place. My world felt complete and whole. I slid my hands into his hair and marveled at the softness. I never wanted the moment to end. Why did something so wrong have to feel so perfect? But then Isaac launched himself away from me. I'm sorry, he said. It's okay. No. It's not. I should be more respectful of your wishes. He was right, and I hated it. What was the point? Isaac and I could never have a future, and the longer we carried on like this, the more it was going to hurt in the end. I don't know what I'm doing anymore, I told Hannah over the phone Wednesday after school. I'd been stewing over my feelings for Isaac for the past 24 hours, and I'd finally built up the courage to talk to Hannah about it. I holed myself up in my bathroom so Olivia wouldn't overhear. She was at the opposite end of the house writing a paper on the family computer, and Michael was at football practice. Olivia hadn't asked me about Preston since the paintball game, and I didn't want her to know what was going on with Isaac. She probably thought I either chickened out or was still pursuing the idea of dating Preston. What do you mean? Hannah asked, concern creeping into her voice. I feel confused. What are you talking about? She gasped. Wait a second. Did something happen between you and Isaac at the paintball game? When I didn't answer, she squealed. I knew it. He was all over you, and then you guys disappeared in the woods. So, spill it. Did he kiss you? Yes. I buried the phone in a pink towel hanging on the shower door to muffle her deafening squeals. I brought the phone back to my ear, just in time to hear her say, "Why are you upset about this? You should be celebrating. You got kissed by the most popular guy in school." I know. My resolve was starting to slip away. We've worked so hard for this. You have. I've been trying to avoid this. Oh, come on. You know you've wanted him for years. There was no denying the simple truth of it. I never thought it would ever happen, so that made it okay. He was a fantasy guy, like a celebrity crush. And you're the lucky girl who scored a kiss with Mr. Popular. Do you know how many girls at Bethel would claw your eyes out for a chance to trade places with you? A long list? Obviously. You have nothing to be sad about. Talk about ungrateful. No, I am grateful. Don't get me wrong. I pretty much had all my fantasies come to life. Then why do you sound so sad? Go on, tell me about it. Not a chance. The point is I can't have a relationship with him. I have to keep my standards. You can't be serious. Hannah said, her voice growing desperate. That is so uncool. You would reject him just because of your church's rules? How would that make you better than Dr. Robinson or Will or any of the other jerks who hate you because of religion? You'd be acting like a Mormon snob. True love should come first. Always. You guys are destined for each other. He's your destiny. Or you're his, or whatever. She giggled at herself. Get it? You're his destiny? When I didn't laugh, she said, the point is he's fragile right now. If you dumped him or rejected him in any way, it would destroy him. She had a valid argument. I had two choices, keep my standards or shatter the already broken heart of the most important guy to ever walk into my life. What would Christ want me to do? I released a jagged breath. Christ taught us to be compassionate and kind. Not to reject people or judge them because they don't believe the same way that we do. This was what it meant to be a true Christian. This was never supposed to happen, but now that it had, there was no going back. I was way past the point of no return. Are you still there? Yeah. Promise me you won't dump him. I can't do this. My parents would kill me. His dad would kill him. I don't want him to get in trouble because of me. Just don't tell them, Hannah said, the determination in her voice rising. Haven't you ever heard of a secret romance? You guys are living the perfect Romeo and Juliet story. There has to be a way to make it work. Romeo and Juliet didn't make it work. They both end up dead in the end. Okay, bad example. All I know is you can't break up with him, yet. If you insist you have to break up with him, just let him live in bliss for a few weeks so his heart can heal. That's the least you can do for the poor guy. I don't know. What if someone finds out? I felt sick at the idea of breaking up with him. My heart couldn't bear it. It ached when I thought of the pain I would inflict on him. I'd promised him more than once that I would be there for him. Isaac kept his distance for the rest of the week. I thought a lot about what Hannah said, but I couldn't let go of what I'd been taught. Sunday morning, I woke up still undecided. After church, we had rehearsal scheduled at Aspen's to practice A Heart Full of Love. I thought back to how apprehensive I used to feel about singing that song with Aspen and Isaac. Them declaring their love and me standing on the side like the loser. So much had changed since that day I went to my hammock spot by myself to contemplate singing in the musical. Now that the inevitable practice time was here, I didn't know how I felt. I'd been so determined to stick to the rules, and now I was second-guessing them. As I walked into the church, Preston stepped out from between two cars and fell into step beside me. "Hey there," he said. "Hey. Are you okay?" he asked. "You've seemed off this week." "I've had a lot on my mind." "Isaac?" I nodded. I could tell. "Destiny," Preston held open the glass door. "You just have to figure out what's right for you." I knew he was right, but that was easier said than done. The message in church was about missionary work. We were told to befriend others and not just stay within our little Mormon circle of friends. It was a common issue within the church. We formed cliques and didn't take the time to include others from outside our faith. Would I be doing that to Isaac if I told him it was over for good? Was it right to exclude him from my life? After church, I kept on my royal blue chiffon shirt and swapped my skirt for skinny jeans and yellow and white polka dot ballet flats. My attempt to recreate Hannah's curling iron hairstyle had been successful. Waves swung around my shoulders and down my back. "Hey, you ready to go?" Michael poked his head into my doorway. As Cosette's dad, he was in the scene we were practicing as well, so Aspen had asked him to come along. Sure. I was as ready as I could be. I grabbed the black choir folder I'd brought home with me for the weekend. "Do you know how to get to Aspen's house?" I asked as we climbed into his car. "Yeah, I called her and got directions last night." We pulled into the driveway of an old white farmhouse. Isaac's truck was already parked in front of us. As Michael took his keys out of the ignition, Isaac opened the door and stepped out of his truck. "Hi," he said, his smile almost melting my resolve. "Hey." I gripped my black choir folder. His gaze shifted to the house, and for a hair of a moment, raw torture flashed on his face. My breath caught. Was he going to be okay? I hadn't thought about how hard this rehearsal was going to be for him. When we came to the front door, Isaac reached out and knocked. Aspen opened the door with a Dolly Parton-sized smile. "Hey y'all. Come on in." She led us into a cozy room filled with antique furniture, covered with handmade doilies. To my left, sitting on the bench in front of a large upright piano, was Will Green. I hadn't realized he was coming as well. Isaac looked at him with a stormy expression but remained silent. An older gentleman I figured was Aspen's grandfather entered the room from the kitchen and greeted us with warmth. "Ah, welcome. I'm Pastor Gordon." I remembered hearing Aspen lived with her grandfather, who was a pastor, but I'd never met him before. "It's good to see you again, Isaac," he said as he nodded in his direction. He turned his gaze back to us. "You must be Destiny and Michael. Aspen and Will were just telling me about you too." My stomach clenched as I prepared for the worst. I couldn't imagine Aspen and Will had said anything nice about me behind my back. Michael shook Pastor Gordon's hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. We appreciate you allowing us into your home." Pastor Gordon shook my hand as well. "Okay," Aspen said in a clipped tone. "Let's get down to business." She said it like she didn't want us to stay any longer than was needed. Will was nice enough to agree to come over and play, so the four of us could focus on singing. Was that the cover-up explanation for why he'd shown up? Maybe she felt uncomfortable around Isaac and wanted Will there for moral support. Will sat at the piano, and I hung back, waiting to see how the group would arrange itself. Michael stood to the far right. Aspen edged into position next to him, directly behind Will. Isaac stood to the far left of the piano, leaving a wide gap between himself and Aspen. He expected me to stand between them. I blushed and stepped forward. Will began the intro to In My Life, and Michael and Aspen began singing. Then it was time for Isaac to join the group in song. I stood patiently as Aspen and Isaac declared their supposed love for each other through song. I watched his face carefully as he sang. He kept a meticulously masked expression over his face, but I knew there was pain hidden beneath. A couple of minutes into the song, I joined in, singing about how left out I felt. I sang the words I'd practiced so many times during my voice lessons. When I'd sung them before, I'd tried to block their relevance to my life from my mind. Today it was impossible. Singing about the love I could never have brought an intense pain into my chest, and tears threatened to spill. Up until now, the words to this song mirrored my every emotion. I thought back to the retreat and how in love Aspen and Isaac had seemed. That moment in time perfectly described what was supposed to be happening in this song. I should be breathing a deep sigh of gratitude. I had that moment with him. It was a memory I could keep in my heart forever. If only I could keep him, it would feel so miraculous. Catching the raw emotion in my voice, Isaac looked at me quizzically. His hand brushed against mine, and he looked at me reassuringly with a deep tenderness in his eyes. He wanted and needed me. Here he was, comforting me when I should be there for him. I'd promised him I would. He looked at me with such trust one almost choked on my words, and I missed my entrance. We ran through the song 2 more times. Isaac looked as though repeatedly proclaiming his love to Aspen was finally starting to get to him. The shadows had returned beneath his eyes, and his voice had become slightly jagged. How could he have done it this long? That's good enough, don't you think? Will said with thinly veiled irritation in his voice. Michael, you should sing Bring Him Home for everyone, Aspen suggested. I don't know, he said. Oh, come on, you'll do great, Isaac said. I want to hear it. All right. Do you know the accompaniment, Will? Will can play anything from Les Mis, Aspen bragged as she stroked his shoulder. Isaac's face turned a pale shade of green, and he looked away. I wanted to hug him. He had to be hurting inside. Aspen was right. Will played the song without flaw, his skill at the piano rivaling Isaac's. Michael gave a fantastic performance. When he finished, everyone clapped, and he grinned. That was awesome. I can tell you've gotten better since you started taking those voice lessons, Isaac said. Just for that, you have to sing Empty Chairs at Empty Tables, Michael said. Fear flitted across Isaac's face before vanishing. Okay, he said in a good-natured voice. How could he sing that in front of Aspen and Will? I wanted to speak up and stop them, but that would only make it worse for Isaac. Michael either had no clue about the breakup, or he hadn't realized what a painful song it was for Isaac. Otherwise, he never would have suggested it. Will played the intro, and Isaac's mournful voice filled the room. My breath caught in my throat. Aspen wouldn't look at him. His voice was potent and beautiful. He hit the notes spot on, and they swelled in his throat with a perfect amount of vibrato. As he sang, a shining tear ran down his cheek, and his lip trembled. He met my worried gaze, and his expression changed. He took a deep breath, and a bright hope shone on his beautiful face. He finished the song with strength in his dark eyes. When Will lifted his hands from the piano, the room was silent. Isaac's eyes stayed on my face, and one side of his mouth tugged up in satisfaction. Then a gigantic smile broke across his face like a glorious sunrise. My heart slammed against my sternum. I'd seen him look that way before. It was how he'd looked at Aspen when she'd greeted him at the retreat. At that moment, I knew. I couldn't turn my back on him. And that meant I had to be honest with him about Preston. He deserved to know the truth. And I was finally ready to come clean. Chapter 19, Isaac. Dude, that was awesome. You're making us all look bad, Michael joked when I'd finished my song. Aspen avoided my gaze, but she was livid. She'd obviously seen the way I'd been looking at Destiny. Pastor Gordon returned to the room and said, "I took the liberty of preparing a snack." We crowded into the small kitchen. Arranged on the table were a bag of chips, a bowl of salsa, and a pitcher of green Kool-Aid. "Ah, thanks. You didn't have to go through all this trouble," Michael said. "It's my pleasure," he replied. "Anyway, it wasn't much trouble. Since Margaret died, I've had to get a bit more used to entertaining guests." "Was Margaret your wife?" Michael asked. "Yes, she passed away 5 years ago." "That must have been hard," Destiny murmured as she spooned salsa onto her styrofoam plate. Aspen maneuvered around her, filled a plate with chips and salsa, and Destiny stepped away like she was afraid of Aspen touching her. I'd never thought about how intimidating Aspen must be to other girls, but the nervous look on Destiny's face spoke volumes on the matter. The pastor nodded, his white head bobbing. "But she's with God now, so I'd say she's better off than the rest of us." Aspen and Will took their plates into the living room. The air immediately loosened around me, and I could breathe easier. "Aspen tells me you two are Mormons," Pastor Gordon said, and I could see Destiny stiffen, her eyes tightening around the corners. "Yes, sir." "That's right," Michael said. "I used to take my car to a mechanic who was a Mormon many years ago. He was a good man and ran an honest business. I always knew I could go to him and trust one would be treated fairly." Destiny's eyes widened as though his benevolent words were unexpected. It was like she'd been bracing herself for a verbal lashing from this gentle man and was surprised to find he had a kind word to say about someone who shared her beliefs. "We had a few good talks about religion," he continued. Now that was a man who lived his faith. I'd heard my father preach many times that Mormons weren't Christians, but this man spoke of his relationship with Jesus Christ with such conviction in his eyes. I knew there was no way I could agree with my father's teachings on this subject. Don't get me wrong. My father was a good man who did his very best to live his life by God's word, but on this issue, he was most certainly mistaken. I turned and glanced at Destiny. She watched me with such hope, such longing. It was like she was begging me with her eyes to understand, to agree. But I just couldn't. Not that I would tell her. It would crush her. She was going to hell unless she left the Mormon church, and that was the end of the story. I would give everything I had to get her to come back. Seeing Aspen with Will was horrible, but being reminded that Destiny wasn't saved burned white-hot in my heart. I had to help her. I would never give up on her. If I did, I'd have to live the rest of my life knowing she would spend eternity burning in a lake of fire. It would haunt me. It haunted me now. Michael turned to Pastor Gordon and asked, "Hey, can I use your restroom?" "Of course. It's right this way." They walked from the room, leaving Destiny alone with me. Destiny turned to me, her pink lips curving upward. My pulse raced. The light from the overhead lamp shone off her hair, and I felt a strong impulse to run my fingers through her luscious waves. I had to protect her, to help her cleanse the poison that had come into her life. I stepped closer and traced my fingers down her arm. "Hey, can we talk?" I murmured. She looked up, her eyes like blue ice. "Here?" Her brow rose. "No, out back," I explained, nodding toward the back door. She flicked her gaze to the living room where Aspen and Will were. We couldn't see them from here, but we could hear them talking. At that moment, Aspen laughed shrilly at something Will had said like it was the most hilarious thing she'd ever heard. Destiny studied my face, and her brows knit in concern. She must have detected my pain from hearing them together. "Okay," she said. "Let's go." I sighed with relief and took her small hand. We stepped outside and down a few concrete steps. Her eyes lit up when she focused on the barn ahead of us. "Do they have horses?" "Yep, you want to go see them?" I asked as we walked through the tall grass. "Can we?" My parents had horses when we were little, but they decided they were too expensive and took too much time. I miss them so much. I unlatched the gate and let her through. Does Aspen ride a lot? She asked, turning to me. I froze. My heart tightened in my chest at the mention of Aspen riding horses. It was how she had first hooked up with Will. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought her up. No. It's okay, I said, putting on a brave smile. I took in a deep breath, and then let it out again. I stepped toward a chestnut mare with a white blaze running down her face. I ran my hand down her nose. This is Lady Belle. I pointed to the black horse in the next stall. That one's named Lucky. He has an attitude, so I usually try to stay away from him. As if in response to my words, Lucky snorted and stomped a hoof. Destiny stepped closer to me. She stroked Lady Belle's mane with a solemn expression. She ran her hand down the mane slowly, repetitively, lost in thought. I don't want you to worry about me, I said. I'm going to be okay. It's just going to take me some time to get over this. Her hand slowed. You have no idea how much you've been helping. I reached out and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you for being here for me. She looked up at me with her intense, bright blue eyes. I said I'd be there for you, and I meant it. I'm sorry I haven't been that great at it lately. You deserve better. Her eyes turned downward, depriving me of the pleasure of basking in their beauty. I tilted her chin back up with one finger. What do you mean? Her lower lip trembled, and she squeezed her eyes shut. I dropped my hand from lifting her chin. What is it, Destiny? She released a shaky breath and turned away from me with her fists clenched at either side. I lied to you, Isaac. She spun back around, her chin jutting out. You have every right to hate me because I'm a liar just like Aspen and Will. What on earth are you talking about? Preston, she said as she began pacing in front of the stalls. Was she trying to tell me she never broke up with him this entire time? My stomach dropped. Had I been just as bad as Aspen and Will, too? Kissing another guy's girl right in front of him? What about him? I finally choked out. Our kiss was my first kiss, she blurted. I scrunched my brow in confusion. And that makes you a liar, how? I don't understand how this is relevant. Isaac, you're the only guy I've kissed. That day by my hammock spot was my first kiss. You never kissed Preston? I tried to remember how long ago Hannah had told me that Destiny had a boyfriend. How long did you guys date? That's where the lie comes in, she said in a small voice. She threw her hands down to her sides, palms stretched open so tight it looked painful. Ugh, why is this so hard? Hey, I said, coming closer. I took her by the shoulders and looked into her large, remorseful eyes. Whatever you have to say, I promise I can handle it. Her shoulders relaxed beneath my soft grip. I lied to you about Preston. We never dated. I made it all up. But Hannah showed me the picture, I said in confusion. It's not what you think. Preston and I are just friends. I told Hannah to show you the picture. Why would you do that? I feel so stupid. She pulled away from me, wrapping her arms around her midsection, bent forward like she wanted to curl up into a little ball and hide. It's okay. Just tell me. When Hannah went to Mr. Bird and told him I would have good chemistry on stage with you, Josh overheard. I was so mortified that I told her to convince you that I was dating Preston to save face. But then you met Preston, and he was more than just a stranger in a picture to you. I remembered Destiny's sense of panic when I met Preston at her house after our first practice. It made a lot more sense now. Preston probably had no clue. That would explain her panic that day. She was afraid of being discovered. And it explained why Preston hadn't acted like a boyfriend that day. And then when you broke up with Aspen, Hannah went crazy about trying to get us together. She kept pressuring me to stage a fake breakup with Preston, but I knew it wasn't a good idea. But then she just invented the breakup right there in her kitchen without discussing it with me beforehand. And when you felt bad for me, I had no idea how to react. So I just went with it. But I felt terrible for lying to you, and I didn't know how to tell you the truth. I'm sorry. I never meant for it to get so out of hand. Please forgive me. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Hey, I said. I wrapped my arms around her slender form and held her close. She leaned her head against my chest. It's okay. I forgive you. You mean, you're not mad? She asked, her head still against me. No, to be honest, I'm relieved. She didn't have to know how relieved. There was no reason to make her feel worse than she already did. She snuggled into me tighter, and my heart warmed. Wrapping my arms around her and just holding her felt incredibly right. I brushed my lips across the top of her head and breathed in the sweet smell of sunshine and raspberries. She pulled back and looked up into my eyes. I leaned down and pressed my mouth against her soft, velvet lips. I pulled back, a smiling tugging at my lips. Are you sure I was your first kiss? I'm pretty sure I would know, she said. She cocked her head to the side. Why do you ask? Because that was the most amazing kiss of my life. I'm no expert on giving girls their first kiss, but I've heard plenty of guys talking about it. They say most girls aren't that great the first try. Kissing can take a lot of practice to get it right. But what you did, that was pure talent. She gave a small laugh. I'm not sure how to respond to that. So, thank you? You're welcome, I said. She stepped away and ran a hand down my cheek like Aspen had done so many times, but the reminder didn't bother me. It was comforting to know I didn't have to be alone and rejected. That while Aspen was cuddling with Will in her living room, I could be out in the barn with Destiny. I knew it wasn't fair to Destiny to feel that way. She deserved better. She deserved to have my entire heart, without any thoughts of Aspen lingering on the sidelines, but the pain was still fresh. I couldn't banish the feeling entirely. Isaac, she murmured against my chest. What was it you brought me out here to talk about? Hannah came over last night. We had a long talk. She insisted that you and Preston were only friends, but she didn't tell me that any of it was made up. But the important part is that she told me how you felt about me, and I realized I needed to try harder with you. I'm tired of this awkwardness between us. I guess I just wanted to clear the air. Consider it cleared, Destiny said with a sweet smile. I wrapped my hands around her slender arms and pulled her back so I could see her face. In that case, I have a question to ask you. Yes? Will you be my girlfriend? Her eyes grew large, and her lips parted with a sharp intake of air. She looked away, her face full of contradicting emotions, her shoulders moving heavily with each jagged breath. I was a fool for asking. The conflict on her face spoke loud and clear. I'd just ruined everything. I had pushed her too far, too quickly. She must have noticed the way Aspen still affected me, how much her betrayal still hurt. How could she be with me, knowing I wasn't completely over Aspen? That was too much to ask of anyone. I opened my mouth to take back the words, but before I could speak, Destiny looked up into my eyes decidedly. A beautiful grin broke out on her face as she nodded. My heart soared. I crushed her to my chest so tightly she cried out. Ow, Isaac. I'll be your girlfriend, but I'd still like to breathe. I laughed and loosened my hold on her enough to look down into her clear blue eyes. Our noses touched. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Everything was going to work out. I could feel it. A huge flirty smile crossed her face. I can't believe my boyfriend's the student body president. Eek. She giggled and fanned herself with her hand, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. I found it ridiculously endearing how easily she blushed. Okay, sorry. I just had to get that out. I promise I won't do it again. Who was this Destiny? I'd never seen this flirtier side of her before, but I could tell I was going to like it. Are you kidding? It was totally hot. You're welcome to do it anytime you want. She giggled. Really? Yeah. Really. I nodded and pulled her close again. Totally hot. I murmured into her hair. Isaac? I was wondering if we could keep this on the down low? Why would you want to do that? I had a feeling it was because her parents disapproved, but I wanted to see what she had to say about it. She chewed on her lip like she was contemplating which reason to give me from a long list. It's complicated. I'm listening. If Michael comes out here and finds us, we have to pretend we're out here as friends looking at horses. That's not an explanation. She ducked her head and wouldn't look at me. Isn't it enough for me to just be your girlfriend quietly with no questions asked? Are you worried about Aspen? You don't need to be afraid of her. She made her decision. She shook her head. No, I don't care what Aspen thinks. I didn't believe that, but there was a determination in her jaw as she said it. Are you worried about your parents? Because I can talk to them. Her eyes flew open in terror, and she shook her head vehemently. No. Oh my gosh. Isaac, don't do that. I don't like pretending and sneaking around like I'm ashamed to be with you. Please, can we just keep it quiet for a few more weeks? She looked up at me with such desperation. I couldn't deny her request. Okay. But I want you to at least go to homecoming with me next weekend, I said with a hopeful grin. She arched a disapproving eyebrow. I can meet you there and be with you, I suppose, but never in a million years will my parents let you pick me up formally as my date. We'll have to set up several Les Mis practices then. Maybe we can do one at your house so your parents can get to know me a bit better? She gazed at me cautiously but nodded. Okay, but you have to make it seem like there's nothing going on between us. I sighed and swept my fingers across the silky skin of her collarbone. That won't be easy. You'll just have to try. She stood on her tiptoes to kiss me again. You're not supposed to date me, are you? You were serious when you told me you could only date Mormons. I thought you were only saying that so that you could keep dating Preston. Now that I knew about the fake boyfriend thing, I had a feeling Hannah had been lying about Destiny's parents suddenly changing their stances on dating. She refused to meet my penetrating gaze. I cupped my hand under her chin and angled her face toward mine. I want you to feel like you can be honest with me. Please, just tell me. When her cobalt eyes met mine, she had fear in them. So many people think we shouldn't be together. It's not just my parents. What about yours? Your dad hates us. If he found out you were dating a Mormon. He doesn't hate you. How could you say that? Anger flashed in her eyes. He hates what I am. It's the same thing. I opened my mouth to speak but closed it again. She was right. He hated the Mormon church. It made my skin crawl to hear her say what I am. Why did she have to be so dedicated to that stupid cult? She gazed toward the bright sunlight. We should get back. I don't want Michael to suspect anything. I hid a sardonic grin. She was kidding herself if she honestly thought Michael didn't suspect anything. Between our disappearance in the woods after the paintball game and today's barn disappearance, Michael probably knew something was going on between us. But still, for Destiny's sake, I would put forth my best effort to make it appear that we were innocently visiting the horses. I shoved my hands into my jean pockets and followed her back into the house. Chapter 20, Destiny. Later that night, I took my phone down to the garage to call Hannah. I climbed into the passenger seat of my mom's Suburban and shut the door. With the family scattered across the house like they were tonight, it was safest places in the house I could go to keep from being overheard. Hey, girl, she said when she answered. How was the practice with the evil ice queen? Cold. I giggled. And really, really hot. What happened? Tell me. Isaac took me out to Aspen's grandpa's barn to see the horses. And? Did you let him kiss you again? Maybe. She squealed so loud it was a wonder it didn't bust the speaker on my phone. You did. I knew it. So does this mean you're officially dating him now? We're only telling certain people. You, Evan, Hudson, and Shanice. The four of you are my only friends who'd understand. Everyone else is too judgmental, and they'd end up telling on me. If this gets back to my parents, they'll force me to break up with him, or I'll be grounded for life. I'm so excited. This will all work out, you'll see. Once your parents realize how awesome Isaac is, they'll understand. That was the thing. They wouldn't. There was no way on earth anyone could convince them it was okay for me to be involved with a Baptist. I pushed the thought from my mind. I had plenty of time to figure it out. Monday morning, when I opened my locker, a folded piece of paper fell out. I opened it and read the words, "Good morning, beautiful." I stopped breathing for a full 5 seconds. Hannah walked up behind me and peeked over my shoulder. Oh my gosh. How sweet. Evan, you need to remember this. I turned around and saw Evan standing beside her, grinning broadly. I'd given Hannah permission last night to let him in on the secret. Since her mom didn't know anything about me being a Mormon, her house would be a safe haven for us. The four of us could hang out together with the pretense of practicing for Les Mis. I applied a coat of raspberry cream chapstick and rolled my lips. I shut the locker door and saw Isaac walking down the hall toward me. His face split into a wide grin. Hey there. Did you get my note? Shoo. Yes, I said, trying to keep from smiling too big, but not succeeding. We weren't very good at this secret romance thing. Oh yeah. Ahem. Hey, Hannah and Evan. How are you guys today? Hannah slapped him on the arm playfully. Stop. You're too funny. Isaac laughed, a musical sound. Are you going to Hannah's today? He reached up to touch my hair, but I pushed his hand down. Don't do that here, I whispered. Anyway, that's tomorrow. You have football practice today. Practice was cancelled today. I'm a free man, he said, leaning his arm above my head on the lockers behind me. Well, in that case, I'll definitely be at Hannah's today, I said. Just then, I glanced over Isaac's shoulder and saw Aspen and Will walking down the hall together. I gathered from the scowl on her face she'd seen the exchange between Isaac and me, and she wasn't happy about it. What gave her the right even to care? I gave her the kind of sickly sweet smile she was famous for. After school, Isaac caught up with me in the parking lot. He wanted me to ride with him, but publicly getting into the student body president's truck didn't sound like the best idea to me. Evan crossed the parking lot to where Hannah and I were standing. He wrapped his arms around her. Hey beautiful, do you want to ride home with me? He asked Hannah. I'd love to normally, but my mom's almost here. Anyway, Destiny's riding home with me today, and my mom wouldn't like it if she randomly jumped into your Jeep without letting her know what she was doing. She had a good point. And Michael had just walked out of the building, too. He would have freaked if he'd seen me climbing into Evan's Jeep without permission. Michael spotted us and lifted a hand in farewell and climbed into his Honda Civic. Just a few more weeks, and I'll have my license. In the meantime, you can just ride with Evan, right? True. I'm still not used to this boyfriend with a car thing. Me neither, I said with a grin. A few minutes later, Hannah's mom showed up. Her little brother Lucas was in the back seat with his head bent over his smartphone. I slid into the seat next to him. Hey there, Lucas. He lifted his head and pushed his long, dark bangs out of his eyes. Hey, Destiny. Just then, Isaac walked up to Lucas' side of the car. Lucas rolled down the window and gave Isaac a quick fist pound. Lucas, my man. Take care of my ladies for me. I got it, bro. Aight. See y'all in a bit. Lucas rolled up the window and turned to me. So you snagged Isaac, huh? I glanced at the front seat. Mrs. Miller hadn't heard Lucas. She was deep in conversation with Hannah about her math test score. It didn't sound like it was going so well for Hannah. He told you? Oh, Isaac tells me everything. How much truth was there to his statement? I'd have to ask Isaac later. My heart skipped a beat. In just a few minutes, we could finally be together. Mrs. Miller pulled into the entrance to Oakshire and glanced into her rearview mirror. Isn't that Isaac behind us? Probably, Hannah said. He said he was coming over to do homework and practice Les Mis today since football was cancelled. Oh, fun. Is Josh coming over, too? I certainly hoped not. I don't think so. He usually rides home with Aunt Julie on days Isaac has football, Hannah said. 30 seconds later, we pulled into Hannah's garage with Isaac's black truck pulling into the driveway behind us. Mrs. Miller went into the house, but Hannah, Lucas, and I walked out to the driveway to see Isaac. Isaac climbed out of his truck and said, finally. Before I fully understood what he meant, his lips were on mine. He smelled deliciously of sandalwood and the leather of his truck. Somewhere off to my left, I heard Hannah squeal with delight and Lucas mutter something like, "Ugh, get a room." See what I mean, Isaac? She's way better than Aspen. Isaac grinned broadly. I agree wholeheartedly. You do? I asked. He nodded emphatically. Absolutely. Yep, no comparison, Lucas said. I don't like Aspen much either. Whenever she came over, she was kind of rude to me when you weren't paying attention. She was? Isaac looked genuinely stunned. How so? It wasn't anything huge. Just little snide comments here and there. Huh, Isaac said. Evan's yellow Jeep pulled into his driveway. He parked and climbed out wearing a pair of sunglasses and his school uniform. Evan! Hannah called as she rushed to him. She threw her arms around his neck and hugged him. Dude, Lucas muttered. I need a girlfriend. You know Destiny has a sister, right? Isaac teased. Yep, I said. My sister's way hotter than I am. Hardly, Isaac said. She's not as pretty as Destiny, but she'd be a good catch for you. I didn't bother telling him it would be a wasted effort since Olivia would never give him a chance. Not that he was a bad-looking kid. She just wouldn't consider dating a guy who wasn't a good Mormon boy. Especially not before she was out of high school. Hannah and Evan crossed the strip of grass between their driveways. You guys want to go work on homework in the family room, and then we can sing for a while? Sounds like study hall and Primus to me, Evan said. Yeah, but Miller style, Hannah said. What's that mean? Are we having Pop-Tarts? I joked. Of course, Isaac said. A bird trilled in the distance, and an unseasonably warm wind caressed my cheek. I stared at Isaac's beautiful face and wondered at it all. My heart was full. But how long could it last? A note to the reader. Dear reader. Did you enjoy a better version of me? If so, I'd love it so much if you left a review. I love hearing your thoughts on the series. Also, I'd love to meet you. Visit me on Facebook and say hello, www.facebook.com/CindyRayHaleAuthor. About the author. Cindy Ray Hale loves writing young adult contemporary romance and clean romance. She was born and raised in the hills of Tennessee and has moved all over the United States. She's finally settled down with her family in Utah, but she loves to return to her roots by setting her books in the South. Want to be the first to know about a sale or a new release for Cindy's books? Visit www.cindyrayhale.com to join her newsletter or follow at Cindy Ray Hale on Twitter. Thanks for listening to a better version of me. Book 2 of the Destiny Clark Saga. Written by Cindy Ray Hale. Text copyright 2019 by Cindy Ray Hale. Production copyright 2019 by Cindy Ray Hale.